This academic ace, at Kraft's invitation, played the game overnight together, and the result was Chiu getting instantly killed by the boss, sending him to another world. He was utterly bewildered at this moment, finding himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Chiu tried to get his bearings. He had never played games before, so he didn't know the transmission process could be so stimulating. His body felt like it had been electrocuted, but now he felt very comfortable. Chiu stood up, looking at the panoramic view of undulating sand dunes before his eyes. It seemed he had entered the game. Chiu walked, loosening his collar because it was too hot. Cosmos truly offered a realistic experience, down to temperature and humidity. Since it was his first time playing a game, he probably arrived at the Nobi zone, but there wasn't a soul around. He tried to contact Chiu via her in-game ID, but the system reported her as not found. Chiu wiped off the sweat pouring out like he'd just bathed. Was he mistaken because it was too hot? He gave up trying to search through the system and went to look for her in the new player zone. But after walking for half a day, Chiu didn't see a single player, let alone a new player zone. He was bewildered, wondering what step he'd messed up that caused Cosmos to send him here. At this moment, the system reloaded his location and delivered shocking news to Chiu: "You are not in the service area." Chiu then realized everything was truly abnormal. He couldn't even contact customer service. Based on his knowledge, at such high temperatures, he would lose 900 milliliters of sweat every hour. Dehydration was only a matter of time, so he decided to log off and stop playing. Although Chiu was waiting for him, he would explain later. Bang! Unable to log out. The red notification slapped Chiu's hopes down. He continuously pressed log out, but the unable to log out notification remained unchanged. Chiu's eyes darkened. Don't tell him he was trapped here. You have a new mission. Chiu couldn't keep his composure when he read this mission. It required him to continue living, with infinite time and no specific reward or punishment. Chiu collapsed. He just wanted to play games with Kraft, so why was it trapping him here? Now, no matter what he tried, he couldn't log out or contact anyone. Was he going to stay here forever until he rotted away? 8 hours had passed. Although Chiu still found it hard to believe he was imprisoned here, time gradually made him accept the fact that he couldn't escape the game. And he also discovered that the game world and real life had similar mechanisms. High temperature, dehydration, dizziness, and headaches all felt incredibly real. If he kept going, he would die before finding a way out. To survive, he first had to find a water source. After walking a while, Chiu found some limestone rocks. He remembered a survival show mentioning them. They appear in areas with mineral water. A glimmer of hope shone in Chiu's eyes. He had renewed motivation to set off. But the danger wasn't just the lack of water. Something that could truly take Chiu's life was lurking and following him. Chiu arrived at a cave, his face wrinkled and dry, hoping his judgment was correct. The sound of dripping water made him overjoyed. Before Chiu's eyes was water. He took a deep breath, and his body instinctively rushed forward, driven by survival. He buried his face in the water in the stone basin and drank ceaselessly. Chiu sighed in relief. It was truly fortunate to be alive. At this moment, the wild creature that had been trailing him finally reached the cave entrance. Chiu rested in the stone cave. The water problem was solved, but he still couldn't leave. Drinking water made him sober up. If this was a game, there must be some hint to leave this desert area. He opened the Cosmos map, but it only showed the areas he had traveled through. Chiu knew it wouldn't be that simple. To be safe, he'd study this system once. On the info panel, Chiu was currently at level 1, in a state of hunger and thirst, with all stats not exceeding 5. He didn't even have combat skills because he chose to be a healer. If he encountered a monster, he could only run. Next was the equipment section. The system gifted him a beginner's present. Chiu was skeptical when he was given a sword and gauntlets. A healer having a sword as initial equipment? But for safety, he would always carry it with him. Chiu put on the gauntlets and tried a few sword moves. After getting used to it, he spun 180 degrees and cut through a nearby rock outcrop. In his assessment, the sword's hardness and flexibility were even greater than in reality. Damage was also displayed. It seemed that everything in the game was measured by numbers. But to describe his current state of hunger and thirst, no number could accurately convey it. There was no useful information for now, so Chiu would prioritize finding food. Humans would kick the bucket after 3 days without food. In the silent cave, a sudden trickling sound made him suspicious. Chiu went back into the cave and fumbled around for a while, discovering a large space. Suddenly, a bone rolled to his feet. Chiu's eyes widened when he saw piles of animal bones. He picked up a bone to examine it. There were still several deep bite marks on it. Oh no, Chiu remembered he had seen these bite marks in a book before. If that was really the case, he had to leave immediately. Just as he turned to leave, a fierce beast lunged, its wide mouth full of sharp fangs. Chiu's face changed color. In an instant, he crouched down and rolled a few times, dodging its bite. The system displayed information about a level 5 desert wolf, excellent stamina, able to run at 15 km per hour in extreme temperatures. When hunting prey, its speed can reach 65 km per hour. Its primary attack is biting. Bite force up to 200 kilograms. Its weakness is the belly. Chiu clutched his bleeding arm, breathing heavily after his narrow escape. This place really did have monsters. From that previous attack, it was clear the desert wolf's speed was far greater than his, so running was out of the question. He could only fight. Chiu drew his sword, a murderous glint in his eyes. He charged, slashing at the desert wolf with his sword, but his arm trembled, and he couldn't even scratch it. The system warned that HP was dropping rapidly and required timely healing. Chiu's swordsmanship was far superior to ordinary people's because he was the head of the Kendo club in 10th grade and also the youngest 6th Dan Kendo practitioner nationwide. The reason why a top student like him had to learn Kendo was surprisingly simple. When Chiu was young, his mother was a fan of Kendo superstar Kimura. So, Chiu was trained in Kendo from a young age. At first, he thought it was very simple, just wearing nice clothes and swinging his arms and legs. But when he started practicing for real, he realized that this sport was not simple at all. While wearing the Kendo uniform facing an opponent, Chiu would hear his heartbeat and breath during each engagement. A strange fear suddenly enveloped his entire body, even threatening to consume it. And the reason for that fear was simply because he wasn't strong enough. The only way to become stronger was to practice relentlessly, pushing himself. Since he was crushed on the first day, Chiu used his free time in class to relentlessly practice thousands of times at the dojo, where there was no air conditioning or electric fans. An endless loop of getting injured, then practicing, then getting injured again. After much struggle, Chiu eventually became the youngest Kendo 6th Dan in the country, but he still didn't give up practicing. Because in this food chain, the strongest will become the overlord of the world. He risked his life like that because he didn't know how terrifying the next opponent would be. Chiu crouched down, facing the desert wolf's blind spot, but when he swung his sword, his arm trembled, and it remained completely unharmed. The desert wolf angrily whipped its tail, sending Chiu flying far away, his entire body slamming into a nearby rock wall. He gasped in pain but still didn't understand why his attack had no effect. The system reminded him that the desert wolf's weak point was its belly. Other areas had incredibly strong defense, so attacking them was useless. The wolf lunged again like a hungry tiger, its large, strong jaws closing in on Chiu's face, sending shivers down his spine. Even knowing its weakness, its speed was too fast. Each time it attacked, it aimed for a critical point. Since his attacks were ineffective, Chiu could only defend, but continuing this would lead to death from exhaustion. After a while of sparring, he was finally cornered. Chiu couldn't believe he would die here so ridiculously. The system warned him to replenish his health immediately, but Chiu only had a desperate will left. The wolf charged, and Chiu gambled his life. If he succeeded this time, he would kill it. Fresh blood dripped continuously. The wolf held Chiu, its fangs sinking deep into his shoulder. Suddenly, its eyes widened. Chiu's sword had pierced its belly. His eyes gleamed. This time, the attack wasn't in vain. Chiu pushed the desert wolf's corpse off himself, utterly exhausted. He had deliberately let it bite him earlier to seize the opportunity to target its weak point when it was off guard. This game was quite interesting, actually. Killing the desert wolf, Chiu received 6,000 experience points, leveling up to level 5 and gaining 25 skill proficiency points. A pillar of light enveloped him as he leveled up, his wounds healed automatically, and the system activated the hidden shop quest. Chiu's eyes lit up. He would get cool, awesome weapons, right? This is the scene before his eyes shattered his beautiful dream of survival. Who released such a boring game? Do they want me to die of loneliness here by myself? Ultimately, being stuck in this game still meant killing monsters and gaining experience points, and after leveling up, there would be skill points to add attributes. But Chiu pondered for a while and still didn't know what this hidden shop system was. He tried clicking on it, and a gust of wind blew out, almost blowing all his hair away. A series of items appeared along with their stats. Simply put, the shop would use Chiu's level to unlock items, and purchases within would consume levels. Besides weapons and tools, the shop also sold houses and electrical appliances, but the levels required to buy them were not cheap. Chiu guessed that no one would be foolish enough to buy electrical appliances in the game. This new troop deployment system required level 100 to unlock. As soon as he clicked to view it, a series of codes appeared along with a magic circle. A female assassin, with only her icy eyes visible, lunged out, pointing her blade at Chiu. He thought he was being ambushed, but it seemed to be a holographic projection. A series of other types also appeared, fully covering attack, defense, magic, and assassination. Finally, there was the most special type, the service type. A girl with a seductive face and alluring figure lay on the bed, waiting for her master. Chiu turned his face away, feigning annoyance. Who created this perverted type? Did they really want him to have children and never return from this place? Currently, Chiu is at level 5, only able to unlock daily necessities. Chiu was annoyed. I know already, no need to remind me. Unlock it. Unlock successful. Chiu used 5 levels to exchange for 5 sweetbreads and 3 bottles of Coca-Cola. While biting into a bread, he continued to study the skill points. All stats remained unchanged, except for the hungry and thirsty status, which turned into full. Although he had fully recovered, the conditions to unleash skills were still unclear. For now, he could only rely on his attributes to survive. Once distributed, points cannot be changed, proving that those attributes will directly determine his survival rate. Physique determines HP, magic power is probably for magic attacks, strength is equivalent to physical damage, ability is defense, and agility is speed. The desert wolf Chiu had just killed, although only 5 levels lower, its strength and speed were vastly different. If he encountered a more formidable monster, he would need to gain an advantage in speed and attack power. So Chiu divided 25 distribution points into 5 points for physique, 10 points for strength, and 10 points for agility. After distributing the points, his body changed directly, he felt full of energy, and his body also felt lighter. Feeling stronger is great. Now he could fight a desert wolf without breaking a sweat. No sooner said than done, this time the wolves even brought their whole pack to seek revenge. It was the perfect time for Chiu to test the effects of leveling up and allocating points. Today, he would slaughter this entire pack of wolves. The first wolf that charged was overwhelmed by his speed. Chiu used a single slash to cleave its head. It seemed he was right, increased attack power would counter the wolf's defense. Killing one immediately leveled him up. Another wolf lunged for a sneak attack from behind, but Chiu swung his hand and accurately slashed it without even turning around. As his attributes grew stronger, his swordsmanship also became faster and more precise. Chiu became even more excited as he gained the upper hand. He leaped onto the wolves' heads, swooping down to strike 2 at once. Then he continuously increased his speed, slashing wherever he went, and level-up notifications kept popping up. After annihilating a pack of wolves, Chiu reached level 15, accumulating 75 skill points. He sat on the piled-up wolf corpses, breathing steadily. Indeed, leveling up made it easier to deal with monsters. That evening, he stepped out of the cave, with food and water readily available. The night weather was wonderfully refreshing, so he began his journey. Suddenly, his foot hit something. Before Chiu were the carcasses of desert wolves strewn across the ground, each savagely killed, their bodies gnawed to the bone. A sound came from above, and he immediately placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready for battle. On the cliff above was a powerful figure, holding a wolf in each hand. Chiu's eyes were full of vigilance. "Who are you?" Chiu ran up but saw no one, only the corpses of the wolves. He was sure someone had appeared. Could that person also be trapped here like him? But looking at the wolf corpses, they seemed to have been drained of blood by something. Could such brutal methods be caused by a player? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Chiu's mind. The system immediately warned him to quickly leave the dangerous area, detecting a high divinity individual. Suddenly, something rushed quickly towards Chiu. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and cut it off in time. Something black and pointed like a leech was wriggling. Just one slash at it reduced the weapon's durability by 25%. Chiu gritted his teeth. It seems the one who killed those wolves wasn't human. A pair of feet and a large figure approached. One arm of this creature had been severed. Facing it, Chiu only knew this was a high-level monster. Its severed arm rose, trembling. And Chiu's hand kept twitching. His survival instinct told him this monster was completely different from those wolves. If he hadn't leveled up and enhanced his agility just now, he would have died a long time ago. Even though he managed to cut off its hand, Chiu's side was also injured. A new hand grew from the monster's arm. Chiu's eyes widened. Did it just regenerate? The system displayed its name as the Dominator of Langbat, level uncalculable. It dominates this Latonia desert with absolute speed, is at the top of the food chain, and prefers the blood of creatures. Even though Chiu had mentally prepared to encounter all sorts of monsters here, its killing intent was completely different. It felt like it could crush him to the ground, making him unable to move. For the first time in his life, Chiu felt so paralyzed by fear. A stomping sound echoed, and the Dominator rushed towards him like a flash. Its arm with sharp claws wanted to grab Chiu. He spun to the right and jumped high, aiming for its head. So what if the killing intent was suffocating? Chiu wouldn't let it end his life. Just as the sword seemed to touch the Dominator's head, it suddenly vanished, making the sword strike the ground. He turned around sharply with a look of disbelief. The Dominator suddenly appeared with a punch straight to his face. Chiu was sent flying backward, gripping his sword tightly. He plunged it into the ground to steady himself. Is this the absolute speed the system had warned him about? Chiu shook his head to clear it, and the Dominator tilted its head, looking at him confusedly. It shot forward again, seemingly vanishing into thin air, and punched Chiu directly in the stomach. Blood splattered, causing him to collapse. This move could completely take his life, so why didn't it finish him off? The Dominator stood in front of Chiu and kicked him far away. It picked up the sword and handed it to him, saying something. Harukaru. Chiu was full of doubt. Why would it give him the sword? The Dominator brought its hand to the back of its neck, gesturing for Chiu to sever its neck. He felt like he had seen this scene somewhere before. When a cat catches a mouse, it won't eat it immediately, but will play with its prey for a while. Chiu's current situation is no different from prey being played with by a predator. The sun had risen, Chiu was still being toyed with by the Dominator, and his weapon's durability had dropped by 80%. This guy's speed hadn't decreased at all, and normal attacks couldn't injure him. Finally, the Dominator grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high. Suddenly, it spoke to him. Human. Chiu's eyes widened in surprise. How did it know human language? He thought it would confide a few lines, but no, its mouth full of sharp fangs stretched into a wide grin. Humans are as weak as maggots. The arm that was gripping Trilu's neck was severed. He staggered back, breathing heavily, but still had to curse at it. "You're the maggot, you idiot." The Dominator looked at its bleeding hand and then laughed gleefully, its long, slimy tongue flicking out as its arm regenerated. "Haha, interesting. The last humans to excite us like this were centuries ago." Trilu was also very excited. It had been a long time since he'd felt such a surge of fighting spirit. His family, his grade, the unfinished life ahead, he absolutely couldn't die here. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from the sky directly onto Trilu. His entire body emitted a powerful aura, and even his hair grew long and fluttered. His fighting will had activated the special blessing of the goddess Latonia. All attributes increased by 100 points, the game officially began. The Dominator had also been waiting for this moment for a long time. Suddenly, Trilu, in a trance, swung his sword at it. He didn't stop there, delivering several more slashes, but the weapon's durability had dropped to 0%, shattered and unusable. "No sword, then use his hands." Trilu delivered a powerful punch that sent the Dominator flying afar. He thought he had gained the upper hand, but when he got closer, it was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, it appeared behind him in a completely different form. Trilu was slashed twice without time to defend. The Dominator had shed its skin, revealing its sharp tentacles, and its eyes. He was still just a maggot. Trilu's eyes were lifeless. Was there no way for him to defeat it? The Dominator flew high into the sky, raising its hand to summon a magical attack. It was as if it was calling death itself to take his life. The scythe-like slash fell right before Trilu's eyes. Its power could destroy an entire mountain. Trilu was engulfed by the attack, his spirit wavering. Was he about to die? The system displayed a red notification, HP equals 0, player Trilu has died. After who knows how long, Trilu suddenly woke up. He fumbled to sit up, gasping for breath. "Am I still alive?" Trilu touched the spot on his left chest that had been pierced, but it was now intact. Had he logged out of that game? But looking out at the strange landscape beyond the window, Trilu knew he was still trapped inside Cosmos. The system panel and information still puzzled Trilu. He had clearly been skewered to death by the ruler, but now he was perfectly fine as if nothing had happened, and there were no traces left on his body. Trilu pulled up his shirt to check again if he had lost any abs. Just then, the door opened, and a red-haired girl wearing an off-the-shoulder top that was about to fall off walked in. Seeing that Trilu was awake, the girl was flustered. "You're awake?" They stared at each other for a few seconds. Trilu quickly pulled down his shirt and waved. For some reason, the girl suddenly turned and faced the door. She must have never seen a young man before, that's why. The girl loudly called out to someone. "Grandpa Boloy, he's awake." Trilu didn't understand anything. Could this be the novice village in the game? A burly old man, covered in battle scars, was transplanting rice seedlings. Hearing the girl's voice, he stopped and came to check the situation. A moment later, after their conversation, the girl shrieked. "What did you say? You said you were killed?" Trilu nodded, calmly explaining about his pierced chest and how he still managed to get here. The red-haired girl said that this old man, Boloy, found him while hunting, and at that time, Trilu was still barely clinging to life, not yet dead. The old man took a puff from his pipe and said, "This is not a new player village or inside a game as you say. We are not NPCs or players either." His serious expression showed that the old man was not lying, which made Trilu even more confused. Something felt wrong, but he was sure this was within Cosmos. The only proof was this system panel. "You two, look." Trilu pointed to the system, explaining about the quest panel, status, equipment, and so on. Seeing him just pointing at thin air and talking nonsense, the girl asked Boloy, "Grandpa, did a monster injure his head?" "Yes, and the injury wasn't light." Trilu once again fell into a crisis as he was brought to a place different from the desert. He couldn't find anyone, and he was completely isolated from the outside world. Trilu gritted his teeth and angrily yelled, "I want to go home. No one can leave this place. Everyone in this Latonia desert cannot leave here." Boloy's assertion made Trilu unable to believe it. He thought that no matter how big the desert was, there must be a way out. The important thing was how those two also ended up here like him. According to the girl, a few years ago, they were hunting giant dragons in the Great Formation of Bergama when they encountered lightning. After waking up, they were here, in the legendary Latonia desert. And to regain their freedom, they had to find the location of Kepler's temple. Countless people from this town went to search for the temple, but not a single one returned alive. Gradually, everyone accepted giving up and lived peacefully here. Boloy patted Trilu on the shoulder, speaking meaningfully. "Every year new people are brought here, but I haven't seen anyone who could get out. Just accept it, young man. Sally will take you on a tour of this town in a bit." Of course, Trilu wouldn't accept that. He believed he was still in the game, but only he had transmigrated into the game like a comic book. At this moment, the system issued a new quest: help Kepler take revenge. The corner of his lips curved up, perfect timing. Thanks to the protection of the god Kepler, Trilu was reborn, and he had to help god Kepler break the seal. The quest was to find Kepler's temple in the Latonia desert, defeat the monster Bruce that sealed the temple, and restore freedom to god Kepler. Of course, a suitable reward couldn't be missing: clues about the area to break the seal and leave the Latonia desert. Trilu went to the grassland to lie down and chill, to clear his mind. Although he still didn't understand why he appeared here, he now had a goal to strive for. As long as he found Kepler's temple and killed that Bruce, he could get out. Just then, Sally ran over, calling Trilu's name. She had changed into a flowing white dress, her long hair like a fairy. "Why did you run off here? I've been looking for you everywhere." "Sorry. I had nothing to do earlier, so I went for a walk." Trilu pointed towards the large sand dune in the distance, which seemed to be the Latonia desert. According to Sally, they were actually surrounded by the desert. No matter where they went, all directions would lead to the desert. But Trilu thought it would take who knows how long to find that temple, perhaps even an entire lifetime. Seeing his determination to find the temple, Sally anxiously tried to stop him. "Actually, there's no such temple. If you go out there, you'll definitely die." But Trilu didn't care. He had tasted death once already. No matter what, he had to find that temple. On the way to town, Sally still asked Trilu if he really wanted to find Kepler's temple. His answer was as firm as ever. Sally warned that there were many powerful monsters in the Latonia desert. Even Boloy couldn't defeat them. Trilu smiled and told her not to worry. His fighting power was no joke. Suddenly, several scythe attacks rapidly flew towards the two of them. After an explosion and rising smoke, these three young men appeared. The one in front, wearing a blue scarf, grinned maliciously. "The beast is trapped." Trilu covered his face, coughing in the dust, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, before his eyes, a golden light with power emanated from Sally. Seeing her act and use the fire prison to counter his formation, the leader smirked. "Sally, we meet again." "Backban, it's you again?" Chiu asked about the situation. "Are these three young men here to fight over you?" Sally Queen tells you, what's scarier than desert monsters here are these bandit hunters. They don't want to go to Latonia to hunt, so they often rob others. Backban suddenly tensed his glutes, pulling out of nowhere two pitch-black swords surrounded by tiny lightning streaks. Chiu frowned, not knowing what kind of new skill he was using. Backban seemed to be targeting Sally. Last time he let her escape, this time he's determined to capture her again. Sally also displayed her goddess-like power. Her eyes flashed, and her hair stood straight up. She turned and told Chiu to go back and find Boloy. She'd handle things here. In their house, Boloy was puffing on his pipe. Thunder and lightning in the sky made him cautious. He went back inside, but he felt uneasy. Sally should have returned by now. Back with Chiu, there's no way a man like him would run back to tell on them to an old man. That Backban guy brandished his sword to show off. Sally, you know your magic has no effect on me. Why not just obediently come back with me? I can release this fool. Sally stood in his way, not letting him have his wish. Backban's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Sally urgently told Chiu to quickly go back and call Boloy, but he refused. The words run away aren't in my dictionary. Even though we haven't known each other long, I'm definitely not someone who would abandon a comrade. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand was pressed against his face. Backban slammed Chiu's head firmly against a nearby tree. This trash, who do you think you are? Saying those words will make you stronger? In this place, people don't talk with their mouths, but with strength. Chiu's arm suddenly grabbed Backban's wrist, startling him. He used force to push Backban's arm away, his eyes provocative. You think you're so strong? Is his strength just ambushing others? After ambushing, he was now held tightly by Chiu's hand, unable to break free. He immediately threw a punch. Backban jerked back, clutching his numb arm. Damn it, this guy actually managed to lock my wrist joint. On his side, Chiu was also discreetly assessing his opponent. His speed was incredibly fast. Even though he had allocated many points to agility, he couldn't observe his attack just now. Chiu returned to Sally's side, and she immediately asked what that Backban guy actually wanted. Backban gnashed his teeth. Absolutely not. I advise you to give up on this. Chiu looked at Sally, then at him. Was that Backban guy doing all this just to pursue her? Caught in the crossfire, Backban actually thought Sally was rejecting him because of Chiu, instead of reflecting on whether his bandit-like appearance could steal her heart. Sally immediately denied it. A friend? Are you making excuses again? Backban scoffed. He asked Chiu to fight him like a man, and not be a coward anymore. If you win, he will stop bothering Sally. Chiu didn't want to get involved in this love triangle, but the system activated a quest, and the reward was the lost map of the Latonia desert. This was exactly what Chiu needed to escape it, so he immediately accepted the challenge, leaving Sally bewildered. Backban held the sword in his hand, ready to begin. His two henchmen sat watching, not understanding why their boss was so serious this time. Sally didn't know Chiu's abilities, she was just afraid he'd fight for pride. That guy, Backban, despite being a robber, was the strongest swordsman in town. Chiu chuckled upon hearing his title, Ghost Swordsman. How strong could he be? According to Sally, the swordsman possessed the power to use Death Curse imprints. Not only did he have an absolute advantage in speed, but his attack power was also extremely formidable. A sword surrounded by Death Curse imprints would possess incredibly strong destructive power. But Chiu was fighting barehanded. Since he'd already died once, he wasn't afraid of anything. More than death, he yearned to leave this place. Both sides charged into the fray. Chiu was fighting and overthinking at the same time. He didn't understand why his once good life had turned out this way. Did he just need to defeat him to get the map and leave this strange place? But Backban's title Ghost Swordsman was no joke. Before Chiu's punch could even land, Backban appeared behind him like a shadow. Chiu spun around with a hook kick. Backban smirked, gently retreating to avoid his heel. Then a series of his illusions appeared. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Backban turned to taunt him. Is this all that Sally's crush is capable of? Chiu was still analyzing. Backban had only defended so far, not attacked. What trick was he playing? Sally immediately advised Chiu to call Boloy, and she would follow them. Only he could stop Backban, given his strength. But Chiu stubbornly refused to go. He had to fight this battle. If he could win, they'd have a chance to leave this place. Sally's eyes grew bewildered. What are you talking about? What does defeating Backban have to do with leaving this place? Chiu transmigrating into this game was already illogical, nothing seemed connected. Now the system was forcing him to defeat Backban to get the map. Everything seemed random but also like it was being manipulated by someone. While he was thinking, Backban spoke up. "Hey, why are you just standing there? Are you scared? It's too late to regret it now." Chiu, of course, wasn't scared. His expression was even extremely disdainful. Backban shrugged. He felt that facing a weak piece of trash like Chiu was no longer interesting. If it's an official match, it should be fair, right? So he threw a sword to Chiu. He didn't want Sally and his subordinates to think he was bullying Chiu. His two subordinates were used to seeing Backban bully others. It was only when he was serious this time that they found it problematic. Chiu didn't expect him to be such a principled person, but he still held a grudge about Backban's sneak attack just now. Backban awkwardly explained, "Sneak attack? It was just a reaction in an urgent situation." Chiu said nothing more and took a stance for the sword fight. To get the map, he couldn't afford not to win this battle. Backban smirked. "I'll show you what a true haunting is." Chiu instantly charged to attack, but everything still seemed to be under Backban's control. Backban dodged Chiu's slash even before he got close, then jumped up and swung his arm down. Chiu quickly raised his sword to parry. The weight made him strain his facial muscles. "Chiu, watch out behind you." Sally's warning allowed Chiu to just barely see another clone of Backban behind him. He quickly swatted his hand away, then turned to parry the sword strike from behind. Suddenly, the Backban in front of him vanished into an illusion. Everything felt like a joke to him. Sally covered her mouth in panic, calling Chiu's name. He had been struck by Backban's slash, and fresh blood gushed out, making it hard to breathe. The system reported a deduction of 300 HP, leaving 700 health. If health drops below 300, the mission will automatically fail. Backban returned to his spot with Chiu's blood on his blade, his voice arrogant. "Give up, you can't defeat me." The system sent another notification asking Chiu if he wanted to use his healing skill. Of course he did. His entire body was enveloped in a blue light, restoring 100 HP and stopping the bleeding from his current wound. The subordinates chuckled when they realized he was a healer. A healer challenging a swordsman? Ridiculous. Backban demanded Chiu leave Sally and get lost, because a healer was completely unqualified to fight him. Chiu stubbornly retorted, "Are you afraid of losing face if someone like me defeats you in front of Sally?" Backban was about to turn his back and leave when Chiu's words angered him. It was then that he unleashed his true power, splitting into 3 clones to fight. Chiu realized he was truly doomed. 2 opponents were already hard, now it was 1 against 3. But it seems the swordsmen of the Shadow Realm all rely on cloning techniques to fight. What had just attacked him was merely a clone. While the real Backban stood behind him, it was also possible that the clones and the main body could swap positions. Chiu now realized that he was indeed a difficult opponent. No wonder the system was so generous with the desert map as a reward. Backban gritted his teeth. "You pathetic healer, I'm disgusted I ever pitied you. If you want to know my true power, then I'll open your eyes to the invincible strength of a Shadow Realm swordsman before you die." This time, Chiu took the initiative to attack again, rushing towards the 3 Backbans in front of him. Backban smirked and ordered his clones to toy with him. One clone darted forward like an arrow. Chiu used his sword to block the attack, both sides equally matched. But Chiu had to admit this guy was strong. Just blocking one clone's attack was exhausting, let alone 2 more. Chiu was startled. Why is Backban the only one left? At this moment, another clone appeared behind him. "You were lucky to escape that time, you won't be so lucky now." Chiu's face went blank. It was that move again. He was attacking from behind. Bloodstains and a sword fell simultaneously, astonishing the 3 onlookers. One of Backban's clones had just been slashed. He was still bewildered, wondering how Chiu had managed to dodge that classic attack. Chiu stepped back, gasping. He had almost lost his life. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded him with a level 1 flash attack skill. When used, it could evade all physical attacks for 2 seconds. Furthermore, the next attack would concentrate all of his power for a critical blow. It turned out that thanks to this hidden skill, Chiu had narrowly avoided it. He calmly regained his stance, now he just needed to deal with the remaining clones. Suddenly, Backban burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, how interesting, you got lucky again, but the one who injured you was just my clone. He ordered his clone to return. Pitying your enemy as being cruel to yourself, he realized he had underestimated Chiu. Now he's not playing around anymore, open your eyes and watch. Each clone held 2 swords connected to each other. Ultimately, each of them held 4 swords. All 3 of them plunged their swords forcefully into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. They surrounded Chiu inside. From all sides, sword slashes were launched one after another. Chiu inside was like a ballet dancer, dodging each sword strike. But there were too many slashes, so he was also injured. His HP was depleted by 30%, his weapon also disappeared, so he couldn't counterattack and could only dodge. Suddenly Backban appeared in front of Chiu, startling him. He passed through him like a ghost, his voice echoing in his ear, "You're about to die." Then a flurry of sword strikes stabbed wildly. Chiu was trapped inside a sphere. Backban was even kind enough to find him a good plot of land for a grave. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and someone's silhouette swept past Backban's face. Dark clouds swirled in the sky. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Boloy stood in front of Backban, blocking Chiu's punch, and the air around them seemed to freeze. "Stop it!" It suddenly started raining. Chiu, covered in wounds, his clothes torn, withdrew his fist. Sally scampered over to check on him. Chiu shook his wrist, saying he was fine, but no one could clearly see what had just happened. Boloy led the 2 of them away, and Backban laughed heartily, clutching his face, then his sharp gaze fixed on Boloy. "Do you think you can just come here and easily take him away?" Boloy stopped, his expression serious. It seems this guy still doesn't realize that if he hadn't stopped Chiu's attack just now, he would have been dead a long time ago. 2 words flashed through Backban's mind: lies. He couldn't believe it. How could a healer like Chiu, with his performance until now, possibly kill him? "If you hadn't interfered, I would have killed him a long time ago." Unexpectedly, the system confirmed Chiu's victory, and he received an experience map and a secret key. Even he was surprised, but what could he do? He just had to accept the gift. Boloy put a hat on Sally. It was raining heavily, so they couldn't stay there any longer. Backban's 2 subordinates also urged him to leave quickly, or they'd all get struck by lightning. Backban wouldn't accept the truth, craning his neck and yelling for Chiu. "Come back here. We haven't decided the winner yet." His 2 subordinates dragged him home, and watching his demeanor made Chiu thoughtful. Sally hurriedly called for him to follow, or he'd be scolded by the boss again, and who would be to blame then? Back home, Sally bandaged him everywhere. He didn't feel the pain during the fight, but it was uncomfortable while treating the wounds. Chiu kept moving, preventing Sally from applying the medicine, so she reminded him seriously, annoyed. Chiu apologized to them for causing trouble again, but Sally also didn't expect him to be that strong. This time, after receiving experience points, he still couldn't level up and had to treat his wounds like a normal person. It seems he'll have to research the new leveling mechanism later. Chiu remembered he needed to ask Sally about this. "Does Backban know both you and Grandpa Boloy?" Sally looked sad as she recalled the past. She and he grew up together like real siblings. But it seemed she didn't want to talk much about the past, so she left after bandaging him, not forgetting to thank him. She still had to go help Grandpa Boloy, so she had no choice but to leave him alone. Chiu looked at the rainy sky, remembering that the day he transmigrated here was also a day of heavy rain. He wondered how his mother was now. She must be very anxious not finding him. But with the map, Chiu might be able to go back soon. He just needed to follow the markings on the map to find the temple, defeat the gatekeeping boss there, and he could get out. Chiu resolved to set off immediately after the rain stopped. But he forgot about a hidden key he had received as a reward. Chiu was curious about what it was used for. According to the system's explanation, during combat, one could receive treasure chests of different colors: white, blue, purple, red, orange, and black. This key was to open the chests and receive secret gems or weapons not sold in the marketplace. Trilu found this function interesting, but he only had the key and no chests to open yet. Just then, Grandpa Boloy opened the door and came to check on him. "Sorry, I couldn't come check on you earlier. It was difficult to cover the young rice seedlings because of the heavy rain." Grandpa Boloy asked about his wounds. Trilu said they were just superficial wounds and would heal in a few days. He nodded. "That's good, but I didn't expect you could defeat Backban. He's a very strong swordsman in the village." Trilu wasn't sure. If Backban hadn't underestimated him, he probably wouldn't have won. Grandpa Boloy understood Backban's strength, but in battle, one must also consider willpower and combined factors, not just strength. "Your victory was no accident." Trilu bravely asked why Backban had become like this now, considering he and Sally grew up together. Grandpa Boloy exhaled a long puff of smoke as if sighing, saying, "It's a long story. 10 years ago, on a day of heavy rain like today, Grandpa Boloy and Sally hadn't been in the La Desert for long when they discovered something. At a house by the road, just as they were about to ask for shelter for the night, a monster was attacking them. When they arrived, the monster had already killed the owner of the house, but fortunately, their son was still alive. When the monster rushed to devour the child, Grandpa Boloy intervened and fought it. The monster, wounded, glared at him and then left. The child Grandpa Boloy saved was Backban. Afterward, Grandpa Boloy took him to bury his parents and then adopted him. But Trilu was curious why he treated them this way now. According to Grandpa Boloy's speculation, Backban's purpose was to avenge his parents, but he always advised him to give up and live a good life. In law, there were countless unimaginably powerful monsters, and as for that particular monster, even Grandpa Boloy, giving his all, would find it hard to defeat. That's why Backban left this place since then. Trilu fell silent after hearing that. That monster must be an extremely dangerous entity if even he couldn't deal with it. Grandpa Boloy shared a few more words and then left, while Trilu only thought about how to leave this place. Even if he got the map and found the temple, he might not leave intact. With his current strength, he would be devoured before reaching the middle of the desert. The last time he faced the ruler, even with his stats boosted by 100 points, Trilu was still impaled to death. He spoke up after thinking it through. "Grandpa Boloy, please wait a moment. I want you to teach me how to fight. I want to become stronger, find the temple, and leave this place." It seemed Grandpa Boloy had heard such words many times before, so he just coldly left and told him to rest. Trilu called out, saying he had a way to leave this place, but Grandpa Boloy kept walking. He punched the door hard. Even Mr. Ban confronted him because of this. Did he really provoke him? Suddenly, Grandpa Boloy stopped and told him, "Tomorrow, when the rain stops, come to the mountainside. If you can pass my test, I'll agree to teach you." Grandpa Boloy didn't know why, but ever since he met Trilu, he had hope of leaving this place. His combat power just now even cracked some of his strongest defensive techniques. Perhaps he is the glimmer of hope for all of them. At this moment, the system sent Trilu his daily quest. Run 10,000 meters carrying heavy items, 300 push-ups, 200 sit-ups with heavy items. Is this the devilish training program this system learned from other transmigration stories? But attribute points are extremely important, so he couldn't ignore it. The next day, after the rain stopped, Trilu was practicing with a tree trunk on his back. It wasn't that he enthusiastically chose this heavy log, it was thoughtfully prepared by the system. Although the training was tough, it had been a long time since he felt like pushing himself to complete a goal. This kind of challenge was even more exciting than solving a difficult math problem. After completing his daily quest, Trilu lay sprawled on the ground, yet he only received 4 attribute points as a reward. This time it was his brain's turn to train, thinking about how to distribute the points. Trilu decided to allocate 2 points to intelligence and 2 to stamina. Just then, Sally ran over. With her extensive wardrobe and fiery figure, no wonder Mr. Ban pursued her relentlessly. Sally brought breakfast for Trilu because she didn't see him in his room when she woke up. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" Are you training? Trilu thanked her and told her that Grandpa Loy had agreed to teach him how to fight. Sally was indeed very surprised. That's great. I really look forward to seeing what kind of power you'll awaken. Her words made him confused. Wasn't he a healer? Could he awaken other powers? Sally nodded. Of course. Healing is just a divine position given to you. Your elemental attribute will depend on your future strength. For example, Sally has the fire attribute, Grandpa Loy has the water attribute, Mr. Ban has the shadow attribute. Each person is different. The position only determines the direction of development, while the attribute decides the combat skills. Trilu only now learned this interesting news. He also didn't know what kind of attribute he would awaken. As for Sally, she lived in a world formed by 5 great continents, the Police Continent. This place is rich in resources, and commerce is the symbol of this continent. People from all over the world gather here. If the Police Continent is the center, to the west is the volcano, with the Megarata Continent, homeland of the Dragon Knights. The northern region is cold all year round, with the Sando Continent, home to giants and fierce beasts, and rich in minerals. To the east is the Burugama Continent with many forests, home to the elven race, possessing magical attacks and many types of giant monsters. The south is home to dwarves, who are excellent blacksmiths and the starting point of the world. It is said that it also connects to the endless ocean leading to the divine realm. Just crossing the ocean will lead to where the gods live, from which one can receive endless power. Initially, Sally thought it was just a legend, but when she came here, she realized that the legends people often tell each other might actually be true. Trilu nodded. That's right. So, finding the temple and being able to leave this law desert might not just be a legend. We must escape. At this moment, Grandpa Loy arrived, surprised that young people nowadays wake up even earlier than him. Seeing Sally run over, he made a teasing, implied remark. So, Sally has confessed already? Back to the main point, today Grandpa Loy is here to challenge Trilu. He nodded, his eyes resolute. I'm ready. During the chaotic era, the gods bestowed different tribes upon the world, each carrying different missions and roles. The only commonality is that this world was all created from elements. Not just visible and tangible elements like water, fire, lightning, but also elements that are visible but intangible like light and shadow. To possess elemental power, one must activate elemental perception. Therefore, Grandpa Loy activated a formation to help Trilu sense the movement and existence of elements. Outside this portal is the habitat of the monster beasts beyond the Law Desert, which he discovered while hunting. On Grandpa Loy's back was the treasured sword that had accompanied him in battle for decades. Grandpa Loy gave it to Trilu. 3 days later, he would reactivate the portal. If Trilu could use this sword to kill the Beast King and bring its head back, he would pass the trial. The important thing is that only by awakening elemental power can he unleash the true strength of this sword, and only then will he have a chance against the Beast King. You might not be able to come back once you go. You still have time to regret it now. Trilu smiled and took the sword. I won't regret it. Then he headed straight for the portal. The system activated a side quest, The Beast King Awakens. After confirming the 72-hour countdown. Watching Trilu leave, Grandpa Loy placed his trust in him. The Beast Men possess incredibly formidable defensive power. Only by acquiring elemental power can the Beast King be defeated, and elemental power is precisely an awakening in despair. By then, Trilu had arrived. Although this was the habitat of the monsters in Law, the surroundings were not like the desert initially. This place was covered entirely in black, and even the sky had no light. A foul smell assaulted his nose, but Trilu ignored it. The immediate task was to find those monster beasts. In his current state, trying to fight the Beast King would be suicidal. He needed to find some weaker monsters to level up first to feel at ease. Just then, a red light flashed behind him. Something powerful lunged to attack Trilu. He leaped aside to dodge the blow, his heart racing. He was still planning to find them, but they had already sniffed him out. The monster beast before him flapped its wings, its shape bizarre, with something red in the center. No wonder this totem is called the strangest monster in the La Desert, it's just that it's level 20. Grandpa Loy had warned that this sword would only unleash its true power with elemental strength, otherwise, it was just an ordinary sword. Chiu drew his sword and bravely charged. He was no longer the novice he was when he first arrived. Totem shot out tough tentacles, but Chiu dodged them all. Now, no matter which enemy he faced, he no longer felt fear inside. Just killing monsters would grant him levels and experience, allowing him to continuously grow stronger. Chiu cut off 2 of its tentacles as easily as slicing tofu, his flexible body fighting and retreating skillfully. The sense of conquest and exhilaration from leveling up was what he always yearned for. In a flash, Chiu cleared away Totem's tangled tentacles, charged forward, and plunged the sword into its body. He rotated the sword 180 degrees, directly severing Totem's body. Because he fought a peculiar monster with a significant level difference, Chiu received a full 35,000 experience points and 5 attribute points. But the feeling of continuously fighting and leveling up was truly irresistible. Very quickly, a swarm of Totem arrived to satisfy Chiu's current desire. In the silent night, hidden behind the moonlight, the voice of Backban still echoed, "Not enough." Exclamations like that kept rising. The image of a sword flashing across the cliff face. He continuously swung his sword, striking the rock in front of him. His bright eyes were filled with rage. With the final sword strike, the rock shattered completely. However, he still felt an indescribable dissatisfaction. No way, how could I lose to that guy? He knelt down, helplessly wondering, how could a healer, who can't even control elemental power, unleash such terrifying offensive magic that made me tremble? Besides, I've never seen Boloy use that move before. It seems even he could only barely withstand his attack. He lifted his foot, standing on a high cliff, looking into the void. Then curiosity seemed to awaken him, that guy, Chiu. What kind of person is he, really? On the other side, Chiu was clashing with the Totem monsters. He swung his sword powerfully into its body. His strikes were incredibly decisive, accompanied by a touch of fierce resolve. Every sword strike he delivered was when they lost their lives. After Chiu completed the quest, the system panel appeared, congratulating him on leveling up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 25. Unallocated points, 45. The pharmacy shop has been unlocked. Then it made an offer, do you want to consume 15 of your own levels to unlock the pharmacy shop? The appearance of the pharmacy shop, along with the difficult requirement of 15 levels to unlock it, made him a bit hesitant. Chiu realized that the higher the level, the greater the difficulty, along with the cost to unlock new features. And if he wanted to unlock everything, including essential items, pharmaceuticals, weapons, housing equipment, and home appliances, the total number of levels he would need was 300. Chiu considered 2 options. 1. Accumulate enough levels and prioritize unlocking features that require high levels. 2. Complete the Beast King killing quest, then buy some pharmaceuticals beforehand to ensure his survival. The second option offered the greatest benefit. He began to enter the pharmacy shop to select the necessary pharmaceuticals. Among them were 2 types of pharmaceuticals, recovery and effect-based. He examined them for a while. Indeed, just as Chiu predicted, the larger the base amount, the greater the recovery. Meaning that later, if HP is 10,000, then in 10 seconds, the recovery amount would be 8,000 points, becoming an invincible, unkillable state. He consumed 15 levels to unlock pharmaceuticals, and 8 levels to buy the Berserker's Spear. Currently, he is at level 2. Now I have 2 lives and I'm much stronger, Chiu said, as if certain of it. Then, a sound came from his empty, hungry stomach. Chiu entered the essential items shop and used his remaining 1 level to buy some food. His eyes landed on loaves of bread, a food item with the function of reducing hunger. Chiu bought them without a second thought. He ate and evaluated at the same time. It's so tough. Sally's steamed buns are still better. 12 hours had passed, he only had about 60 hours left to complete the quest. According to Boloy, the beast horde would be in the northwest direction, meaning he just needed to follow the symbol on the map to find the horde. Just as he was pondering that, the system panel unexpectedly appeared, announcing there were still 45 unallocated attribute points. Please allocate them promptly. Please note that once allocated, they cannot be changed. Chiu seemed to have almost forgotten about that. He pondered how he should allocate his attributes. Compared to before, he would advocate for increasing strength and agility. However, MP and defense would be very weak, and if his MP amount was insufficient, the damage from his skills would be greatly suppressed. Besides that, the important issue is that too low HP would affect Chiu's own ability to withstand attacks, meaning he could die from a single hit when facing enemies. He likened it to the university entrance exam, where one must be good at math, physics, and chemistry to ensure a high score. However, the difference is that the university exam can only be taken once, while Chiu can try many times. He can use unlimited levels to gain attributes. Combined with applying different attribute allocation strategies at different stages, he would definitely achieve perfect combat effectiveness. Once he had figured out the direction, Chiu quickly allocated his attributes. He added 15 points to strength, and the remaining 15 were split among defense and agility, with 5 points for each magic attribute. Finally, Chiu shouldered his sword and sought out the beast horde to complete his trial. In contrast to Chiu's dark night sky, the scene at Sally's place was a bit cooler and fresher. Is it really okay to let Chiu go to such a dangerous beast horde alone, Uncle Boloy? Sally's eyes were filled with worry as she looked into the distance. She truly hoped Chiu would return safely. Boloy, focused on digging the soil, didn't forget to comfort her with his reply. Don't worry anymore, Sally, I've carved a mark on the sword. So if Chiu gets into danger, I'll quickly come to rescue him. As the unease in her heart diminished, Sally had a bit of a question. Why do you want him to go to the beast horde so badly? I've never heard you mention going there yourself. Sally turned her doubts towards Boloy. He stopped what he was doing and turned to her. It's just that I might have noticed that place while hunting. Then he turned away again as if to avoid the topic. All right, Sally, I'm going into town for a bit. Remember to have dinner ready before I get back. Sally still stood there with her unanswered questions. On his way into town, Boloy bowed his head, looking thoughtful. He knew that once Chiu was determined to do something, it was hard for anyone to stop him. So he wanted to use the beast horde to let him see the true face of this world and give up his desire to leave. For the other half, although he knew it was a difficult task to complete, he also hoped the boy could bring back the head of the Beast King. By then, everyone would believe that he was the god who could lead them out of this place. Returning to Chiu, 3 hours had passed, and he was still searching for the beast horde. Perhaps the beast horde isn't far ahead. He wiped away the sweat from his brow with his hand. Suddenly, Chiu spun around, startled by a cry for help. A woman, holding a child, was running towards Chiu, shouting. He wondered why there would be women and children in a place like this. Ignoring that doubt, Chiu asked the woman what had happened. She trembled and hid behind him. Then she stammered in fear, "There are monsters, save us." In the distance, the clanking of chains echoed. The silhouettes of large monsters gradually appeared. 2 large monsters, with their leader standing in the middle, were slowly advancing towards them. Under the gloomy sky, filled with an eerie oppressive feeling, several grotesque shadows slowly walked through the thick, blood-tinged mist. They were demon beasts from Latonia, a type of monster that looked like an ogre but moved extremely slowly. Leading them was a level 40 wild orc, Lazar, a beast tamer with low intelligence in Latonia. Capable of summoning and controlling the attacks of wild giant orcs, he reveled in the suffocating feeling that could crush humans. A firm voice rang out, "So this is an orc?" Chiu silently commented. It was a much higher level than the monster he had encountered before, and it was also a type of monster with intelligence, similar to the bandit he had met in the past. His expression turned serious. He drew his sword while signaling the two frail figures behind him to retreat. Chiu's gaze focused sharply, fixed on Lazar. However, the good news was that the appearance of orcs indicated that the monster den might not be far away. The white mist lingering in his vision and the two uneasy people clinging to each other made him ponder. This woman and child, could it be that they were also just teleported here, like him and Mr. Boloy? The biting cold mixed with extreme fear made the woman tremble uncontrollably, her hand still unconsciously shielding the child. His dark pupils dilated slightly, and his face quickly returned to its usual determined expression. The space suddenly vibrated, almost crushing the ground. Lazar defiantly suppressed Chiu's momentum. Obediently offer your heads, and enjoy the pleasure of being crushed. He acted as if he didn't hear, lowering his center of gravity, preparing for battle. Lazar, like someone out of control, furiously roared, "Charge and crush these bugs. Revel in it." The ground trembled with the terrifying footsteps of the demon beasts. Chiu swiftly flew up, directly confronting the terrifying blow of the deformed creature, resolutely kicking the demon beast's solid body like a sandbag cut from its rope. The sword in his hand, imbued with powerful force, swiftly struck upwards. A painful roar unexpectedly escaped from a parched throat, to everyone's astonishment. Countless flashes of light could be seen amidst the dust-filled sky and the struggling, twisted body of the demon beast helplessly enduring the attack. Its tough flesh tore open under the small human sword light, almost scattering the demon beast. The sky roared with an unprecedented impact. The aftershocks above had not yet subsided when the demon beast was brutally hurled to the ground by Chiu. The great dust cloud engulfed all surrounding scenery. He proudly trod on air. In the ruins, thick with the stench of blood and flesh, the demon beast stared in amazement at Chiu. Repeated fierce attacks crushed its will to rampage. The demon beast continuously rolled helplessly on the ground, before the disbelieving eyes of the woman and child in the distance. The horror caused by this grotesque scene faded. The woman pulled the child into her arms, unconsciously watching. Chiu landed steadily. A terrifying force swept up with the wind, sending smoke and dust meters away, no longer daring to approach him. Not surprised by the demon beast's defeat, he sternly assessed his results. Indeed, after upgrading, I've become much stronger. Let's consider this a test after breaking through to a new level. In contrast to Chiu's determined mindset, Lazar merely glared with a look of exasperation at the utterly ruined state of his subordinate. He roared furiously. "What are you standing there stunned for? Go kill it for me." The demon beast silently avoided the command. "The mirror hasn't stopped bleeding yet, the dust and rocks haven't settled, who would want to rush into death?" The more the demon beast thought, the colder its spine felt. Any imposing aura it had vanished in an instant. It panicked and ran for its life, leaving Lazar alone, who could only stare in shock and shout after it. "What are you doing?" A pathetic failure, a cowardly runaway. Lazar couldn't keep his composure any longer. He furiously roared. "Don't think I can't survive without you. Watch me handle that kid myself." The booming voice suddenly became serious at the sharp coldness that abruptly rose. Chiu lowered his eyes calmly, his demeanor incredibly resolute. "Put down your staff, don't move around recklessly." His hand gently tightened on the hilt of his sword, his voice slightly lowered. The clacking of his boots against the ground made the atmosphere even more solemn. Chiu coldly cornered Lazar. "Why are you hunting them?" The flashing sword light accompanied by his sharp words caused Lazar to soften, and the spiked staff slipped from his rough hand. He couldn't submit to a human so easily. Lazar couldn't help but think of the power that could make humans submit. He quickly warned. His face suffered an unprecedented pain. Lazar only managed to catch a glimpse of a powerful flash of light, followed by shattered teeth flying past his head. Fresh blood filled his mouth and nose, which didn't know when to be sensible. Lazar only saw half of his face covered in blood, and all he could think was. The faint smell of blood wafted to Chiu's nose, making him frown. "Next time, it'll be the blade. Where's the beast lair?" This time, Lazarus didn't dare to challenge Chiu's patience again, because he believed Chiu wouldn't lie just to scare him. Lazarus obediently pointed towards the mountain hidden far away behind the mist. Chiu indifferently looked in the direction he pointed, connecting it with the impression in his mind. He couldn't help but be satisfied. It perfectly matched the location the system guided him to. That black stone mountain was the beast lair. Noticing that Chiu's attention had been drawn to the beast lair, a malicious glint immediately flashed in Lazarus' eyes. He took advantage of Chiu's distraction to shift his focus to where the woman was hiding. Lazarus forcefully restrained both of them, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness, and he let out a contemptuous laugh. You want to protect these two worms so badly, don't you? I'll show you how they'll have their necks slowly twisted and their blood drained by me. Lazarus quickly forced out his evil power, the terrifying pressure making the two weak individuals in his hands unable to breathe. Lazarus paid no mind, boasting. Chiu frowned heavily, and without a word, he dashed forward, leaving only a blurry afterimage. At the same time, a dazzling light flashed from the opposite side, accompanied by earth-shattering power, splitting the overly arrogant Lazarus in two without mercy alongside Chiu. He was instantly astonished. The power that had just half coalesced quickly dissipated, and he panicked, not knowing where to dodge. A cruel scenario flashed in his mind, and Lazarus couldn't help but freeze. His fate was even more tragic than that demon beast's. The pain in his data pulled him back to reality. Lazarus took two full blows from two powerful individuals who descended to punish him, his face disfigured. The sky echoed with Lazarus' screams, shattering the hard-won peace. He was kicked several meters away by the two, and dust flew up again, covering him, with more than half of it getting into his mouth. Chiu unexpectedly looked at the man who had just appeared, and couldn't help but be vigilant. The one who arrived was Boris. He showed no apprehension at Chiu's suspicious gaze. Instead, he casually praised him. Young man, your skills aren't bad. Looking over there, two more strangers had arrived to help. Although Chiu harbored no hostility, he still wanted to confirm a few things. Who are you, and why are you here? Boris regained his serious demeanor, checking as he spoke. 3 days ago, my teammates and I were suddenly brought here. After that, we encountered an attack by the OC. Amidst the chaotic battle, my teammate was captured. I followed their tracks to find my teammate, and then I met you all. Recalling the important custom of introductions, Boris's expression softened slightly, and his extremely amiable demeanor made others involuntarily let down their guard. My name is Boris, a warrior. It's a pleasure to meet you. The young man, filled with a sense of mystery and detachment, nodded slightly. He is the assassin Faloga. And this girl, with exquisite beauty and eyes radiating a noble aura, is a healer named Rachel. Realizing that they were just like him, he immediately relaxed and accepted their offer of friendship. My name is Chiu, just call me Chiu. The friendly handshake made the atmosphere more relaxed. Boris seemed to remember something very important. He immediately asked, "Oh right, Chiu, do you know why we were transported here?" Facing Boris's question, Chiu actually felt very sympathetic. He subtly looked at Lazarus, who was limping and unable to get up. Sorry, I don't know, but he might know something. Lazarus felt that his bones had been shattered by those 2 kicks earlier. He cursed under his breath, damn it, another sneak attack? These bugs are really insidious. The more he thought, the more his shame turned to anger. Lazarus silently swallowed his indignation, his heart filled with hatred, carving this vendetta into his bones. Sooner or later, I'll kill all of you. A clanging sound interrupted his bloody train of thought. Lazarus quickly looked back, startled to see that he was surrounded with no escape. What do you want to do? The pain from the previous kick had not yet subsided. He screamed frantically, "You lowly bugs, how dare you disrespect a god? A god will kill you." His words were met with a merciless sword deeply embedded in the ground, accompanied by a familiar terrifying sound. Hey, Lazarus. He was stunned. How does it know my name? Facing Lazarus' huge body, now cowering and not daring to resist, Lu showed no emotion or pity. I have a few questions for you. His voice was so cold it made Lazarus shiver. If you don't want to die, you'd best answer me obediently. A chill seemed to descend with Lu's warning, yet his expression remained as calm as ever. The sky was now ominously strange. The lair's voice was full of terror as he tried to explain to Lu. What I say is all true, you must believe me. I've told you everything. At this moment, his face darkened as he tried to control his anger. Lazarus, with his face battered, kept explaining without stopping, because my status in the tribe is low, that's all I know. It was truly the god who brought you here as food. I merely followed the god's command to guard this place. The other things, I truly don't know. The golden eyes on his face showed a flicker of anger. This gaze made Boris's group feel uneasy as well. At Interrogation, a heavy rain was pouring down on the temple. In the gloomy frame, an angry voice shouted, "Are you crazy, O Boloy?" Inside the church, only a few candles were lit. O Boloy was meeting with the mysterious people. An angry voice spoke up. After all these years, are you still this naive? The flickering candlelight was dim in the quiet main hall, only that voice echoed, "What if we find the divine temple?" The one criticizing him right now was Isekai'd, a wizard with wind element abilities. You dare to place all your hope on a kid who hasn't even awakened his elemental power. Do you know what the consequences will be if the gods get angry? The entire village will be implicated. I advise you to immediately go to the beast cave and kill that kid. Isekai'd's eyes flickered slightly. He continued, "Then repent to the gods, ask them to forgive us." O Boloy immediately retorted, "That's ridiculous. The gods in your mouth are the ones who brought us here, treating us like insects, like food." His face seemed quite surprised upon hearing this. His face full of conviction, he said, "Using the lives of our own kind to exchange for what you call peace. And yet, these innocent villagers still always consider you heroes. Isekai'd, you sugarcoat your cowardice so eloquently, but can you hide the fact that you step on other people's lives to survive?" Every word he spoke carried an unconcealed anger. His face was now filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe that he would utter these words. Isekai'd's pupils flashed, then he immediately launched an attack on him. The attack was unleashed accompanied by a shout, "I will now deal with you on behalf of the gods." But O Boloy remained calm, standing there without any panic. His judgment shield was deployed to block the recent attack. His eyes gleamed with a small, stern light. O Boloy calmly shattered Isekai'd's attack right before his eyes. That fierce aura was witnessed by everyone in the temple. Isekai'd was also secretly dismayed and wary, impressed by his power. O Boloy turned and left. "I'm sorry, I cannot endure peace obtained by stepping on the corpses of others. I will take up arms again to find a way to leave here and protect the innocent." Deep within those words was a will to resist the gods they worshipped. Isekai'd was furious, "Damn it, don't underestimate others." Suddenly, the mysterious cloaked figure spoke up. Isekai'd, enough. He raised his hand, signaling to stop quickly. Seeing this, Isekai'd stopped his prepared attack. He glared angrily at O Boloy, suppressing his rage, grinding his teeth. At Lu's spot now, amidst the grotesque scene, he carried many heavy feelings, thoughts flashing through his mind. Treating humans like insects, throwing them into this desert to be food for monsters, if I were just a player with no emotional attachment to this place, this scene would be normal. But having met O Boloy, Sali, and my companions here, I can no longer treat this as just an ordinary game. His figure was resolute in the gloomy mist. The more he thought, the more determined his eyes became to rescue these companions. Lu thought to himself, each of them has their own life. They're not characters created for entertainment. I can't just stand by and do nothing. I must find Boloy's temple and get them out of here. He suddenly remembered reading in a book that he had read before that it was a god from Egyptian mythology, one of the 9 pillar gods, the strongest god, an incarnation of a god. Why would such a powerful god be sealed in this place? And that guy just now said he was instructed to guard this place. Could Boloy's temple be near the beast's lair? Lu looked at the map displayed on the screen, his face thoughtful. This place and the temple are in opposite directions. So what exactly are they guarding here? Could there be another god sealed here? Master, the call made him suddenly look towards the sound. It was Boris. He waved and called Lu, "We're ready, let's prepare to enter the beast's den." Lu smiled lightly, nodding in agreement with Boris. His feet walked through the mist, his thoughts wary of his surroundings. On the way into the beast's lair, he didn't know what monsters they would encounter. This place is probably relatively safe, Lu walked while listening to Boris speak. They stopped there to rest, also bringing along Lazadler, who was tightly bound. Boris introduced him to the female healer. Rachel is a priestess but can already use magic to create barriers and enhance elements. Let's leave her here to protect them. She readily accepted this mission. Understood, I'll do my best to protect them well, waiting for everyone to return. Boris called them to get going. So, let's set off now. Lazadler looked at Lu, warning him. Humans, I advise you not to go to the beast's lair, or else you'll be eaten by high-level beastmen. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. He immediately made him nervous. You're afraid we'll take you along and you'll get eaten too, aren't you? He yelled furiously, what are you talking about? I'm not a beastman who fears death and loves life. Suddenly, a strong pull tugged at the rope binding him. Boris pulled the rope and turned to look at him mockingly. Then let's go, why talk so much? Lazadler continued to grumble. Hey, you crazy guys, don't you value your lives? Let's negotiate a bit, I'll guard you outside, I promise I won't run away. Elsewhere. Cries and wails echoed everywhere, boiling pots steamed and bubbled. The demon enforcers were stuffing human flesh into the boiling pots, human bones piled into heaps. They carried cages containing humans inside. The demon enforcers presented to the Beast King, "This is the food found today, please give your command." The Beast King Finner sat on his throne, his eyes deeply set. Suddenly, an attack struck, breaking the cage that held the humans captive. The demon enforcers standing around the cage were all frozen. They instantly became giant, motionless blocks of ice. Quan Kwa Mao appeared. He stood there valiantly and declared, "I am a mage. I will take everyone away. If there are other heroic friends, we will kill the monsters together. And get everyone out of this place." His teammates all got into combat stances. Quan Kwa Mao's blue eyes flashed with anger. To kill so many innocent people for personal desire, it's truly unforgivable. He furiously unleashed his power and roared, "Today, you will pay for your blood debt with blood." Quan Kwa Mao unleashed his blizzard ice ring skill at the demons. The Beast King Finner still sat calmly on his throne. "Stop!" With just one word, his skill was completely blocked. Quan Kwa Mao's voice rang out in surprise, and his face began to panic. His power sent Quan Kwa Mao flying into the air. He was enveloped by a strange aura, making his whole body float in midair. Quan Kwa Mao's teammates cried out in alarm, "What's happening?" Controlled by the magic, he slowly began to lose consciousness. With just a slight wave of Finner's hand, Quan Kwa Mao's eyes looked as if they were about to pop out, and blood flowed from his eye sockets and nose. This power caused his body to explode. Blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies trembled as they were covered in Quan Kwa Mao's blood. The level 85 Beast King Finner sat leisurely on his throne, gloating at humanity's panic. Boris kicked the monster, catching it off guard. While the monster was stunned, Faloga used magic to summon a giant hand to restrain it. Then it was Lu's turn. His eyes were cold yet decisive as he drew the dowel from his back. He then struck the monster with a powerful blow. Lu landed swiftly, and the monster stood motionless for a moment. Then it also fell, joining its defeated brethren. Lazadler witnessed this scene and was speechless with surprise, thinking, "These guys are quite formidable." His gaze shifted to Lu, secretly assessing him, "And that kid, he seems even stronger than when I last saw him." Lazadler was genuinely curious. What is his background, exactly? Lu looked at the monsters lying scattered at his feet, frowning in thought. The closer we get to the beast's lair, the more giant beasts there are, and their strength and level are also increasing. He concentrated on the system screen, thinking, although my level was consumed, the experience points needed to level up still increase step by step according to my original level. Although these giant beasts don't give low experience points, I can see that my leveling speed is slowing down. I need to speed up my leveling. Perhaps noticing Lu was distracted, Boris walked over and asked, "Haven't you adapted to this intensity of combat yet?" Boris leaned in and continued, "Although some beasts move slowly, it still takes a lot of effort to kill them. But you're the first person I've met who hasn't awakened their elemental power yet can kill giant beasts so easily." Then Boris smiled again. "It seems you and I, Boris, are destined to meet." He offered Lu, "I think highly of you. If we can get out of here, would you join our guild?" Chiu paused. What guild?" Boris still slyly invited him to join. "There are many beautiful older women in the guild, you know. I'll introduce one to you for free then. You also like older women like me, don't you?" Chiu pretended to be naive and replied, "Older women? I don't understand what you mean, sir." At the same time, Feloga arrived unexpectedly. "Didn't you say your guild only has you?" Exposed, Boris immediately changed the subject. Nothing. We should get going quickly." He didn't forget to remind Feloga, "You talk too much." The young man calmly replied, "You just said it yourself a moment ago." Done with the idle chatter, Feloga pointed in one direction and said to the other two, "Ahead is likely the entrance to the beast's lair." Chiu and Boris silently followed his gaze, falling silent for a moment. Before the three of them was a dark, cold cave. It was clear at a glance that it wasn't a good place. Chiu remembered something and turned back to ask, "Hey later, is that the entrance to the beast's lair?" His reply was silence and the rope left behind. Boris merely chuckled as if it wasn't worth bothering about. "That guy took advantage of us being focused on fighting earlier and ran away." Later had already run a distance into the cave, panting and worried. However, he also had a backup plan, so he smiled momentarily. "I must quickly report to Lord Beast King that there are intruders. Maybe he'll even reward me." Chiu's group had also entered the cave. They stopped at the entrance and confirmed, "This is the place." Boris's face showed clear satisfaction, and he smiled, "There's a smell of beastmen. It seems Later didn't lie to us." Immediately after, he regained his serious expression, completely different from before, and said, "Let's go in." Green flames were lit in succession, extending throughout the cave. They illuminated every corner, allowing Chiu's group to pass through easily. Boris wasn't used to such tranquility. He looked around, confused. "I just feel like this place is strange. We've been walking for so long, and there's not a single beastman in sight." Feloga discovered something and signaled the others, "Everyone, look ahead." 3 entrances appeared in the middle of the cave, as if trying to force them to split up. Boris probably understood this, and having no other choice, decided, "It looks like we'll have to split up." Before leaving, he cast a symbol on each person's hand and explained, "This is the gate of fire. The 3 of us will split up. If anyone finds a clue or encounters danger, you can chant the spell to notify or teleport for support." After a brief explanation, Boris quickly instructed, "Let's begin. I'll go left, Feloga goes right, Chiu, you go down the middle." He didn't forget to give his teammates one last warning, "Remember to chant the spell I just taught you if you encounter danger." And so, the 3 officially embarked on their paths, operating individually for a while. Chiu ran forward quickly. He thought to himself, "I need to speed up my leveling now. But why are there no monsters here?" Chiu went deep inside and suddenly stopped. He was stunned as he observed everything before his eyes. There were recently deceased bodies lying strewn about here, and ghoul-like creatures gnawing on the flesh of the unfortunate girl. Chiu watched them eat, and at the same time discovered countless other skeletons around, which made it possible to imagine what had happened in this place. These ghouls were Dao Jiang's fake ghouls. They suddenly caught a strange scent and slowly turned their heads towards Chiu. He was already prepared for this. Just as he was about to draw his sword, he thought, "It's true that you get what you wish for, but this..." These ghouls were truly too numerous. Chiu was like a mosquito surrounded by them. Detecting an invading enemy, and a human one at that, the bloodthirsty ghouls naturally didn't let it go. They roared and snarled loudly, piercing the ears. Inside the beast's domain, a ghoul entered the great hall, knelt down, and respectfully reported. That one told him, "Lord Finer, 3 bugs have broken into our domain, but they just split up and walked into the traps." Finer remained silent, thinking to himself, they must have been torn to shreds by the Necron's demons in the traps by now. Outside, a ghoul roared ferociously, charging straight at Chiu, its sharp teeth bared as if to tear him apart. He, however, remained calm, swinging his sharp sword. He thought to himself, the ghouls' attack power isn't strong, but their numbers are immense, and they give a decent amount of experience points. Chiu swung his sword, slashing relentlessly at the ghouls. With each slash, the system displayed a notification: killed 10 ghouls, received 20,000 experience points. Chiu spun around, delivering multiple slashes to them. In his head, he was still calculating. However, killing them one by one like this is too inefficient. He was wildly wielding his sword, each slash precise, and they all fell beneath Chiu's blade. Now, the experience points needed to level up were quite high. There wasn't much time left, he had to get past this place quickly. Finally, after an intense battle, all the ghouls were annihilated. A notification appeared: killed the 100th ghoul, received 200,000 experience points. Then the system displayed a large notification: killed 99 ghouls. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 14. Received 50 hidden levels. Based on skill point distribution and combat style, you have received 3 new skills. The first skill appeared. Acquired innate skill, Holy Light Smite. Divine Compassion can penetrate shields and magical barriers. The second skill appeared. Acquired innate skill, Godslayer's Cleave. Attacks 20 enemies within a 5m radius in an instant, simultaneously dealing a critical strike. The third skill appeared. Acquired innate skill, Divine Speed. Increases attack speed by 20% for 40 seconds and restores 3% of HP. Then the system's voice rang out: please choose 2 out of the 3 skills above. After the system's introduction of 3 incredibly attractive skills, Chiu couldn't help but ponder, choose 2 out of 3 innate skills? But after reading them, it's a bit hard to decide. He began to analyze each skill carefully. Each choice brought both potential and limitations. Combining Godslayer's Cleave and Divine Speed would double the recovery efficiency, and combining Divine Speed and Holy Light Smite wasn't bad either. Chiu stood before 2 choices, calculating meticulously. Generally, they all aid in recovery efficiency for close-range combat. I can use Divine Speed to quickly approach the enemy and then use Holy Light Smite or Godslayer's Cleave. Standing before the Holy Light Smite skill, he hesitated slightly. But even if it's Divine Compassion, the attack range is too small. If I don't get close enough to the enemy, it only recovers my own health, which isn't a suitable option. After some deliberation, Chiu made his decision: I'll choose Divine Speed and Godslayer's Cleave. The system then displayed a confirmation notification: innate skill Divine Speed and innate skill Godslayer's Cleave have been selected. He looked at his hands, then gazed into the distance, his heart filled with worry. How are Boris and Faloga doing, I wonder? I hope they're not encountering the same trouble as me. The magic circle on my hand isn't reacting, so they're probably safe. Then, from somewhere, a horde of ghouls unexpectedly rushed forward at terrifying speed. Chiu wasn't flustered at all. He quickly wiped them out, then left without looking back, leaving the defeated ghouls behind, and continued to move forward. At this moment, Boris and Faloga's situation was also very tense. The ferocious roars of the ghouls echoed, signaling an imminent fierce battle. Boris raised his leg high, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful move, Hellfire Split. He stomped his foot hard on the ground immediately cracked open, and sparks shot up, making them extremely frightened. Then, one by one, they were all engulfed by the flames, looking very pained. Having dealt with them, he struck a majestic pose, with small pockets of fire still smoldering beneath him. A clear yet eerie singing voice suddenly rose in the silent space. He wondered, is that singing? Bora stood next to the two ghouls, and all three simultaneously looked towards the sound. From the hazy darkness, a slender figure gradually emerged, vague like a ghost gliding through the mist. She slowly stepped forward, revealing a girl's delicate legs, but the stockings on her feet were tattered, and a broken chain still clung to her ankle. As she came closer, her long flowing hair and torn, tight-fitting clothes, revealing parts of her skin, became visible. She sang as she approached, her eyes covered by bandages. She was now fully exposed before everyone. Seeing this, Boris recognized the figure before him, assuming she was the one controlling the ghouls. He angrily shouted, "You're controlling these ghouls to attack me, aren't you? I'll turn you into ash." The necromancer heard this and scoffed with a contemptuous smile, her face pale with strange cracks. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, and chunks of rock cracked and flew into the air. Countless shadowy demonic arms emerged from the ground, rushing to grab him. Boris was startled, not understanding what was happening. The arms clung tightly to his body. Boris struggled, trying to break free, but it was useless. Fear welled up in his heart. That singing. I can't use my strength. Then, suddenly, Boris glanced down, noticing something. The demoness now walked closer to him, grimacing, wanting to do something. She stuck out her long, slimy tongue and licked Boris's face. He leaned away, trying to avoid it, but the ghostly arm held him rigid. Not stopping there, the demon necromancer raised her sharp claws, raking a blood-spurting line across his stomach. At this moment, an arm covered Boris's mouth. He lost all strength, only managing to think, am I really going to die such a miserable death here? Just as Boris was on the verge of death, Chiu appeared like a savior. A stream of fresh, purplish blood, like that of a demon, splattered out. He chopped off the demoness' two hideous arms, and red blood splattered everywhere, mixing with her pained screams. The ghostly arms clinging to Boris's body also gradually vanished. Chiu stood there, sword at the ready, looking very heroic. He asked Boris, "Did I arrive at the right time?" On this side, her voice rose with resentment, "Derek didn't kill you?" Hearing that, Chiu threw something over and said, "Are you talking about him?" The object hit the ground with a thud, then rolled to her feet. It was Derek's head. The demon necromancer froze at the sight of the head. Then Chiu continued, "He was much stronger than those ghouls, but I still killed him with ease." Those words were like pouring oil on the fire of her anger. She gnashed her teeth in a frenzy. Unwilling to give up, she resorted to her old trick, using her magical singing technique on Chiu again. Boris clutched his stomach in pain but quickly warned him, "Tran Chiu, don't let her act." Before he could finish, the magical singing echoed, binding Chiu. It was the necromancer's song with a paralyzing effect. Then she screamed in fury, revealing that long, hideous tongue, "This is how I'll deal with you too." Before she could finish her sentence, she was startled by Tran Chiu's actions. He used the recently acquired divine stride skill, instantly beheading the necromancer before she could even utter her last words. Then Chiu, as the victor, declared, "Your singing is truly unpleasant." Boris stood there, seeing that, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is really strong." Then, a whirring sound from somewhere caught both their attention. At this moment, flames were rising from the palms of both their hands. Seeing this, they cried out, "This isn't good, Philoga's in danger." The evil creature, the hell python from the underworld, was fiercely attacking its enemies with fire. Philoga tried to fend it off alone with a rock in his hand, but it wasn't going well. He gritted his teeth, "Damn it, the gap between me and this monster is too wide. All I can do now is defend against its attacks, there's no way to counterattack." Just as he thought that, the sturdy rock began to show signs of cracking. Philoga flinched, unprepared for this situation. What was bound to happen, happened. The defense was blown away, and Faloga also took a hit, getting sent flying. He used his body as a cushion, landing some distance away. The strong impact was too much for Faloga's internal cells, causing him to vomit blood. Having lost his footing, he was pushed into a corner. At that moment, it seemed the last thing he would see before dying was the sharp fangs of the hell python, ending his life here in a miserable defeat. Then, suddenly, a tall figure appeared, blocking Faloga's path. Chiu took a breath to steady his divine power, slowly raising his sword. He struck the hell python's vital point before it could even react. It fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Perhaps fearing that the next blow would finish it off, the hell python quickly fled. Faloga was ultimately safe thanks to Chiu's timely reinforcement. Only then did he turn around, smiling, and say, "Sorry, Faloga, we're a bit late." Faloga, still exhausted and gasping for breath, coupled with Chiu's recent display, made him think, this Tran Chiu is just too strong. Boris also approached them from behind to chat. My side and Tran Chiu's side were both trap holes. It seems this path is the actual way to the Beast King. Seeing him, Faloga's face lit up with joy, and he even smiled slightly, calling Boris's name. He helped Faloga up and asked, "Faloga, are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine, not dead yet." At this moment, suddenly remembering his recent brush with death, Faloga said, "But that giant serpent is really too strong. I've never encountered a creature like that before. It's like a monster that only appears in legends. If we meet the Beast King, will it kill me in an instant?" Boris had to agree with this. He was a bit hesitant. Chiu spoke up, interrupting, "The one who will kill you isn't the Beast King, but your fear." The other two fell silent upon hearing that. Chiu continued his words, "Fighting with fear only brings us closer to death. This is just one Beast King. After we leave this place, we'll have to face even more powerful creatures." Chiu stated sternly, "For my friends, to win freedom, even if I have but one breath left, I will certainly fight to the end." As soon as he finished his motivating words, the hell python resurfaced, reappearing with renewed strength. It looked at Chiu's group, but no longer with the fear it had shown earlier. It intended to devour them completely. Chiu urged everyone, "Let's fight together." The other two had no choice but to commit, fighting alongside Chiu. Boris used his lightspeed to rush forward, his voice provoking, "Tran Chiu, I'll go first." As he unleashed a kick, he also didn't stop talking, "Hey, you worm, watch this." Because the hell python's skin was too hard, it repelled Boris. It was about to unleash fire, aiming directly at his position to burn him alive. Fortunately, Boris reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Faloga's hand trembled as he raised it, his reason telling him, "Prepare to activate elemental power. I can't be the one holding them back again, this time I must give it my all." Stabilizing his physique and power, Faloga activated his magic and shouted, "Hand of Xidigarba." A giant hand emerged and lunged forward. The hell python was suddenly grasped by the neck, causing the fire from its throat to vanish. Boris knew who was the only one capable of destroying this creature, so he yelled out to him, "Tran Chiu." He was up there, in a contemplative state for a moment. Then he jumped down from the high mountaintop with his sword. Chiu moved his arm, swinging it over his head, bringing it down in a straight line. He identified his target, aiming directly at its center. Then he stabbed at the hell python's weak point. The deep wound could not heal as usual. The system quickly analyzed and reported to Chiu, "The hell python's scales are 20% damaged. Not enough to kill it." Chiu pulled out the sword, then struck again just like before, but this time stabbing deeper and with increased force. The hell python's scales were damaged from 30 to 50%. Continuing to 80%, this time there were signs of heavy bleeding. Upon reaching the 100% limit, the hell python was completely destroyed. It shrieked in agony. Chiu held the sword firmly, still embedded in the fierce creature's head, and turned around. Then he shouted loudly to muster his resolve. He ran straight down, the sword dragging along, tearing a long gash across the hell python's body. Lu had no intention of stopping, continuing to run quickly with the sword still in its body. Very quickly, he landed successfully without any obstacles. The image of the hell python being annihilated behind Lu created an incredibly cool scene. Boris excitedly cheered, "It's dead." The reward after eliminating the hell python was 200,000 experience points for leveling up, plus a high-grade hellfire gauntlet and some accompanying points. Lu said nothing but was surprised, thinking, "I actually got equipment, and it even increased my attributes several times over." The system asked Lu if he wanted to equip it. He immediately agreed to equip the hellfire gauntlet. Boris behind him didn't see this but was very curious about him. That kid was separated for only a few hours, but his power underwent earth-shattering changes. Why? Then he asked a question, staring at Lu, "Who exactly is he?" A deep, vast cave awaited them. However, all three of them sensed the presence of something. Lazadler then peeked out, looking left and right. Both Lu and Boris were sharp at the same time. They attacked in unison, kicking at Lazadler, surprising him. The unluckiest demon was about to get a good beating again. It let out a scream, and its whole body was kicked away. Boris approached and questioned, "Lazadler, why did you bring yourself here?" He held his chest and slowly sat up, replying, "I just got lost. The Beast King has activated the trap pit." Lu suddenly remembered, "Trap pit, no wonder we encountered these monsters." Lazadler brushed the dust off himself and said, "You're still alive, how lucky." Before he could get comfortable, Boris kicked him again. He threatened, saying, "Quickly, where is the Beast King? If you don't lead us there, I'll deal with you right now." Lazadler replied fearfully, "I know how to get in, the entrance is right there." The whole group was led to stand before a wall. Boris didn't forget to gently warn Lazadler in his ear, "If you dare to play any dirty tricks, I'll castrate you right now." He secretly recited some kind of spell. Some mysterious symbols began to appear on that smooth wall. Then they split in two, slowly opening like a door. Inside was a strange darkness. Currently, there was heavy rain and thunder in the sky. Boloy was standing watching the raindrops, then he walked to stand in front of a wooden room. Boloy raised his hand to grasp the door. And he slowly pulled the door open in the dark weather. Inside was a set of armor neatly placed in the room. Suddenly, a man outside spoke, "After hesitating for so long, you finally opened it." Backban continued, "You never let Sally and me near this room before. We were always curious about what was inside. Turns out it's your battle armor. No, or rather, it's the place where you keep your hope of leaving this damn place, isn't it?" Boloy glanced and thought, "When did that kid arrive? I didn't even notice." Backban, with a murderous look, said, "I heard about it. You want to form a team to leave Latonia, and maybe on the way, you can find the monster that killed my parents. Since leaving this house, all these years I've trained hard, all for this day." He continued in a harsh tone, "I want to join. This time, you won't stop me, will you?" On Lane's group's side, as they entered the cave, someone asked, "Hey Lazadler, don't you dare pull any tricks this time." Boris tightened his grip on Lazadler's neck and continued, "If you dare to play any more devilish tricks, then say goodbye to your life." Lazadler weakly said, "I won't dare anymore. Ahead is the main hall of the cave. Lord Beast King is inside." With their noise, Lu spoke up, asking, "Do you know where the captured people are being held?" To Lu's question, Lazadler replied confidently, "Of course I know, I could find it with my eyes closed." Hearing Lazadler's answer, Boris removed his hand from his neck. He walked ahead and said to Boris and Faloga, after entering the main hall, "Let Lazadler lead the two of you to rescue our comrades." Boris said, "Are you saying we're holding you back? Kid, don't try to think that saving us means you can make decisions on your own." Boris continued in a derisive tone, "You're not that strong yet." Lu closed his eyes in annoyance, "I just don't want to." Suddenly, a warning message appeared. Then, a red panel appeared with the text, "Hidden boss detected ahead." With your current combat power, the chance of victory and survival is 10%. Do you wish to terminate the mission immediately? Lu, with a worried look, thought, only a 10% chance of survival. I've already tried to level up. Even without elemental power, it shouldn't be this low, right? Philoga saw his worried face and asked, "What's wrong, Lu?" He replied, "It's nothing. I don't want my actions to implicate other innocent people. Once we're in, you two go immediately to rescue our teammates." Lu coldly accepted the mission to confront the Beast King. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "No way!" He glanced back. Boris spoke up, "I will absolutely not abandon my comrades, especially not letting you face danger alone." Philoga just stood watching, without saying a word. He explained to Boris that the beasts inside were not as simple as they thought, estimating their chance of victory at only 10%. Boris's face darkened as he said, "So what? If you hadn't saved us earlier, we'd be dead out there. Even if the chance of victory is 0, I won't run away alone. Right, Philoga?" Next to him, he nodded in agreement. Lu had pensive eyes after hearing what they said. And he recalled his past, thinking that from childhood to adulthood, whether at school or practicing swordsmanship, he always faced any problem by himself. Although he never felt hardship, he couldn't avoid moments of loneliness. His brave face thought, "Now I'm not alone anymore." Lazadler fearfully pointed into the distance, "That's the main hall ahead, but can I stay out here and wait for you all? The Beast King will kill me." The three of them focused on observing what was ahead. In front of them was a gloomy gate, with 2 torches on either side illuminating it. Boris looked at Lu, who understood and nodded. Lazadler's frightened voice still spoke, "If you all want to die, that's your business. I'm not ready to die yet." Despite saying that, all 4 still went through the gate together. Inside was a cave with many sharp spikes overhead. They carefully observed their surroundings. In front was a chair neatly placed there, but no one was sitting in it. Lu wondered in confusion, "Strange, why isn't there a soul here?" He spoke up and asked, "Hey Lazadler, didn't you say the Beast King was here?" He was scared, "I don't know either. Usually, this place is heavily guarded, but for some reason, there's no one around today." The gate behind them suddenly slammed shut. Lu and Boris flinched, casting cautious glances around. Lazadler looked at the gate, his spirit also flustered and confused. Suddenly, Philoga screamed in pain, startling him. A blue light surrounded Philoga, causing him to float up. Lazadler was so scared he fell to the ground, and Boris was also panicked and worried. Lu turned to look at the person controlling the light. Finner's figure was sitting on the chair, controlling the ghostly blue light. Philoga couldn't bear it anymore and spat out blood, startling Lu. He gritted his teeth and glared at Finner, who was sitting on the chair. And he rushed towards the Beast King sitting there, causing the ground where Lu stood to shatter into pieces. He was holding a sword and swiftly rushed towards him. Lu lunged down from above, wanting to kill Finner with one strike. The Beast King quickly created a barrier to protect himself. He used all his strength to try and cut through the barrier. But Beast King Finner was able to flick the sword away with just one finger. Seeing that, he immediately jumped far away from the barrier. Philoga was released but fell freely from a height. Luckily, Boris ran over and caught him in time, preventing him from hitting the ground. He breathed heavily and asked, "Philoga, are you all right?" But he had already lost consciousness at some point. Lu glanced at Beast King Finner and thought, when did he sit there? Was that move just now neutralized by him so easily? Finner smirked, glancing at him triumphantly. Philoga's hand tightly gripped his trembling arm, trying not to collapse. Boris, seeing him like that, called out, "Hey Philoga, don't push yourself too hard." His whole body covered in a layer of yellow spiritual energy, he shouted at him, "No problem at all, let's go." Following Philoga's words, Boris stood on the huge saber and charged forward with a roar. He dashed through the air, a stream of bright yellow spiritual energy like flames rising from beneath his feet. Finner stood within his own barrier, showing no emotion. With a fox sound, Boris immediately jumped out of there, before his saber and Finner's barrier could collide. Boris somersaulted in midair, then aimed his feet towards Finner and quickly plunged down. Feloga, from his side, also channeled spiritual energy into his hand and slashed towards Finner. All of them simultaneously collided with the barrier he had erected, letting out a tremendously loud crash. Finner stood inside the barrier, observing everything indifferently, regardless of his defense crackling like electricity. Chiu seized the opportunity and immediately appeared behind him. He swung his sword, making a decisive and sharp cut. People only saw the sword blade flash and heard a whoosh cutting through the wind, but couldn't keep up with his attack speed. With a bang, an even louder sound than before echoed from the battlefield. The shockwave it caused was felt even a mile away. When the smoke, dust, and rocks all cleared, Finner's barrier still stood tall, completely without a single crack, let alone being broken. After delivering the sword strike, Chiu couldn't help but be surprised by the sturdy barrier in front of him. It was then that Finner finally smiled at the corner of his lips, an arrogant and calculating smile. He slowly raised both his hands, surrounded by spiritual energy like streaks of lightning. Chiu looked at the light in front of him, furrowing his brows in caution. Boris also saw that light and remained vigilant, not letting his guard down. A large shockwave, centered on Finner, erupted around him, accompanied by his characteristic lightning bolts in the air. Boris tried to crouch low, shifting his weight to his feet so as not to be blown away by the shockwave. Unfortunately, his strength was not enough to resist it. Boris was blown away, and Feloga, far away, also suffered the impact, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Even though Chiu used his sword to block, he was still pushed back a certain distance. Lassidler, standing outside with a banner, cheered and yelled like a fan, "Beast King, you're so cool." Chiu remained in his defensive stance, calculating in his mind, "I thought this boss's skill could only be used in front, but unexpectedly it covers his entire body, and its offensive power is also terrifying." Boris and Feloga also struggled to get back on their feet. Chiu immediately turned and asked the two, Feloga, "Boris, are you two all right?" Boris immediately shouted back that they were fine. After confirming his teammates were all right, he frowned again, calculating. Before Chiu could finish thinking of a countermeasure, a loud laugh echoed from not far away, causing all three to heighten their vigilance. Finner stood there, holding his face and laughing loudly as if he had just found something very interesting. One second he was laughing like an idiot, the next he scowled, his cold eyes fixed on the three. Immediately after that statement, wind suddenly picked up from nowhere, and a wisp of white smoke suddenly swirled around behind him. Finner, who had just been standing there, immediately vanished without a trace. Chiu looked around vigilantly, thinking. Then suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something unusual. A silver-blue beam of light shot towards Boris, accompanied by Chiu's warning. As soon as the words were out, Finner was standing imposingly in front of Boris, twice his size. Just his presence was enough to create pressure, not to mention the spiritual energy surrounding his body. Boris seemed to just realize it, staring at him, gritting his teeth. Without warning, he punched Boris squarely in the right flank before he could even defend himself. Boris clutched his injured spot, collapsing and painfully coughing up a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth, glancing at Finner, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In a tit-for-tat move, Boris suddenly swung his fist, imbued with spiritual energy, towards Finner. Unfortunately, his counterattack was unsuccessful. Finner grabbed Boris's arm, crushing it until it broke, and as his right arm snapped, Boris's painful cry rang out. Gritting his teeth until blood appeared, cold sweat streamed down Boris's face as he tried to suppress his pain. Not one to give in so easily, Boris lunged, swinging his leg up to kick Finner's face. Finner looked at his action, scowling as if watching an ant struggling against its imminent death. Without dodging, he deliberately struck Boris's leg with his head, and Boris immediately sustained devastating damage. This strike was indeed fatal, he cried out in pain. Watching Boris lie motionless on the ground, Finner merely stated nonchalantly, as if counting. His face showed no expression, cold yet exuding sinister cunning. To ensure Boris was completely finished, he jumped up, putting all his strength into it, intending for this blow to crush Boris. The more mutilated he was in death, the better. Philoga, not far away, desperately screamed Boris's name. In that tense moment, Chiu stepped forward to block the Beast King Finner's attack. Which greatly surprised the two. Chiu could actually block that monster's attack. Boris secretly assessed. Finner was also astonished by his strength. However, bugs are still bugs. Your resistance will only make me more excited. Then he struck another blow towards Chiu, who again blocked it with his own body. With determined eyes and refusing to die, he declared. Then Chiu unleashed his swift movement skill. At that moment, Finner faltered slightly at his counterattack. With swift movement, Chiu delivered a decisive upward slash. Causing the Beast King Finner to cry out. Not stopping there, he quickly shot up in pursuit. And then seized the upper hand, actively attacking in midair. The sparks of determination continued to burn. He kicked, plunging his foot deep into Finner's head. Then another blow, for Boris. He used the divine extermination slash. A series of bright lightning bolts shot out from his sword in midair, piercing through Finner. The Beast King's crown also flew off as a result. It seemed he was defeated, but no, he suddenly reappeared behind Chiu. His gaze remained calm. It seemed Chiu had also detected the enemy's presence. Then he used Flash Strike, turned around, and delivered a decisive blow. The destructive power from the sword spread far and wide, sending Finner crashing into the cliff face. Creating a massive tremor across the entire area, Chiu also landed safely. That was the decisive blow he exacted for the innocent people who were harmed. Boris, Philoga, and Lassidler could only watch the battle from the side, silently exclaiming, "He's too strong." Then, a tremor came from Finner's side, and an explosion erupted. He emerged from the cliff, surrounded by a strange surge of power. Lassidler trembled at the sight. That's the elemental power of the Beast King. We're done for. Chiu watched vigilantly, observing his next move. Then, a new form of Finner was revealed. That power made him look more vital than his horrifying previous form. Finner glared, full of murderous intent, and lightly swung his hand. The gigantic mace with a skull head slammed hard into the ground, emitting a powerful shockwave. From the shockwave, hundreds of Langma appeared and charged forward. Chiu stood stunned, watching the scene. He swung his sword powerfully at them, the mighty collision devastating the surrounding area. Finner didn't stop. He raised his hand to control the mace, making it stand upright. Then he smirked maliciously, his bloodthirsty eyes staring straight ahead. Finner and the mace charged from behind, attempting to encircle Chiu. He noticed and vigilantly turned his head. A sky-shattering explosion occurred, the massive blast scattering rocks everywhere. Chiu's sword also flew out, plunging straight into the ground. Everyone affected by the shockwave covered their faces. A moment later, drops of red blood splattered onto the ground. Chiu was exhausted, his breathing ragged. He struggled to stand on his numb legs, his entire body covered in injuries. Seeing this, Finner smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand, now filled with spiritual energy. The skull mace was then absorbed back into his body. In an instant, Finner's power erupted, transforming into a dazzling pillar of light. Chiu's hand trembled, blood flowing from his arm, soaking the bandaged wrist. He bit his lip, thinking wearily, my body can't move anymore, all my skills are used up, must I stop here? At this moment, Finner had transformed into a new form, seemingly his full power. He crouched into an attacking stance, then pushed off the ground, launching himself straight towards Chiu. This blow directly knocked him into the sky. He once again leaped high into the air, chasing after him. Another knee strike straight to Chiu's stomach. The relentless attacks truly left him on the verge of death. Finner landed on the ground again, preparing to charge forward. He lunged incredibly fast, his afterimage still clearly visible behind him. That charge left a series of superfast punches on Chiu's body. He painfully free-fell, crashing straight onto the ground. Perhaps exhausted, Chiu could only grit his teeth, lying flat on the hard ground. Finner gave him no chance to rest, summoning 2 powerful red maces. He laughed loudly. A useless insect deserves to be stepped on. Wake up, this is your destiny. Chiu let out a breath as if not believing the outcome. Is it really over? He began to recall the scornful words of those who had once envied him. At that moment, Chiu's mother, with her gentle face, appeared and called his name. Chiu's warm memory of her emerged, making all the scornful words vanish. That memory caused Chiu to unleash a dense surge of dark power. In the void, a voice urged, "Tran Chiu, wake up quickly." Chiu involuntarily opened his eyes in shock. Around him now was an infinite, pitch-black space. He looked around in confusion. What's happening? I was just fighting the Beast King. Where is this? Tran Chiu cast his eyes downwards. Beneath his feet now was a swirling white mist, like rolling waves. He looked at his tattered self, thinking Finner had sent him to meet his ancestors. At this moment, a voice from behind denied Chiu's thought, "You're not dead." He instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, which was a strangely dressed man. Hios floated in the air, solemnly calling his name. He frowned suspiciously. "How do you know my name, sir? Who exactly are you?" Surprisingly, the man also didn't know who he was, saying, "To be honest, ever since I woke up, I've been here. I've forgotten how long I've been here. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, too long for me to remember anymore. But ever since I woke up, a voice in my head told me that someone would take me away from here in the future." "It seems that person is you then," Hios said, glancing at Chiu as if to confirm again. He inquired in confusion, "Sir, can you explain more clearly? I don't understand what you're saying. Right now, I need you to tell me how I can leave this place." Hios calmly extended his hand towards him, offering to be accepted. And to become his master, he respectfully knelt before Chiu. Hios explained, "That voice in my head said that if I enter your body, I can leave this place immediately. Therefore, please become my master." His voice grew increasingly earnest. Chiu immediately agreed. "What's so hard about that? I agree with you. Quickly take me away from here." He was surprised for a moment, then smiled gently. The two clasped hands, marking the completion of the deal. Immediately, a surge of dark power entered Chiu's body. That power took over one of his eyes, bringing him back to reality, facing Finner. Chiu immediately thought, "That old man didn't lie to me, I really am back. And my body seems to have a kind of power constantly surging within it. Is this the effect of him merging with me?" At this moment, the system displayed a notification that he had received the power of the chaotic element. He was surprised. The chaotic element. So that's it, the old man just now was my elemental power. Understanding everything, Chiu felt a few more points of confidence. He's currently still amazed. How is this possible? That kid seems completely unharmed. He seems to have noticed the significant increase in his strength. The system continued to notify him that because he unlocked elemental power, his skills were enhanced, and he also received the skill Dan diet. Before Chiu's eyes, the skill information was explained in great detail. The power stats calculated by the system also increased accordingly. Chiu realized that a Boloy sword could only be used with elemental power. Previously, it didn't have any attributes. Since I already have elemental power, and I can use the sword, now then. It's time to counterattack. His eyes flashed with determination and confidence. Just like that, Chiu charged straight towards him. He angrily yelled, "A mere bug dares to challenge me? Do you think you're worthy of fighting me?" His response was Chiu's slash, which shattered his defense. Following that, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. A large hole and billowing dust appeared after his attack. From within the hazy smoke, a pair of green eyes, filled with killing intent, gleamed brightly. He suddenly lunged forward, raising his mace to attack Chiu. He was filled with rage. How could I lose to a bug? No way. This time I'll use all my strength to cut you into 100 pieces. Chiu calmly and lightly swung his sword. The Trim Gwen to Them Kitch easily struck him with 10,000 slashes. He helplessly endured the blows, unable to understand why. Chiu's ultimate move, Dan Diet, was activated. The skill immediately consumed 90% of his HP, instantly cutting him in half. The system then announced, congratulating him on defeating the Beast King and leveling up. He completed the Beast King quest and received a black treasure chest. Leaving Chiu's intense battle, let's return to the peaceful and fresh space with Boloy. Boloy and Backban were planting rice for the new season when Boloy suddenly said, "If you want to pull out, don't be so lazy." Upon hearing this, he immediately argued, "When have I ever been lazy? It's just that I haven't done manual labor in a long time, so I'm a bit out of practice." Sally was sitting under a tree eating peaches, but her heart was anxious as she asked Boloy, "Is Chiu coming back soon? It's almost been 3 days. In a few more hours, I'll depart." She didn't finish her sentence when Boloy's face suddenly turned solemn. A loud noise made the ground and plants shake violently. A blue wave from afar crashed towards Boloy and Backban. They had no time to react and could only stand rooted before this wave of power. After the wave passed, Backban turned around and asked, "Old man, what was that?" Sally also ran over in a panic. "Mr. Boloy, are you okay? What happened over there?" Boloy just stared into the distance but didn't answer her. His face filled with worry, he said, "After high-level monsters are killed, they'll produce this energy wave. It's coming from the Beast King's direction." In his heart, Boloy thought, "It seems Chiu has comprehended elemental power and killed the Beast King." From the sky, a beam of power shone straight down to the ground. From that beam of light, an motionless body, with tattered clothes, fell down. He saw the body fall and was utterly panicked. Lord Beast King was killed by him. He was not afraid but still had his own perspective. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't dare believe there's someone so strong in this world." He also thought with a bit of bewilderment, "I didn't expect such terrifying combat power to erupt in just an instant." He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he's always been hiding his true strength until now? Chiu was also surprised by his own strength. He truly couldn't believe he had killed such a fearsome enemy, but instead of saying fearsome enemy, it's better to say the name of the guy who helped him gain elemental power in that terrifying illusion. He said, "I've become the master, so is he inside me now?" While lost in a myriad of questions, Chiu was called back. His teammates behind him smiled proudly. Seeing him not say anything, they asked again, "Chiu, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there?" "We won." He replied from behind, "I'm fine. You two are seriously injured, so just wait there. I'll go rescue your teammates now." Hearing that, his face showed some discomfort. Perhaps he felt useless, always needing others' help. Standing still, he was also ordered by Chiu, "Quickly, take us to find those who are trapped here." He was startled but complied. "If I lead the way, Big Brother can rest assured." Despite winning, Chiu was still extremely worried, thinking, who exactly was that old man? Why did I enter that illusion at that time? Did I really come to this place due to a random game glitch? Chiu thought of an even more terrifying scenario, or is someone manipulating all these things? Why exactly? While pondering the recent events, Chiu suddenly lost control of his consciousness. He felt extremely dizzy. His whole body swayed like a drunkard, constantly staggering back and forth, as if about to fall. Chiu's legs no longer had enough strength to support his body, causing him to lose balance. Fortunately, before Chiu could fall, O'Boyle appeared just in time to catch him. O'Boyle held him in his arms, his eyes filled with immense pity as he saw Chiu in such a state. With a faint bit of consciousness, Chiu still didn't forget to utter a sentence, "Mr. O'Boyle, I've finished it." At this point, his consciousness gradually sank into sleep. Suddenly, urgent calls caused him to slowly open his eyes. It was his mother. She came close to the bed and gently asked, "It's almost noon, are you still sleeping in?" Chiu lay in bed with teary eyes, his whole body trembling as he thought, "It's Mom, have I returned home?" His mother's image was clear in Chiu's wet eyes. She smiled brightly. Mom's finished cooking. It's all your favorite dishes. Chiu sat up abruptly and hugged his astonished mother, calling out loudly with tears in his eyes. Chiu's voice became shaky as he couldn't hold back his emotions. Mom, I'm home. But a deep voice, different from his mother's sweet voice, rang out. Hey, what are you doing, Tran Chiu? At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The person in front of Chiu wasn't his mother but Uncle Backban with a judgmental look on his face. Chiu tried to compose himself and sat up straight, while Backban was utterly confused. Why did you suddenly hug me? You startled me. Chiu coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Uncle Backban, why are you here? He gritted his teeth and replied, I agreed with the old man to come here and look after you, but don't misunderstand, when the time is right, I still want to fight you again. Saying that, Backban gruffly walked out. You lie there and wait, don't move. I'm going to inform Sally and Mr. O'Boyle. Once Backban had left and the room was empty save for himself, Chiu spread his hand out and looked at it, thinking, so it was a dream. Why am I back here again? I remember I saw Mr. O'Boyle. And, thinking of that, his head suddenly throbbed. Chiu held his head, thinking, my head hurts so much. The system reported, you have an unopened chest and unallocated points after leveling up in your inventory. Please use them immediately. At this moment, Chiu looked again and discovered the Beast King's chest? That's right, after defeating Backban, he received a key, which coincidentally could be used to open the Beast King quest chest. I wonder what's inside. The system asked again, use one key to open the chest? Do you want to use it? Of course, Chiu chose yes. Immediately after, the system reported, successfully used. Activating mysterious chest, please wait. After opening the mysterious chest, a series of notifications appeared, experience points minus 13,500 points. Item settlement begins. Received boots of 100 tastes, fallen knight's armor, gladiator's gauntlets, barbarian arm guards, explorer's ring, and Kim's ring. And a special item, the legendary ring, ring of protection of, all attributes plus 10% after equipping, gain the Beast King's defensive skill. It's not over yet, the system continued to announce, congratulations, you have received a legendary hidden item. Chiu saw the chest and was a little dazed. He opened the chest, and it turned out the legendary item was an egg. Then the system brought it in front of him. Chiu sat with his arms crossed, thinking, can it be eaten? Suddenly, the eggshell made cracking sounds. It was the sound of it cracking. Chiu sat next to it, lost in thought. Is it starting to hatch? Could it be some kind of pet? Indeed, inside the egg hatched something like a baby dragon. It was very excited to come into this world. He watched it try to break out of the egg, thinking to himself, is the legendary treasure a child? Then, as soon as it recognized its surroundings, it immediately called out, Daddy. It tightly hugged Chiu's head, continuously calling out Daddy. Chiu, completely shocked at this moment, still managed to squeeze out a few words, what Daddy? Chiu, seeing it kept calling him Daddy, immediately asked the system, hey, system, can you help me investigate what kind of devil this child is and if it has any special effects? He watched it rolling on the bed, secretly thinking, why did opening a treasure chest result in a child? After a while of checking, the system reported, currently, the system's authority cannot identify living beings. Please upgrade the system, then proceed with identification. If the creature has completed pairing with you, please endeavor to take care of it. Hearing this, he became even more puzzled. If the creature has completed pairing with you, please endeavor to take care of it. Hearing this, he became even more puzzled. The newborn child was already as mischievous as a devil. In an instant, it climbed onto Chiu's head. Get down now. What kind of mischief is this? I'm not your father. Get down now. Do you hear me? But it was too young, so its understanding function was probably not yet proficient, so it ignored what he said and just climbed and jumped on his head. But human endurance has its limits, and so did Chiu. His eyes flashed as he growled, "Enough." Then, he decisively grabbed its leg, flipped it upside down, and said, "Hey kid, I'm telling you one last time, I am not your father. Do you even know how to talk? Who exactly are you? I'm not interested in risking carrying a child to find a temple." Chiu told the newborn that he absolutely did not want to be its father. "It seems I can only go to Mr. Obolo to see if anyone wants to adopt you." Hearing this, its mouth immediately drooped, and its eyes narrowed slightly towards him. Chiu looked at it, his forehead covered in sweat, thinking, "Don't tell me that expression means." Just as he thought, the next second, its cries echoed everywhere. Chiu, seeing it cry, immediately became anxious. "Little ancestor, don't cry. Did I hurt you somewhere?" Its cries grew louder and louder, not to mention, the more it cried, the more the power around it increased. The system warned, because you wish to abandon the creature, punishment has been activated. Countdown begins. Punishment duration is 30 minutes. Chiu was a little surprised, asking himself, What punishment? In an instant, the 10-second countdown ended, and the creature sitting on the table also emitted strange blue lights. The light from it blinded Chiu. He panicked and said, "Wait, you haven't even told me what the punishment is." After the light faded, Chiu slowly removed his hands and gradually opened his eyes, thinking, "Where is this?" After regaining his composure, he hastily yelled, "Where did you take me, exactly?" Seeing it was still crying, Chiu sat down to comfort it. "Kid, don't cry anymore. It's not that I want to abandon you, but I'm still just a high school student, I can't take care of you." While he was trying to comfort it, a loud roar made him turn around. It was then that Chiu discovered behind him was an elite monster, the Ice Elemental Marauder. Standing before the gigantic monster, Chiu worriedly thought, "What? An elite monster?" At this moment, the system displayed a notification, "You must defeat all monsters within 30 minutes. If the time limit is exceeded, the number of attacking monsters will double. Please be careful to protect the creature. If the creature dies, you will also be erased by the system." Countdown begins. Note: no experience points can be gained when defeating monsters. Chiu was utterly confused after reading the notification. Wait, what does erased mean? Could it be? As he was thinking, Chiu had to temporarily stop that and prepare to fight this monster. He had to fight while also carrying Zeluka. This made the already difficult fighting even harder. Chiu tried to stop, his feet sliding on the thick snow. Despite the difficulty, he still protected Zeluka to the end. Then, Chiu brought his face close to Zeluka's and instructed, "Little imp, you must not die, hold on tight to my neck." Having said that, Chiu activated his elemental power and drew one of his swords. Zeluka, sitting on his neck, seemed very amused and kept calling Papa to cheer him on. Chiu gradually accepted its presence. "We'll fight together." At this moment, Uncle Ben went to inform Mr. Boloy and Sally, but Sally, who went to town to buy food, hadn't returned yet. "I wonder how Chiu is doing." Uncle Ben heard this and replied to him, "I don't see any problem." "Oh, right, have you made any progress in finding the temple team?" He replied dejectedly, "The situation is tougher than I thought. Almost no one in town agrees to join us. Everyone is terrified by the lies of the Hicksters. They think we'll cause trouble and disrupt the peace of their town." Hearing this, Uncle Ben asked somewhat awkwardly, "If we can't recruit anyone like this, we could just find the temple and leave, couldn't we? Why bother with more trouble?" Boloy took a puff and exhaled smoke. "The monsters outside town are much stronger than you imagine. If I wasn't certain, I wouldn't put you all at risk." On his troubled face, anxious eyes reappeared on Boloy's face. "Just go see Chiu first, he'll tell you what's happening outside." Just then, Sally arrived. "Mr. Boloy, what are you two talking about?" He turned and looked at her with an affectionate smile. "Sally, you're back?" "Uncle Ben just said Chiu woke up." Hearing this, she praised Uncle Ben for taking good care of him, which made him shyly turn away. Sally excitedly told Boloy, Grandpa, let's go see him quickly. I want to know what elemental power he awakened. With that, Sally dragged Boloy and ran towards Chiu's recuperating house at breakneck speed. Only Uncle Ben was left behind, a hint of jealousy and rivalry deep in his eyes, seeing Chiu receive so much attention. Back where Chiu was fighting, many monsters had been eliminated by him. Countless monsters he took down lay scattered on the cold snow. Chiu, with Zeluka on his neck, charged forward valiantly, successfully finishing off another monster. Then Chiu even used his swordsmanship to cleave several monsters in half. But that wasn't enough for him. Chiu chopped its body into 100 pieces. At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed the mission." Chiu was utterly exhausted after killing a pile of monsters without gaining any experience points. He panted continuously from sheer exhaustion. Meanwhile, Zeluka, having done nothing, was still very happy, as if cheering for more fighting. Seeing it so happy while he was utterly spent, "If I were really your father, I'd probably die young." After that, the system brought them both back to Chiu's room. Chiu sighed and murmured to himself, "Finally, we're back." Just then, Sally unexpectedly opened the door and saw him panting on the ground, so she asked, "Chiu, what's wrong?" Then Sally's attention immediately shifted to one side, wondering who this was. Zeluka, perhaps due to Sally's beauty, stared at her intently without blinking, wanting to see what she was saying. Sally, meanwhile, was surprised. Where did this child come from? Sally carried Zeluka in her arms, lifted it high, and ran around the house with a joyful expression. "So cute." She couldn't stop smiling as she asked, "Chiu, where did this child come from?" "I love children the most." Chiu calmly replied, "That child hatched from an egg." Sally, still playing with Zeluka, replied, "Don't joke with me, Chiu. I've never heard of an egg hatching a child." Chiu stood there in a daze. "That's right, how can an egg hatch a child? And I can't give it to anyone either, or I'll be punished. This is really troublesome." Boloy and Uncle Dan walked in and spoke up, "Hey Sally, what's going on? We could hear you shouting from afar." Sally immediately held Zeluka out in front of them to show off. "Look everyone, I don't know where Chiu brought this child from, isn't it adorable?" Boloy and Uncle Dan stared at Zeluka with wide eyes, then pondered for a moment. Uncle Dan then questioned, "How come I didn't see any child next to you just now? What in the world are you doing?" Chiu replied vaguely, "It just crawled under the bed just now," but in his heart, he was crying out. "No matter how I explain it, they won't understand. It's better not to explain. I'll just say I rescued it from a monster's den." Boloy spoke up, "All right Uncle Sa, Sally and Chiu just woke up. Stop making noise. Kids, go prepare some food, we'll eat and talk." Sally put Zeluka on the ground and instructed, "You have to be a good boy, okay? I'm going to make some delicious food for you." Uncle Dan waited for her to go out then asked, "What do you think about being my girlfriend?" Sally immediately frowned, "I haven't even thought about it, all right?" Chiu was standing there in a daze when he suddenly turned to look down at the ground. It turned out Zeluka had pulled on his pants and was pointing at his mouth with a pitiful face. Chiu patted its head, "Are you hungry?" "I know, don't worry, they're preparing food, it'll be ready soon." Zeluka happily ran around the house. Boloy then called out to him, "I'm sorry, Chiu." He looked at him coldly, "What are you talking about, Mr. Boloy? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me?" Boloy sincerely said, "It's my carelessness that made me think it was a normal monster's den. I didn't expect there to be such a high-level monster, it almost harmed you." Chiu gave a forced smile, "I can't blame you, I chose to take on this mission myself. Moreover, if it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have understood what you were saying, nor would I have realized that my arrival here might just be an accident. While fighting the Beast King, I was suddenly transported into a special space. There, a strange old man said he had been waiting for someone, and that by becoming his master, I could escape that space, so I agreed without hesitation. When I came out, I had received the power of chaotic elements. Everything seemed to be prearranged. Mr. Boloy, do you know what happened? Does everyone who receives elemental power go into that strange space? Boloy explained, receiving elemental power doesn't take you into a space, nor do you meet anyone. As for the chaotic elemental power you mentioned, I've only read about it in ancient books from thousands of years ago. I've never seen it with my own eyes. Chiu immediately asked him, what do the books say, Mr. Boloy? Perhaps they contain the reason for my arrival here. Boloy recounted, legend has it that the god of evil, Murphy, descended to the mortal realm tens of thousands of years ago. People chose to resist the god of evil for their survival. However, Murphy's power was too terrifying. The heroes of the human army simply couldn't resist the demon. Just when everyone was in despair, a savior appeared. That was Hios. He possessed chaotic power that no one had ever seen. Even the demon was no match for him. Hios formed an army to fight against the evil god Murphy, enduring more than 10 years of arduous battle. Finally, he killed Murphy and permanently sealed his soul in the Alataro's hell. Boloy sighed here, but the price Hios paid was also being sealed there permanently. Chiu, hearing this, hurriedly asked him, so, could the person I met be Harriet? Boloy didn't answer immediately, but thought deeply, his eyes pensive. Then he answered with certainty, which also startled Chiu, then it's very likely the person you met was Hios. Sally walked in and interrupted their conversation, calling out to them, what are you two talking about? Dinner's ready. Boloy turned his face and smiled, replying, I know, Sally, I'm coming right over. Then he instructed, Chiu, don't tell anyone else what you just told me until we've clarified the whole story. Chiu looked at him without answering, his face tense, and nodded in agreement. At the dining table, many delicious and eye-catching dishes were laid out, making Zeluka exclaim, so much yummy food. Chiu glanced at Sally and didn't hesitate to praise her, Sally, you're so good. She blushed and pointed it later, I just helped a bit, if you want to talk about being good, you should thank him instead. Hearing that, later, holding a dish, felt a little shy, Sister Sally, thank you for your compliment. Chiu was a bit surprised when he saw him, his face darkened, later, why is he here? Remembering the scene where he begged to follow, he stammered in response to Chiu's question, Uncle Boloy brought me along. Before later could finish his sentence, he placed the food on the table, changing the subject, Big brother, hurry and eat, taste my cooking. Boloy tried to explain, we don't know anything about Ratonia, and later happens to understand the terrain here, so I brought him along. Sally didn't listen to him but drooled at the chicken on the table. Uncle Dan also noted down her preferences. Meanwhile, Zeluka sat on Later's head, pulling his ears and eyes. Later could only force a bitter smile, this kid is fine, I can handle it. Chiu spoke up to ask, oh right, how are the two of you in the monster cave? They fought alongside me. Sally quickly told him, Boloy already took them to the town for treatment. After we finish eating, we'll go visit them. Upon hearing that answer, Chiu smiled slightly and nodded, seemingly satisfied. Everyone started eating, chatting lively and sending later to get various things, which made the atmosphere more vibrant. After a joyful night, the sky had brightened, and the sun slowly began to rise. Isekai'd stood on a high cliff with his subordinates, observing this dwelling amidst the mountains and forests. A subordinate ran up to report to him, my lord, that outsider is indeed with Boloy's group. Upon hearing the report, Isekai'd turned his back and ordered, finish the job and return to report. A dragon appeared in the stormy sky with lightning bolts illuminating the heavens. The dragon swooped down with fiery red eyes, piercing through layers of dark clouds. The dragon flew towards the mysterious palace suspended in the underworld. A fair and soft hand was gently caressing rose petals. It was Hades, one hand propping his chin, the other tenderly nurturing the petals in a relaxed manner. The dragon in the sky transformed into a human and landed on the ground right behind Hades. Hades smiled, without turning around, he knew who it was, and calmly spoke, you've arrived, Agoles. Agoles retracted his wings one by one, approaching Hades, Lord Hades, why did you summon me so urgently? Hades calmly replied, Farrier's energy and Latonia suddenly disappeared. I think he was killed. Agoles immediately denied. What? Farrier was killed? Those guys fundamentally cannot kill Farrier. Hades instructed him, this is also why I told you to come to Latonia. Go investigate what exactly happened. After all, he was guarding a very important seal. Agoles replied with a serious face, I understand, Lord Hades. I'm heading to Latonia now. On the other side, Chiu's group was strolling through the streets. Sally was surprised, so many things happened in the monster cave. I thought just killing a few high-level monsters would be enough. You're really powerful. Uncle Dan looked at her dismissively, powerful? If I had gone, I could have done it too. Chiu calmly said, if you had gone, I'd probably have to rescue you by now. Uncle Dan angrily, now, fight me again. Sally suddenly remembered something. Oh right, what elemental power did you awaken to defeat that beast king? Chiu pretended, I don't know what elemental power I awakened. What elemental power do normal priests usually have? Sally explained, usually it's light element. I've never seen a priest with other elemental powers, like fire element or water element. Hearing that, he played along, I see, then the element I awakened must be the light element. Uncle Dan asserted, I don't even need to think, it's definitely just the light element. Chiu was on guard. Mr. Boloy said that for now, I still can't tell the story of me receiving chaotic power. Sally stopped walking and spoke up. We've arrived. This is the best healing center in Delk's town. Appearing before Chiu's group was the Delk's healing center, ancient and peaceful. Sally and Uncle Dan quickly walked in first. She turned back and urged, hurry up, Chiu. Chiu quickly followed behind them. He stopped at the door, silently praying in his heart, hoping they were all right. As soon as he thought that and took a step through the door, many green lights appeared beneath his feet. As he stepped down and took a few steps, a pre-placed magic array appeared beneath his feet, visible only to him. Despite seeing this, Chiu didn't panic and remained still, observing. The main door of the healing center slowly closed, as if no one had entered. Sally and Uncle Dan now stopped to wait for Chiu. She wondered, why is Chiu so slow? She turned her head to check, only to find the area behind empty, Chiu nowhere in sight. He had already been teleported to another place. Chiu grumbled, what's happening now? Chiu and Zeluka walked along the corridor, observing their surroundings, not understanding why they had suddenly arrived here. Isekai'd suddenly appeared behind them and said, there's no need to be surprised. I just used a simple traditional magic transfer to bring you here. I am Isekai'd, the protector of Latonia's Delk's town. This is a place only the most talented and powerful people in all of Latonia can come to. Chiu immediately denied, I'm just a passerby with no special talents. Why are you looking for me? Isekai'd smirked, I know you killed the Beast King. That's why we want you to join us. Power, money, or beautiful women, as long as you have the ability, we will satisfy your every desire. Chiu ignored him and walked past. Sorry, I don't need any of the things you're offering, and I don't want to join you. I just want to leave here. Isekai'd felt he was wasting his time, and anger flared in his heart. I already told that old man that he and Mr. Boloy are the same type. Yet he still made me come meet him. Now Isekai'd spoke up, making Chiu stop. Our people have already gone to kill your companions. He declared loudly, I'll give you one more chance. If you still refuse, I can kill you right now. Chiu was trying to suppress the anger within him. I'll also give you one chance. If I get out and don't see Sally and the others, you all will die. Without a word, Isekai'd concentrated his power, drew his sword, and prepared to attack Chiu. In town, the kids were happily playing together. Uncle Ben looked around, puzzled, what's going on? Where did Chiu go? Sally was also very annoyed, we said we'd go visit Boris's group together, didn't we? Suddenly, he smelled a strange scent. When he realized what was happening, Uncle Ben turned back in shock and shouted loudly, danger! An invisible surge of power unexpectedly attacked Sally. He quickly used his ability to wrap around Sally's waist. With powerful force, Uncle Ben pulled her towards him, instinctively protecting her. The attacker was stabbed through but suffered no damage. Uncle Ben worriedly asked Sally. She quickly replied, "I'm fine, thank you." He looked at her attacker, furious. "Damn it, I don't care who you are, but if you dare touch Sally, I'll kill you." He still stood silently with his back to them. Sally's attacker carried a mysterious power within him. On Trilu's side, he was continuously under relentless attack. Trilu carried Zeluka, dodging left and right, but after a moment, it unexpectedly slipped from his grasp. Trilu braced his hand on the floor for leverage. He pushed hard with his arm and lunged to grab Zeluka. As soon as he held it in his arms, he used his whole body to protect it. Trilu looked at Zeluka, frowning slightly. "With this child, I really can't attack." It smiled innocently, delighted, thinking it had just been playing. Hios paused for a few beats, then grinned. "Not bad, kid, a bit stronger than I imagined." "Don't worry, this is just the appetizer." Trilu frowned, wondering, what did we ever do to you that we have to slaughter each other like this? Shouldn't we be working together to deal with the monsters outside? He was silent for a while, a fake smile still on his lips. Cocktoo bared his fangs and laughed loudly. "Deal with monsters?" His face was stone cold as he continued. "It seems old man Boloy didn't tell you the truth, did he? We've long made a deal with the monsters that we'd give them some villagers to eat, and we wouldn't interfere with them hunting people outside the village." Cocktoo calmly told him everything. Hearing that Boloy had also secretly agreed to this shocked Trilu greatly. Trilu hung his head. "From the start, you never intended to leave Latonia, did you? You just found an excuse to push some people to their deaths." Cocktoo gave a strange smile and complimented him. "Smart, aren't you? See how perfect this plan is. Want to join us?" He stood facing him and continued to speak. "The monsters sent by the gods aren't easy to deal with. Boloy is also the type to be weak and pretend to be kind, and now he's inexplicably chosen to side with the war god." Trilu looked up with resolute eyes and replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested in being a coward. I believe old man Boloy wouldn't agree to this despicable act. I also don't care how perfect your plan is, because I just want to go home. Those who stand in my way, be they human, monster, or god, will all disappear." His eyes narrowed, looking at him contemptuously. "Arrogant talk." Trilu put Zeluka down and stroked its head. "Wait here, don't run around. I'll be back soon." After securing Zeluka, he stood up and looked at Cocktoo with deadly eyes. He still maintained that mocking smile, secretly wanting to kill Trilu and Zeluka and bury them somewhere. Before he could even think of a burial spot, he took a powerful punch from the boy that made him spit blood. Cocktoo's eyes widened, looking down at Trilu with hatred. The boy didn't show any mercy, looking at him with disgust as if wanting to punch him to death right there. Other fatal blows landed on Cocktoo's body in quick succession, with brutal force. He was continuously dealt so many stunning blows that he couldn't even retaliate once, his whole body weakly staggering backward. Trilu's final finishing punch sent Cocktoo flying dozens of meters away. His fist stopped in midair, Trilu's eyes filled with more rage than ever before. Cocktoo was punched so violently that he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked up at Trilu, unable to believe his strength. Cocktoo couldn't seem to guess who he really was, to possess such immense power. The townspeople were in chaos, everyone was scared and fleeing. Not far from there, a large explosion occurred. Sally jumped high, creating a huge fire from her palm. Dorov below moved nimbly, dodging the attack. From behind, Uncle Ben quickly approached him. He frowned and fiercely launched an attack. Uncle Ben and Dorov fiercely opposed each other, the pressure emanating from them both was immense. He looked up at her and yelled, "Sally, now's the time, strike." Immediately after, she landed on the ground right behind him. Sally stood up straight and began to activate her skill, Purple Flame Fire Dance. Without hesitation, she unleashed a massive flame from her hands. The destructive power of the skill was immense, creating a shocking explosion. After unleashing the skill, Sally was tired and panting. The ground below was scarred with burn marks, but Dorov was nowhere to be seen. She looked at the scene, startled. No way, that last strike clearly hit him. Uncle Ben gritted his teeth, trying to figure out why he had disappeared. Just as he figured out the reason, he had already closed in on Sally from behind. Uncle Ben had guessed correctly. Dorov had used a clone technique to distract them. Looking in her direction, Uncle Ben was extremely worried. This isn't good. Sally slowly turned her head. Before Dorov could act, a pair of legs appeared, aiming to kick him. Dorov couldn't react in time, took the full force of the kick, and fell backward. Chiu slowly landed on the ground. He didn't delay, quickly regaining his balance to avoid falling. He pointed directly at Dorov and declared, "I don't care who you are or what your purpose is, but if you dare to touch my friends, I will definitely not forgive you." He stood there dumbfounded, staring at Chiu. His eyes were fiercer than ever, as if to confirm his words. Seeing no advantage in staying longer, Dorov quickly retreated. Sally turned to Chiu and asked, "Chiu, what's wrong? Where did you go just now?" His expression darkened considerably. "I can't explain it in a few words, I'll explain later. Right now, getting back is the most important thing." "Father Loy is in trouble," Chiu said grimly, looking towards the distant horizon. At a small house far from town, smoke billowed from the chimney. Father Loy was alone in the room, contemplating if Chiu truly grasps the power of the chaotic element. Then, as the prophecy in this book states, demons and gods will descend to the mortal realm together, and the world will be plunged into infinite darkness. He looked at the book while puffing on a cigarette. Father Loy stared into the void and frowned slightly, "But you, who wield the power of the chaotic element, are the only one who can save this world." The door gently opened, and Chiu's group slowly entered. Everyone's expression was tense. He saw them and quickly closed the book. "You're all back? Did you visit your friends that quickly?" "What? They attacked 3 of you?" Boloy was very surprised when he was told what just happened as he brewed tea. Seeing his reaction, Sally became curious. "Mr. Boloy, do you know them?" Mr. Boloy remained silent. It must be that Chiu encountered the wind elemental wizard Hex, and Sally and Uncle Ben encountered the haunting wizard Lucius. Both of them are village guardians. Hearing this, all 3 couldn't help but be surprised. He and the other man looked at him with serious expressions. Uncle Ben then spoke, "Guardians? So why did they attack us?" Hex, Lucius, Sakia, and Dorov are also known as the strongest wizards on the Polish continent. Hundreds of years ago, they were the first heroes to arrive in Latonia. They were the ones who built this town. At that time, Latonia was considered even more terrifying than hell. People who came here not only had to flee from monster hunts, but also massacred each other over food and shelter. In their despair, Dorov stepped forward and led the remaining people to this land, distributing seeds, teaching them how to cultivate, and establishing a complete system. They probably thought our desire to leave Latonia threatened the town. If it provoked the monsters, the whole town would be in danger. Boloy recounted the whole story gravely. After hearing this, Chiu immediately asked, "Mr. Boloy, you clearly knew that the village's peace was bought with the lives of its people, so why didn't you tell us?" Hearing his question, Uncle Ben was astonished. "Chiu, what are you saying?" Chiu ignored him and directly confronted Boloy. "You made a deal with those monsters, using innocent lives to trade for this dirty peace. You knew, didn't you?" Chiu faced Boloy, relentlessly questioning, "Why didn't you tell us the truth from the beginning? Are you also like them, trading innocent lives for this dirty peace?" The more he spoke, the worse his mood became. Seeing him bombard Boloy with questions, Sally stepped forward to explain, "Chiu, Mr. Boloy is not that kind of person. He is one of the 12 heroes." Mr. Boloy then spoke gravely, "All right, Sally, don't say anything more. Chiu is right, I have indeed quietly condoned their crimes." Hearing this, both she and Uncle Ben were astonished. Boloy continued speaking to him, "Try Lu, if on one side there's personal affection you can't abandon, and on the other, innocent people. Which side would you choose?" "I think you would choose the same as me because people never give up their affections for those who are unrelated. Don't you agree, Try Lu?" He frowned throughout and did not answer. Boloy continued to explain. "At that time, they threatened Sally and Uncle Ban's lives. I could have chosen righteousness, but I couldn't accept them dying. Sally and Uncle Ban are the most important people to me. To keep them alive, I reluctantly made the agreement." She heartbreakingly supported him. Boloy frowned, not intending to stop. "If it was just me, my life. I am willing to dedicate myself to break that balance, because I, Boloy, am not someone who fears death." Chiu asked him, "If you were strong enough to protect both your feelings and justice, then you wouldn't have to choose, right?" Hearing that question, Boloy was extremely surprised. He crossed his arms and seriously asked, "Did you think you couldn't defeat them, and couldn't protect Sally and Backban, which is why you compromised, right?" Hearing this, Backban couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Are you disrespecting Boloy by saying that? Be careful, or I'll smack your behind." Sally also didn't accept Chiu's attitude and stood up to scold him. He paid no attention to them and continued to ask Boloy, "If you had to choose between Sally and Backban, who would you choose?" Hearing that question, she nervously shifted her gaze towards him. Boloy remained silent for a while and still couldn't give an answer. Seeing this, he explained, "I'm sorry, Boloy. This is how I've thought since I was little, so if I've offended you, please forgive me." Boloy's eyes were filled with complex thoughts. He softly replied, "You don't need to apologize to me. I should be the one to apologize to you, because I had already accepted staying here forever. But when I met you, hoped to leave here reignited. Sally and Backban, you two are also grown now. I should tell you the truth so you can decide your own lives. If you don't want to take risks, then I've already made all the arrangements." Hearing that, she turned to him and continued, "No matter where you go, Boloy, we will always be by your side." He also didn't want to follow his arrangements. He wanted to be with Sally, so he refused. Chiu then stood up, "Sir, the time has come for us not to compromise anymore. For the innocent people in this town, for freedom, and for our loved ones, let's fight together." His determination now burned like a great fire. Boloy, seeing Chiu's resolve, didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet, and everyone watched Boloy's every move. He frowned and stated the difficulty. "To leave the village, we must first defeat the 4 guardians. Cocktoo is the weakest, the other 3 are a great challenge for us. Defeating those 3 won't be easy at all. From what I understand, after Cocktoo recovers, he will come back for revenge. So if we don't defeat them, going to the temple would be like walking into our own deaths." Finally, he made his decision. "Backban, Sally, and Chiu, I will now conduct strict training for the 3 of you. Whether you can survive and leave here or not is up to you." Seeing his approval, everyone was determined to leave. The 3 of them resolutely accepted to face this struggle for freedom. Zeluka sat alone, focused on watching a small butterfly perched on a flower. Chiu lay on the lush green grass, gazing at the sky and thinking, "I wonder how long I've been here. Mom must miss me a lot, but don't worry, I'll be home with you soon." The butterfly suddenly flew away, making him happily jump up and chase after it. He quickly grabbed the kid's pants and pulled him back. Chiu looked at him, both worried and scolding, "Be careful, this is a cliff. If you fall, we both die. Can you please stop causing trouble?" He was scolded and became very sad. He hugged Zeluka, playing with him while secretly thinking. Before, defeating the Beast King earned a lot of accumulated points, but it only allowed him to advance 10 levels. He still had 50 unused skill points. He had to figure out how to increase his skill points. Now, to activate the Chaos Element's Annihilation Lead skill, it consumes 90% of HP. Although it grants an invisible shield, the HP remaining is too low, posing a risk. Fortunately, he had previously exchanged levels for healing potions, so after using Annihilation Lead, he could recover. However, it costs 8 levels to use one potion. At this moment, Chiu had a bold thought. After activating Annihilation Lead, he would attack to defend. Surely not many people could attack him, right? Suddenly, he saw that he had received a message. Opening it, he saw it was a message from Exploding Dim Sum. 100 messages from Exploding Dim Sum were sent. He frowned slightly at the name. This was Qin Xiaomei's ID. Chiu mumbled, "What's going on? I received a message from Xiaomei?" He made a guess. Does this mean I can contact the outside world now? Xiaomei sent Chiu many messages, asking how he was and also saying that a bald uncle wearing sunglasses came to school and announced that he and his mother would move to another city. He questioned, "Am I still online in the game all this time? And why is Mom moving? Why would a bald uncle come to school? I don't remember Mom knowing any bald uncles." Chiu felt there was definitely something wrong. Could it be that his consciousness was trapped here, and his body had become a vegetable? His mother wanted to sell the house and move to the best city to treat him. That's not right. The best hospital in the country is in City B. The moving house story doesn't make sense either. Besides, with the money they have, there's no need to sell the house. The more Chiu thought about it, the more confused he became, but he couldn't figure out what was really happening. Just then, Zeluka offered him a flower. In his anger, he pushed it away and snapped, "Hey, get out of the way. I'm not in the mood to coax you right now." It lay stunned for a moment after being pushed to the ground. Then, Zeluka's eyes welled up with tears, and it cried out, "Mean Daddy." Seeing this, Chiu was so flustered he couldn't speak. But it opened its mouth wider and cried even louder, making him confused. Just then, the system announced, "Because you have caused this creature to feel wronged, the system will activate a punitive measure." Seeing Zeluka crying hysterically on the ground, he sighed, "What a mess." In just a moment, the system announced, "Transmission initiated." The two were immediately teleported to a volcano, with a scorching lava flow below. Suddenly, a spark of fire shot down from the sky. Then a huge monster appeared before them, fiercely breathing fire. Chiu bent down, returned the flower to Zeluka, and gently said, "I'm sorry about earlier. Can you forgive me?" It became happy again. Then he held his sword in one hand and carried it in the other, charging forward together. Meanwhile, at a large villa under the quiet night sky, Bora stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the night view through the window. He pondered, "So Boloy is here too? And why does he want us to keep this a secret? What exactly is his intention?" Boras recalled their recent conversation. "You are Boloy, one of the 12 heroes? The strongest thunder warrior? You once defeated Queen. I can't believe I get to meet you in this life. Are you also stuck here?" He replied indifferently, "That's just an empty title. I'm old now. I don't know how long I've been here, but everything you mentioned is in the past. Don't bring it up again." Bora still couldn't believe it. He wondered, "Did you come to see me about something?" Boloy nodded and said, "Indeed, there are a few things I'd like to ask you to do." He asked suspiciously, "What exactly is so important that you had to come find me yourself?" He advised, "Actually, it's nothing major. If anyone asks you about how Chiu killed the Beast King, please, you and Faloga, keep it a secret for me." Boras confidently said, "Mr. Boloy, please rest assured. Although I don't know why this needs to be kept a secret, I, Boras, will definitely not reveal a single word." Hearing that, Boloy immediately stood up, turned around, and said, "Thank you, Boras. I've bothered you enough for today. Please get some good rest." He politely replied, "Yes, please be careful on your way." Boras looked at his retreating back and thought to himself, "Even Mr. Boloy, one of the 12 heroes, is stuck here and can't get out, so my wish to leave is even more of a pipe dream." Before leaving through the door, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that's right. If you want to leave here, the only clue now is to find the temple deep within Latonia. We've started recruiting talented individuals in the village. If you're interested, come find me in the village." After hearing Boloy's instructions, he dutifully obeyed. As he was recalling this, a sound suddenly came from behind Boris. "I didn't expect you to be able to stand up already." Filoga looked at him standing by the window and speculated, "It seems your injuries have recovered quite a bit, haven't they? Why aren't you sleeping so late?" Boris replied without turning around, "Fortunately, there's a high-level healer here. My fractured bones have already healed. I should be able to go out in a few days. So much has happened in such a short time, I still haven't fully recovered my composure." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Boloy, one of the 12 heroes, must have also come to see you to talk about Chiu and the temple, right?" He unexpectedly asked back, "What are you saying? He's one of the 12 legendary heroes?" Boris calmly replied, "That's right. If I hadn't collected pictures of him before, I probably wouldn't have recognized him either." Hearing this, Filoga still found it hard to believe and stammered, "How could that be? Mr. Boloy killed the monster queen and got stuck here too?" He said seriously, "The 12 heroes aren't just a false title, they are the 12 strongest people in the world. Every 5 years, the whole world holds a tournament to find the strongest person, and each guild in the world sends 5 heroes to battle. Ultimately, regardless of victory or defeat, the strongest hero is chosen, and from that, the group of 12 heroes is formed. That year, thanks to Boloy, the world remembered the Thunderbird Guild. Although Boloy's guild lost to Van Trake of Tran Bad Dong and Phuong Hong of A, the opponents only won by a hair's breadth. Their 5 heroes were all among the 12 heroes chosen in previous years. Although older, their strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, the Thunderbird Guild was newly established, and he alone defeated the previous 12 heroes. But not long after, the Thunderbird Guild was split due to the O'Brien battle. It is said that among the 5 people who participated in this battle, except for Boloy, the other 4 all died. He went alone to the Black Sea, killed the monster queen, and then retired into seclusion. Boris stopped recounting here, just listening was already very surprising. He pondered deeply and said, "And Chiu too, his strength is something we cannot attain." The scene shifted to Boloy's youth. During that battle, his body was covered in wounds, but he didn't forget to remind his comrades to be careful. The enemy, King Lin, appeared behind them, unknown to the two. Those were Sally's parents when they were young. Hearing Boloy's warning, they both turned around. But before they could prepare, the enemy quickly lunged between them. Both were seriously wounded, their bodies slowly falling. Boloy stood afar, watching this scene, only having time to call out their names in horror. He recalled those memories while looking at their wedding photo, then muttered, "Mona, I've decided to take Sally away from Latonia." For many years, Boloy had lived in pain and regret. He couldn't accept this, but here, he felt much more at ease. This was his punishment, but Sally shouldn't suffer punishment, she should enjoy a free life outside. Boloy firmly said, "Don't worry, kids, I've placed the Voloy barrier into Sally's body. When faced with mortal danger, the barrier will activate automatically. At that time, even a god cannot harm her." He was certain this time he wouldn't break his word again. At this time, Chiu's punishment also ended. He panted, saying, "This time the punishment seems much harder than last time, what's going on?" The system suddenly announced, "Attention, during the punishment period, the monster's power will continuously increase, and each time the punishment is activated, its power increases by another 10%. After hearing that, Chiu, seemingly in disbelief, sat up abruptly. Thinking that this meant it would get increasingly difficult made him unable to be happy. Zeluka next to him nodded profusely. He teased, "It acts like it knows everything. What karma have I created?" He kept thinking the egg would hatch into a cool weapon or a summoned beast, but instead, it turned out to be this ancestor, and he even had to appease it. Hearing that, it said something discontentedly, but Chiu didn't understand, so he stopped talking to it. Just then, he suddenly realized something. He pointed at the screen and asked, "Can you see the system?" Zeluka happily nodded. Chiu pondered. You, Boloy, and Sally both can't see the system, but it can. What's with that? Does it have some other function? He then turned and asked, Hey, you can see the system, so you know something, right? Is receiving Chiu Maya's message related to you? It immediately shook its head, denying it. Seeing that, Chilu's face fell as he thought, well, talking now is like casting pearls before swine. I thought it was related to this demon. Just then, a sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned to look and saw Sally and the others waving and calling. Chiu immediately stood up to greet them. You've all arrived? Seeing Boras, he politely greeted him. Boras, you guys are here too? He spoke first. That's right, if you didn't come visit us, we'd come find you ourselves, wouldn't we, Floga? He quickly nodded. He said awkwardly, Sorry, I had some trouble yesterday and came back late. I didn't want to disturb your rest. Looks like you've recovered well? He happily replied, Of course. Luckily, I had Uncle Ban and Sally taking care of me, so I recovered quickly. Hearing that, Uncle Ban's face darkened as he asked, Who took care of you? Are we that close? Boras awkwardly stopped him from ruining the moment. Seeing them like that, Chiu asked, relieved, Why are you all here? He replied matter-of-factly, Of course, to join Mr. Boloy's group. We don't want to be stuck here forever. At this moment, Boras noticed Zeluka. What's this kid's name? Is it your child? I didn't expect you to be such a master. He hastily explained, This isn't my child, its name is. Before he could answer, it said its own name. Hearing this, Uncle Ban couldn't hold back and spoke up, Hey, what are you two doing? We're not here to play, Mr. Boloy has already started training us. Boras chuckled, It's been a while, what's wrong with a little chat? These words made him furiously shout, No, you must be serious during Mr. Boloy's special training sessions. Just as Uncle Ban finished speaking, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Chiu asked, puzzled, What is Mr. Boloy laughing about? He happily replied, It's nothing, it's just that after coming to Latonia, I haven't seen such a lively scene in a long time, so I feel very happy. This was the first time Sally had seen Mr. Boloy laugh so joyfully. After a good laugh, he suddenly changed his tone to a serious one, drawing everyone's attention. Then he instructed, You can relax a bit now, but don't secretly cry during training later, okay? Even so, Boras still fearlessly asked, Is it that scary? How does Mr. Boloy plan to train us? He replied coldly, Scary? That word isn't enough to describe it. This is a challenge that even the 12 heroes have never overcome. Hearing this, Sally immediately became serious. Everyone wondered, the 12 heroes couldn't win? Boloy took out a hollow stone. Any solo battle must rely on strength, speed, and endurance. To defeat an opponent, you must find their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. In battle, even a 0.001 second oversight can affect the outcome. He said this while summoning his power. Then, next to each person, a virtual clone identical to them suddenly appeared. Even Boras was surprised by this sight. But if you're fighting as a team, it will test everyone's coordination and understanding much more. Boloy clearly explained the training. This is a magical artifact custom made by Goran Kim for the guild in preparation for the guild battle. It will create a replica for each person. The skills and elements are identical to the original, the difference is that the clone's power is 1.5 times greater than the original's. He reassured them, these clones will not physically harm anyone, but you will still feel pain. When critically injured, you will be eliminated immediately. At that point, you won't be able to attack the clone anymore, and the remaining people will face a 4-on-5 situation. On the way to the temple, as we lose each teammate, the remaining people will face an even more brutal situation. This is our training. Hearing this, determination was clearly visible on everyone's faces. The sun gradually set, painting the entire sky in warm orange light, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the rooftops. At this moment, Lassler was cooking. He asked Boloy, who was lying leisurely, Today's lunch is only for the 3 of us. What do you want to eat, uncle? Then he turned to the mischievous Iacula next to him and said, and you, kid, stay away from me a bit. If I hurt you while cooking, Chiu will kill me. Zeluka didn't care and continued to torment the poor bundle of vegetables. After lighting his cigarette, Boloy finally spoke, preparing for 3 people isn't enough, you should prepare for 20 people. 20 people? Lassler wondered, are guests coming today? Boloy said no, but before he could finish, a sound at the door made him stop. The door creaked open, and the sunset light streamed into the house, creating an ethereal boundary. Chiu's group of 5 silently entered the house and stood before Boloy. Seeing them all covered in injuries and still catching their breath, he calmly assessed, slower than I thought. Lassler, you need to cook quickly. Remember to prepare 20 portions, okay? He stammered, yes. Lassler also hadn't expected them to finish the training so quickly, it had only been half an hour. A little while later, delicious and extremely tempting dishes appeared on the table. After wolfing down a bowl of rice, Chiu didn't hesitate to ask for another bowl. Along with him, the others also asked for more. They needed to eat to recover after the strenuous fight earlier, leaving Lassler struggling to keep up. After some time had passed during the meal, Boloy calmly remarked, everyone's gotten stronger. And in just half an hour, you were able to defeat your own clones. So, are you satisfied with my training? The dining table suddenly fell silent. All 5 people resentfully lowered their heads. He watched them, seemingly surprised. The old man, as if knowing full well, playfully asked what was wrong with them. Chiu's group looked at him angrily and resentfully, saying in unison, we are very dissatisfied. Sally spoke up first, recounting, we basically didn't even get to fight. In less than 30 minutes, we were defeated. The whole group was furious at the cunning clones that were just like them. Moreover, Chiu's clones' combat power was too terrifying. Chiu also agreed, saying, this battle was exactly like a PvP match in a game. Their opponents were not thoughtless attacking monsters, but clones with human-like reasoning abilities. As soon as the battle began, the clones chose 5 people and ran to different positions to hide. He thought they wanted to split them up and defeat them one by one, so he chose 5 people to act together. But unexpectedly, they fell into their ambush. He was restrained on the spot by Brother Ban and Boris. He could only watch helplessly as the others were defeated by his own clones, eventually leaving only himself to fight against 5 people. Although Chiu was very annoyed, he still accepted the current result. Honestly, they lost this battle before it even began. After hearing Chiu's analysis, Boloy couldn't help but praise, not bad, your analysis of this battle is quite accurate. Just as you said, this battle's victory and defeat were clear before it even started. The important thing in team combat is not individual strength, but the power of cooperation, like a chessboard. Some pieces must attack, some must defend, and some must sacrifice themselves to cover for other pieces to deliver the finishing blow. All the clones you just faced fundamentally had no thinking ability. They merely analyzed all your skills and then came up with an effective cooperative strategy. Using this strategy against a bunch of novices like you guys is the most energy-efficient and highly effective combat method. Hearing him say that, Brother Ban couldn't help but flinch. Chiu understood Boloy's meaning. This strategy was like a problem given by a teacher. As long as you understand the entire process, solving the problem becomes much easier. If you just read the question and start, you'll fall into a trap. Therefore, to learn how to fight with teammates, you must understand the entire process, just like solving a problem. You must know how to defeat opponents effectively, and you must also understand your own weaknesses. The lecture was over, and Boloy released them from training. Training would continue tomorrow morning, but this time he would personally take them to train. It was late at night. The full moon in the sky clearly illuminated the trees and the deserted courtyard. Zeluka was sound asleep, but Chiu couldn't sleep at all. He kept thinking about the previous training. Even though he knew it was training, the feeling of helplessness when seeing his teammates being killed and being unable to do anything was real. If today had been a real battle, the one killed would have been Zeluka or his mother. At this point, Chiu dared not imagine that feeling. He felt even more helpless because he was still not strong enough to protect those he wanted to protect. The moonlight shone on Chiu's pensive figure. The night further evoked the things he had experienced, making him recall the past. He remembered when he was little, his mother could have worked at a very good company, but to take care of him, she left that company and chose a job with more flexible hours but also more hardship. He still remembered every word his mother had said. She had just gotten a job, but she was worried about him, so she asked her boss on Wednesday if he could wait at her workplace until she finished work. The fat boss disagreed, saying it was very crowded that day, and his staying would take up a seat. To get him to agree, she said she would get a chair for him to sit and wait so he wouldn't bother anyone. Suddenly he asked her if she was a single mother. His lecherous eyes subtly glanced at her body. He suddenly sneered and said, "Actually, with your looks, you don't need to work so hard. Do you have time tonight? I want to ask you out." His dirty hand slowly moved closer to her. Chiu couldn't let this perverted old man get close to his mother, so he gave him a punch to the groin. Although he was small, this tiny bodyguard wasn't afraid of anyone. His eyes glared at the man as if he could bite him to death. Knowing Chiu was in the wrong first, she quickly patted his head and bowed to apologize to the man. The perverted old man wouldn't let it go. He wanted to beat this brat to death. As he reached out to grab Chiu, his mother caught his arm. She used a perfect shoulder throw to slam him hard to the ground. After doing it, she lightly dusted off her hands, unconcerned. This job wasn't worth it anyway. When she turned to Chiu, she became a very gentle mother, apologizing that her darling wouldn't be able to eat a hamburger tonight because of this incident. She gently reached out her hand to him. Taking his mother's warm hand, at that moment, he swore that he would definitely protect his mother in the future. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Chiu. With his current strength, wanting to protect others was basically a joke. He found this voice very familiar. A figure suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the mysterious Uncle Hios. Chiu quickly called out, "Hios, is that you, Uncle? Where are you now, Uncle?" After a while, no one answered, even though he had clearly heard Hios's voice just now. Zeluka woke up, disturbed by his call, and sat up. Chiu asked if it had heard any uncle's voice. It rubbed its eyes while shaking its head. He secretly found it strange, even Zeluka hadn't heard anything. Could it be that today's battle exhausted me to the point of mental breakdown, causing hallucinations? At this moment, Zeluka groggily climbed onto Chiu and lay down, comfortably wiggling around before yawning. He complained helplessly, "This little imp, why is it sleeping on me again?" He asked but got no answer. He looked down and saw Zeluka was fast asleep, oblivious to everything. There was nothing he could do about it. Looking at the child sleeping soundly, he secretly wondered how his mother had managed to raise him alone when he was small. Remembering his mother, his determination grew stronger. "Mom, I'll be back soon. Everything is clear now. To leave this place, first I must increase my own strength, defeat the guard, and leave the town with Elder Boloy's group." Although he had once defeated the incredibly powerful Beast King, it couldn't be compared to today's battle. It felt like punching cotton. This whisper was heard by Hios. He chuckled and said, "That's the most fitting metaphor I've ever heard. Compared to the thoughtless Beast King, the clone's fighting ability is indeed a bit better. But to me, they're just small fry." In the blink of an eye, the scene before Chiu changed. He stood in a vast white land, and cold gusts of wind blew through, sending up beautiful red flowers. Facing him was Hios. Sure enough, he hadn't misheard. Chiu sharply looked around. "Where is this? Why am I suddenly here?" He calmly replied, "This is your inner world. When you became my master, I was already here." "My inner world?" Chiu was both curious and suspicious. Hios slowly walked towards him, explaining, "After that incident, my body was too weak, so I could only meet you now." Hearing that, he thanked him for the previous matter. "Thanks to you, I was able to defeat the Beast King and return to town. But why are there these flowers in my inner world?" Even he didn't know. Normally, everyone's inner world contains some things they care about most. Perhaps these flowers are the deepest things that exist in your subconscious. Chiu gently reached out to touch a deep red flower. I care about these flowers the most. But why do I have no memory of them? Hios didn't answer the question but waved his hand. Don't mind these trivial things. I didn't bring you here to understand these issues. My sole purpose in bringing you here is to help you become stronger. Chiu silently felt suspicious, but he didn't show it. He stared seriously at him. Suddenly, Hios's entire body glowed. The pressure from him cut through the bitter cold wind, blowing away the snow under his feet. He continued coldly, although I haven't recovered even 1% of my power, it's enough to let you know how terrifying chaotic power is. The chaotic power you once used wasn't even 0.001% of mine. Chiu stammered in disbelief. You're just kidding, right? Not even 0.001%? He secretly thought, doesn't that mean I'm 1,000 times weaker than him? Hios reassured him, Chiu, what I said might be a bit conservative. Hearing that, he couldn't help but retort, is this conservative or exaggerated? But anyway, for Hios, it didn't matter. What was important now was to make him stronger and help him survive, because if he died, Hios would also vanish into thin air from this world. At the same time, the system announced a quest, Trial of the Master of Chaotic Power. Quest requirement, survive for 3 minutes without being defeated by the opponent. Reward, 400,000 experience points. Looking at the quest panel, Chiu secretly thought, just enduring for 3 minutes will get me 400,000 experience. This reward is too good. Hios didn't let Chiu hesitate. He reminded him again, are you ready to accept this challenge? He responded to him by activating a skill, drawing a cold sword from his heart for defense. Never mind 3 minutes, I'll take on 300 minutes. Clutching the sharp sword in his hand, Chiu's fighting instinct was ignited, ready for a trial against the master. Meanwhile, in the gloomy church, Dorov asked Hios, is that Chiu really strong? I've never seen anyone wound you so badly before. Hios didn't accept that. That mediocre kid strong? I was just careless. At this moment, someone spoke up, refuting him, how come I don't think that's the case? Lucius walked in from outside, scoffing, if that Chiu had used his full power today, we'd probably be picking up your corpse by now. Seeing her, Sister Dorov stopped her hand. Hios, still in pain, angrily shouted, what are you talking about? Lucius looked at him with disdain, Lord Dorov only sent us to probe the opponent's strength. I can't believe you ended up in such a state. I don't know why a good-for-nothing like you became one of the 4 great disciples protecting the village. Hios irritably retorted, don't act so high and mighty. Even you wouldn't be that brat's opponent. Hearing these words, she calmly stepped forward and kicked him in the head. With one foot on Hios's head, Lucius arrogantly crossed her arms and slowly threatened, I don't mind dealing with useless people on behalf of Lord Dorov. It was utterly humiliating. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist the force on his head, but he couldn't escape it. She lowered her eyes to look at the struggling ant under her foot and said arrogantly, that guy is indeed very strong, but to me, he's just a kid with no combat skills. If Lord Dorov were here, wouldn't he easily crush the Obol people? Dorov, standing next to her, continued, Boloy has already started recruiting soldiers in the town. Moreover, he's one of the 12 renowned heroes in town. If my lord takes action, it might cause a crisis. Lucius coldly looked up and glanced at him. What do you mean by that? To make her understand, Dorov raised his hand and summoned a colossal monster. Hios and Lucius, seeing the thing clearly, were so astonished their eyes bulged. The magic dissipated, revealing the terrifying beast. It was a wolf, but its body was 3 times the size of a human's. Its long arms came down with claws that could sever anything. It was nicknamed the Wanderer of Latonia. Dorov's hand flashed with a fiery red light, transmitting an order to the Wanderer, kill the people in town. That strange magic surge seemed to awaken its fury, and its eyes glowed with a frantic red light. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, growling wildly, and dashed towards the town where delicious prey awaited. Crimson petals bloomed luxuriantly. Amidst the bright starry sky, the cherry blossom tree bloomed brilliantly, yet the space was filled with the intense impact force from powerful blows. Chiu quickly retreated without looking back. The countdown timer showed only 2 minutes left. He mumbled to himself, "Sorry, sir, I really need 400,000 experience points from this quest. After that, you can train me however you want." Chiu had a bad feeling. No, something's wrong. I suddenly feel uneasy. Why isn't he chasing me? As if to confirm his thoughts, a beam of light shot down from above his head. The attack, like a stormy gale, charged directly at Chiu's head. Luckily, he was on guard. Stamping his foot hard on the ground, he somersaulted in midair, barely dodging a fatal attack. To steady himself against the aftershock of the attack, he had to stab his greatsword into the ground, but even so, he was thrown far back. Having narrowly escaped, Chiu panted a little, somewhat disheveled. The blow had caused the ground to crack into a deep, bottomless crater. Seeing this scene, Chiu trembled slightly. Is this training? He's trying to kill me. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I had to use the Beast King's protective armor just now to get 0.5 seconds to react, otherwise I'd be minced meat. Hios approached, sword in hand, asking, "Do you want to avoid a direct fight with me?" He told Chiu bluntly, "I didn't expect you to be able to dodge that move so quickly. It seems I underestimated you." Hios gritted his teeth angrily. "However, your evasive action is unforgivable." Chiu pointed behind him and shouted, "Something's coming." When Hios turned around, he saw that the boy had taken the opportunity to flee. Looking at the system's 2 minutes 5 seconds countdown, Chiu calculated, "I still need to stall for a bit longer to complete the mission." He stopped running and began to negotiate with Hios. "Can we stop for a bit? I want to rest." Hios remained as cold as ever. "Why do you keep running away? An enemy would never give you a chance to rest." No sooner had he spoken than he teleported behind Chiu, who immediately felt a chill down his spine. The sword in Hios' hand slashed down without hesitation. "This is the first lesson I'm teaching you, Chiu." But contrary to his imagined outcome, the boy had managed to teleport behind him in time, startling him with disbelief. He didn't hesitate to use a flash strike skill to dodge Hios' surprise attack, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Even so, the power difference allowed Hios to easily dodge Chiu's attack without effort. He hovered in the air, the two facing each other seriously. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that last strike was a physical attack. It was just right to use the flash strike skill to dodge it. Hios looked serious. "How did he get behind me? I didn't see him move just now. It's like he appeared behind me in an instant. Could it be?" Chiu seriously calculated, "The cooldown is 5 minutes. If Uncle attacks again, this mission might fail. There are only 30 seconds left for the mission." He retracted his blade, signaling a desire for peace. "Can we take a break and then train? I promise I won't run away again." Hios also eased up. "But you have to tell me what that trick was just now." Chiu was a bit surprised, thinking, "Trick? Does he mean the flash strike move?" The system notification sounded. Countdown ended. Mission completed, received 400,000 experience points. Level up. A few minutes later, Chiu explained to Hios, "It's like this, these skills are what I received from the system after leveling up." He listened seriously. "Using skills is like executing a command. My body will automatically attack or defend." He stated everything directly. "I had to use flash strike to dodge your move. Any more questions?" Hios replied vaguely, "I still don't fully understand everything you just said, but I think I've seen this flash strike trick before." Chiu was also surprised. Hios fell into thought. His body's reaction during combat felt incredibly familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Seeing this, Chiu became serious. Old man Boloy once told me about Hios legend. Perhaps knowing the name will help him remember? He said softly, I almost forgot to tell you, I think I know who you are. This startled him. Chiu pointed directly at Hios. You are the man who once killed Morpheus, the god of evil, and saved the world. He calmly asked, well, does that jog your memory? Hearing that name, he seemed to awaken. Late at night, the moon hung high, and the stars twinkled brightly. Lazar was deeply asleep, snoring like thunder. Beside him, Uncle Ben tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Old man Boloy brought a beast man back to the village, fine, but why did he make me sleep with him? Unable to bear it any longer, he sat up abruptly. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted through the air, puzzling him. Recognizing the scent, Uncle Ben's eyes widened. He recognized the person by their scent and felt danger. An attack from the ceiling fell straight down, but fortunately, Uncle Ben dodged in time. Following that, thick white dust and smoke billowed up. The tremor even woke the deeply sleeping Lazar. Is there an earthquake? It turned out that the one causing all this was the wanderer standing tall in the middle of the room. Lazar was hit in the back by a ceiling beam. That hurts. Is there an earthquake? He rubbed his head absently. The room's a mess. Where's that kid Uncle Ben? Don't tell me he's buried. Lazar looked around, searching, and called out, Hey, Uncle Ben, are you okay? He was endlessly worried when he heard no reply. Don't tell me he's crushed to death. Just as he was worrying, Lazar was hit directly in the face by a large rock. His face flushed with anger. Who's throwing random stuff in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? Seeing the current scene, Lazar seemed to grasp the situation. He saw the wanderer attacking Uncle Ben. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. Uncle Ben didn't stop either. After dodging, he leaped into the air, raising his sword to strike it. But the wanderer also dodged the move and attacked him back. Uncle Ben couldn't stay calm at this moment. There was no mistaking it. The wanderer's shriek brought back painful memories to him. Uncle Ben bit out each word with hatred. You are the demon beast that murdered my parents. Even if you turned to ash, I'd still recognize you. He desperately wanted to slash and kill the wanderer. For so many years, I've always trained hard to find you. I never thought you'd show up yourself today. Nearby, Lazar was confused. Hey, Uncle Ben, are you okay? Why is a demon beast here? Uncle Ben, completely losing his mind, spat out a get lost, which made Lazar flinch. He furiously unleashed his power. I'll strip every layer of your skin, carve every piece of your bone, and pour your blood before my parents' grave. Taking a breath, Uncle Ben gave a sharp look. He was determined to fight this demon beast to the death. He held his sword and charged straight at the wanderer, roaring furiously, Go die! Lucius, witnessing everything from above, smirked sinisterly and mused, This plan is truly interesting. Hisekai'd too wondered, but isn't it too fake that only they are attacked while the town remains intact? Dorov scoffed, Be smarter, Hisekai'd too. I've already summoned other demon beasts into the village. At that time, we'll just lure old O'Brien over there. Our lord wants to kill him personally. He continued to command, Hisekai'd too, you go deal with those new kids. Don't mess things up this time. Lucius declared arrogantly, Leave that new priest kid to me. I hope he can last a little longer, ending it too quickly isn't fun at all. On this side, Lazar was quickly running to call for help. Mr. O'Brien, it's not good, there's a demon beast. He opened the door, causing Lazar to bump his head into it as he couldn't stop in time. What's wrong? Lazar quickly recounted, Uncle Ben, he's fighting a demon beast. Hearing this, O'Brien's eyes widened with anger. The two looked towards the village, which was ablaze. He frowned, not expecting events to unfold so quickly. O'Brien gave Lazar a task, go find Chiu, tell him to pay attention to protecting Sally. As soon as Lazar ran off, he disappeared, heading towards the village. Chiu clearly knew that only Hios, the one who saved the world in Legends, could use chaotic power. He defeated and sealed the evil god Morpheus, then was himself imprisoned in Tartarus. He firmly negotiated, I'm sure you are Hios, and it's highly likely that the place I rescued you from is indeed Tartarus. Chiu excitedly and urgently asked, how is it? Do you remember anything yet? Hios replied, absolutely nothing, my brain is still blank, leaving Chiu speechless. He felt disappointed, this isn't scientific. In cartoons, remembering the name usually brings back memories. Hios explained, I have no impression of this world at all. Also, to me, a name is just a nickname. Even if I am Hios, I don't remember what I've been through. Hearing this, he also fell into deep thought, and me, why did I come here? Why was I able to save him? Why do I have chaotic power? All these mysteries are interconnected. If you are truly Hios, once your memories return, perhaps these questions can be answered. Hios spoke his mind, Chiu, let's fight one more round. Bring out all your techniques. Maybe I can remember something more. He also drew his sword, agreeing. Suddenly, Zeluka's voice rang out, calling for Chiu. He heard the child's voice and felt that something was wrong. Outside, Zeluka stood in front of Chiu. Lucius was surprised, is he that young and already has a child? Seeing the child's continuous fearful retreat, she pretended to be benevolent, don't be scared, little one. I'm only taking his life, not yours. Despite fearing Lucius, Zeluka did not shy away, clinging tightly to Chiu's leg. She lost patience, if you want to die with him, I can also find a way to help you die more comfortably. Then, the attack aimed directly at Zeluka. But immediately, a fierce gust of wind blew back, horrifying her. Only Chiu's reassuring voice to Zeluka was heard, sorry, I'm late. He didn't pay Lucius any mind, the monsters in the dungeon are even harder to deal with than her. The two faced each other, murderous intent instantly arose, and the atmosphere became heavy at this moment. The village attacked by demon beasts quickly became engulfed in flames, and screams of agony echoed everywhere. Each demon beast rampaged, destroying houses, chasing and killing humans. Death and destruction quickly spread, and a little girl cried until her tears ran dry as her mother had left this world. The crying attracted a nearby demon beast. The little girl was completely unaware that behind her, a giant demon beast was about to devour her. It opened its wide, blood basin-like mouth, wanting to swallow the little girl in one gulp. Fortunately, someone used the thunder triple strike in time, rescuing the little girl from danger. Next, a powerful shockwave knocked the demon beast flying far away. Boloy arrived in time to rescue the little girl. He asked, are you all right? The nearby demon beasts ran over and surrounded him. Before the cold, beast-like eyes of the monsters. Boloy was furious, but he remained fearless. He unleashed a giant python that swallowed each demon beast. Boris asked him, what exactly happened? Why did the demon beasts suddenly attack the town? Boloy hadn't found the reason either. The town had an anti-demon beast barrier, and there were always people on watch 24/7, so the demon beasts shouldn't have been able to break in so easily. He said seriously, it seems those kids couldn't wait any longer. If I'm not mistaken, letting these demon beasts in is just a diversion. Hearing this, both Boris and Faloga understood that killing them was their real goal. Boloy interrupted their thoughts, turning to call their names. He assigned them the task of rescuing the residents and leading them to his house. Hearing this, Boris was extremely worried about him. Boloy had made up his mind, I'll go to the barrier outside the town and try to close it first. Boris was uneasy, but there are many demon beasts there. Let us go with you. Boloy had made his decision, leaving only one instruction, take good care of everyone. He quickly used Thunder 1 defense and Thunder Flash to move to the barrier, while the battle between Lucius and Chiu continued. Lucius hovered in the air and complimented, it seems your speed is faster than a few days ago, isn't it? Chiu was angry, shadow element again, damn it, she's the cloaked person who ambushed Sally and Uncle Ben a few days ago. I didn't expect her to be a woman. He spoke up, deliberately provoking her. Hey auntie, why do you always like to ambush people? These words successfully infuriated Lucius, whose face darkened. Who are you calling auntie? Trilu still showed no fear. If we defeat the god, the people in town will be free. Why do you insist on hunting us down and killing us all? Lucius generously explained, Lord Dorov worked hard to build the town to what it is today. I will not allow anyone to threaten it. The matter of the temple was always a deception anyway. She stated bluntly, your intention to defy the god is just a pipe dream. Trilu drew his sword again. You're wrong. The matter of the temple is real. No matter who prevents me from finding the temple, or harms my comrades, be it human or demon, god or devil, I will kill them all. Lucius was not to be outdone. What shameless bragging. Do you think you're very strong just because you defeated Isekai'd? He's just the weakest of the 4 great guardians. She pulled out her sword, and its power erupted. She smiled proudly. My strength is no less than Lord Dorov's. Lucius used the skill, Shadow Blade Wolf level 45, summoned Beast Shadow Assassin, known for its high speed and mobility. She roared, Go, demonic shadow battle will. Trilu showed no worry or fear, not even moving. The sword in his hand unleashed the skill Godslaying Slash. The sword unleashed a powerful slash. Seeing this, Lucius had to be wary, thinking to herself, how can this kid's strength be like this? Impossible. She switched to another skill, Shadow Stream 3000 blades, and a series of sword clones shot out. The King Beast Guardian ring on Trilu's hand immediately activated. The shield blocked all of her attacks. He stood proudly before a myriad of swords, holding Zeluka in one arm. Is this what you call strong? Lucius was shocked. I can't believe this kid can casually neutralize my skill. It seems I underestimated his strength. She lifted her feet, hovering in midair, and couldn't help but exclaim, not bad. Immediately soaring into the sky, Lucius maintained her arrogant demeanor. That was just a warm-up. A giant wolf holding a sword was summoned. She crossed her arms triumphantly, looking down. Now, this is my true power. The new mission announced was Death's Defense. Trilu read these words and smiled confidently. Demonic beasts were continuously rushing to attack the guards. Cracks began to appear in the barrier, allowing individual beasts to pour in and attack the town. The guards tried to resist the demonic beasts' assault. They had to fight their hardest against each monster while also trying to reinforce the barrier. But the demonic beast's power was terrifying. It tore through the barrier with its hand. She's trying her best, but more and more demonic beasts are appearing. The energy I'm channeling into the barrier isn't enough. Fundamentally, it can't withstand their attacks for long. Her teacher saw this and encouraged everyone not to give up. He shouted, Wagner, Roman, quickly block those demonic beasts. We must protect the town. Hearing the command, everyone quickly shouted, understood, in unison. But the barrier continued to crack further under the demonic beast's impact. But fortunately, an attack blocked the barrier-destroying blow from outside and simultaneously repaired it. The barrier slowly closed thanks to the recent attack. Everyone was surprised and relieved when the barrier was restored. O'Boyle appeared just in time to save the town. Teacher Demon was overjoyed to see the savior, O'Boyle, one of the 12 heroes. Noticing that some demonic beasts had already entered through the barrier, he immediately struck them down, swiftly destroying them. O'Boyle said, Captain Demon, leave this place to me. You should quickly lead your men to repair the other barrier points. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind appeared, making O'Boyle step back. The demonic beasts raised their heads, looking up in submission to the owner of that attack. Dorov stood in midair, observing the chaotic scene. The warrior, still unaware of the situation, cheerfully said, Lord Dorov has arrived. But one of his attacks quickly struck down, heating up the ground. The weaker warriors couldn't withstand it and turned into dust. O'Boyle, seeing this, was enraged by Dorov's actions. He calmly replied, I gave these rabble a chance to live here, so of course, I can take it back at will. Dorov fully revealed his ambition. This is the consequence of your betrayal, O Boyle. On Tran Trilu's side, he was still dodging attacks from Lucius. While moving and dodging, he still didn't forget to observe his opponent. Powerful attacks struck down but didn't even touch him. The sword-wielding ghost wolf continuously launched enormous attacks. Trilu found an opening and appeared in front of its body, intending to attack. He didn't hesitate to rush forward, preparing to attack the beast. Tran Trilu stomped hard to accelerate, causing the ground to crack. On both sides, a giant ghost wolf and a powerful figure faced each other in battle. As expected, his sword completely annihilated the ghost wolf. Lucius became even more scared by his power. Damn, he's a priest, but how can he be so strong? The giant wolf no longer had the strength to resist and was knocked flying to the ground. Trilu proudly rested his sword on his shoulder. How about you surrender and keep protecting the town? Don't bother me anymore. Lucius scoffed. What are you bragging about, kid? Lord Dorov has opened the barrier, so the traitors will be punished. She revealed a fierce expression, and that guy with the title of one of the 12 heroes, O Boyle, Lord Dorov will personally kill him. He was surprised to hear that familiar name from her words. Trilu became worried about him. I still have his sword. Won't that be too disadvantageous when facing such a strong enemy? He immediately resolved, I must quickly defeat this girl and then go help O Boyle. Trilu immediately unleashed his power once again. His annihilation skill was fully activated, creating a powerful surge of killing intent. Lucius was utterly surprised. Why do I feel like his power is continuously increasing? A lightning-fast figure suddenly flashed past her, divine step. Trilu suddenly teleported right in front of Lucius, surprising her. She panicked at the unexpected appearance. Oh no! Lucius suffered internal injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Flash strike. However, at the decisive moment, he spared his enemy. Lucius was weak at this moment. She hesitated and said, Why didn't you finish me off? Trilu's eyes coldly looked into the distance, as if anticipating something. Lucius's eyes closed, her body falling forward. The fierce battle ended, and a notification screen appeared to update the quest progress. On this side, thousands of swirling tornadoes carrying lightning came. O Boyle didn't hesitate and aimed directly at the center of the attacking formation. Seeing him approaching closer, energy from the air gathered to obstruct him. O Boyle had to grit his teeth and create a defensive layer to withstand the attack. Dorov scoffed, O Boyle, are you still deluding yourself into thinking you're like you were in your youth? He taunted loudly, look at yourself, you're old now, the golden age of the 12 heroes is just a past for you. Dorov smugly emphasized, as for me, I will forever be a god watching you mere insects gradually weaken. He suddenly increased his strength, making it harder for O Boyle to resist. Dorov's entire body emitted an astonishing surge of power, Wind's Cry. Dorov's magic suddenly created a beam of light that engulfed O Boyle. He completely disappeared from Dorov's sight. He smirked and said to the void, Goodbye, O Boyle. Lucius coughed painfully, damn, it hurts so much, I can't move. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably from the injury just now. The memory of the battle with Ji-Lu was still clear. He could have completely finished her off just now. Lucius couldn't understand, but why did he spare her? She hesitantly asked, Are you trying to humiliate me, too arrogant to bother killing me? Lucius's tone became sharp. Do you think I'll be grateful if you spare my life? I swear I'll find a chance to kill you later. He replied coldly, I'll wait, but you should know that I don't want your gratitude. I was just in a hurry. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Lucius glared, wanting to retort Ji-Lu's words but stopped herself. Currently, he was also very conflicted about going easy on her. Was it because everything here felt so real that killing a living person caused a pang of conscience? He frowned. This must be the conflict between game and reality, because in games, morality and law don't exist, and the pleasure of unrestrained killing lingers in one's mind for a long time. Lucius stifled her pain and called out to Ji-Lu, O Boyle is at the western barrier of the town. She lowered her voice, but I'm telling you, even if you and O'Boyle combine forces, you won't be able to defeat Lord Dorov. He turned away coldly. I know, you don't need to concern yourself with these matters. The screen also emitted a sound. Please quickly proceed to the western barrier of the town according to the map, and hand Ozu over to O'Boyle. Ji-Lu looked gently at Zeluka. Let's go, Zeluka, we must quickly help Mr. O'Boyle. Immediately after, he rushed forward following the map's instructions. From the darkness, a beam of light gradually shone. Dorov stared in surprise at the strange stream of light before him. Suddenly, another streak of light shot directly towards him, catching him off guard. It was like a fist of light punching Dorov's face hard. As he fell to one side, the streak of light pursued him, attacking again. The huge burst of light knocked Dorov down, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. In the chaotic space, sparkling fragments floated. O'Boyle's fists were emitting lightning, his ultimate skill, thunderclap and lightning flash. The power of light gradually took over his eyes. Dorov was helplessly punched by O'Boyle straight into the crumbling wall. He poured all his strength and aimed his attack directly at Dorov's severely injured position. The moment O'Boyle's hand touched the ground, it created a violent tremor. Suddenly, he discovered that his opponent had vanished without a trace. A massive surge of power suddenly erupted from an unknown source. He laughed triumphantly, an old man trying so hard to protect a bunch of bugs, how touching. He brushed the dust off his clothes. It's been a long time since anyone excited me like this. Killing intent gradually consumed Dorov's mind, but unfortunately, he still couldn't win. He raised his hand to the sky to summon more power. In that case, I'll show you the terrifying power of a 4-elemental mage. As soon as Dorov finished speaking, 4 elemental monsters of wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. Boris decisively delivered a kick straight to the head of the demon wolf. His 2 demon arms were helping him restrain it, and Faloga quickly made 2 cuts to finish it off. He asked impatiently, why aren't any more magical beasts appearing? Boris replied with concern, it seems Mr. O'Boyle has fixed the barrier. Are you all right, Faloga? Are you injured anywhere? He immediately replied, I'm fine, but this is my first time encountering so many high-level magical beasts. Boris agreed, that's right, these high-level magical beasts just keep coming like a swarm of ants. I can't imagine how people here survive. The surrounding devastation made people feel a bit of pity. They must have faced circumstances 1,000 times more brutal. Boris quickly regained his composure, trying to calm the current situation. The magical beasts in the center have all been wiped out. Let's go assist the others. Suddenly, a strange sound caught both their attention. What's that sound? Faloga and Boris looked around in confusion to see what was happening. A magical beast with 2 distinct heads appeared, one ice-cold, one fire-hot, approaching them. Faloga asked in surprise, isn't this a dual ice-fire element summoned beast? I didn't expect there to still be such a powerful mage in town. Boris was bewildered witnessing these 2 strange magical beasts. Although multi-element mages can use many elemental powers, it won't be as pure as a single-element mage, so the power will be greatly reduced. He seemed to have recognized the identity of this mysterious mage. A sudden anomaly appeared in the sky. Faloga shouted, warning Boris, look, isn't that? A familiar figure was soaring through the fiery meteor shower. It was Mr. O'Boyle. The giant fire serpent furiously spat a fireball towards him. O'Boyle used his continuous teleportation power to dodge its attacks. His fist gradually emitted a stream of lightning, aimed directly at Dorov, the lightning triple strike. O'Boyle immediately unleashed his power towards the enemy. Despite those attacks, he showed no fear. An earth giant's hand was rapidly lunging towards O'Boyle. Although taken by surprise, O'Boyle quickly dodged the attack. The aura in the space gradually gathered into his hand. O'Boyle aimed directly at the magical beast's head and punched it hard. Then, he continuously delivered many more punches to the magical beast. O'Boyle's continuous attacks shattered the magical beast into many pieces of rock. A transparent figure suddenly attacked him from behind. It quickly created a towering waterspout aimed directly at O'Boyle. Even the sturdy cliff wall was easily cut by the water current. O'Boyle cautiously landed on a rock right beside him. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance as if he had sensed something. The aggressive rock magical beast aimed at O'Boyle, attacking him and shattering the entire mountaintop. While it wasn't paying attention, he seized the opportunity to quickly leave. O'Boyle, heavily injured, cautiously observed his surroundings. Dorov suddenly flew over. You still managed to dodge it, huh? You impress me. He gritted his teeth and continued, but mortals are still mortals. You're old now. You can't defeat the Kalen golem by yourself like you used to. The mocking tone couldn't stop, while I, still with a young body and infinite magic power that you envy, have been and am leading you bunch of trash. O'Boyle sarcastically retorted Dorov's words, aiming to provoke him. He continuously provoked him. Aren't you the one who's always been envious of others, Dorov? His guilty conscience mixed with anger made him yell, Shut up! Dorov immediately swung his hand, creating a stream of magic power that struck directly at him. His face was filled with smugness and malice as he looked at his enemy. O'Boyle was thrown high into the air, and a mouthful of blood was immediately vomited out. Dorov smugly used his magic power to pull his weak body towards himself. He increased the force of his attack to vent his anger. See? I can kill you as easily as killing an ant. As his hand gathered all its power for the finishing blow, Dorov smugly declared, I'll tell the townspeople that you opened the barrier, and I, once again, was the god who killed you to save the entire town. He looked at O'Boyle's face with disgust. Go die. Chiu's incarnation arrived, flying through the wind like a bird. Dorov was caught off guard and thrown away by an incredibly strong force. He was thrown by inertia and slammed hard into the side of the rocky mountain. Seeing that the young man had arrived just in time, O'Boyle gasped out Chiu's name. Dorov stared blankly at the unfamiliar figure. A gentle breeze blew through the forest, as if signaling something ominous. Chiu looked at him worriedly. Mr. O'Boyle, are you okay? He carefully concealed his identity, just a few superficial wounds. How did you get here? Chiu explained worriedly. After defeating Lucius, she said Dorov would kill you here. I'm sorry I didn't return Ozu to you. O'Boyle gently comforted him. You don't need to blame yourself. Even if I had Ozu, I might not have been able to defeat Dorov. His expression gradually darkened, as he said, I'm just a mortal after all, no longer like before. After the peak, it's a long, long road downhill. O'Boyle decided to sacrifice himself, urging him to take Sally and the others away. Chiu flatly refused. I won't leave you behind. He firmly repeated, you, Zeluka, Sally, Uncle Ban, Boris, Filoga, and Laceater, I won't leave any of you behind. Chiu smiled. My mother always told me that when you're born a mortal, even though life in this world isn't easy, you must never give up your faith, and never yield to fate. He encouraged him, Mr. O'Boyle, we will definitely defeat Dorov and lead everyone to the shrine. Chiu brought the weapon to him, as if urging him not to give up. A change slowly began to stir within O'Boyle. As soon as the weapon reached his hand, the system announced the completion of the mission. Suddenly, Dorov's sinister laughter interrupted them. Leaving together? A fiery red orb suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts. The orb descended, immediately creating an explosion that reverberated throughout the space. Smoke, fire, and magical dust scattered across the sky. Chiu and O'Boyle were still safe, protected by a magical shield. Dorov mocked him, a bunch of weaklings who can't withstand a single blow, yet dream of fighting me. As he waved his hand, thousands of fiery streaks rained down from the sky. Die, all of you. Raging firestorm. Chiu and O'Boyle had to combine their strength to reinforce the protective barrier to withstand his attack. The heat from the fire gradually eroded the magic power of the shield. Dorov mercilessly increased the destructive power of the flames. Chiu gritted his teeth in defense. Damn it, the attack is too strong. Suddenly, the system reminded him, Fenial's shield is about to break. The jade ring flashed continuously as the last barrier was burned to fragments. Looking down from above, Dorov could only see ashes and a few dying red embers. He was extremely confident. No one can survive in the center of a raging firestorm. How about it, O'Boyle? Have you been burned to ashes? Dorov's intuition suddenly told him, wait, something's not right. From the center of the ashes, a transparent orb gradually appeared. O'Boyle and Chiu looked up, both surprised to recognize their helper. Zeluka had flown up just in time, creating another shield for them. Its eyes glowed, staring intently at him. Dorov was utterly astonished. Absurd. A mere kid using this level of defensive magic. The screen suddenly appeared. Zeluka's battle will has been activated. Next, it switched to different content. Magic Hunt. After hunting, a high-speed absorption shield will be obtained. Currently, the character Chiu has obtained 2 equipment slots. His character's basic attribute information was also successively increased. Zeluka seemed exhausted in midair. Chiu asked worriedly, Zeluka, you're not hurt, are you? Zeluka turned to look at him, its eyes dull with a silly smile, but it didn't respond. Then it suddenly fainted, falling freely from the air. Chiu quickly reached out both hands to catch it. He held Zeluka in his arms, his face full of pity, and told himself, it's okay, Dad's here now. Chiu wondered, even the Beast King's protective shield couldn't withstand that terrifying attack, so how could Zeluka block it? He looked at Zeluka again. If it weren't for Zeluka, Mr. O'Boyle and I would have been turned to ashes. The system announced, Zeluka has lost its combat power, automatically moved to storage space. It will recover after 24 hours. Chiu looked at Zeluka affectionately. Thank you, little Zeluka. Sleep well. Wait for Dad to defeat Dorov. The system announced, Zeluka has been moved into storage space. O'Boyle warned, Chiu, Dorov used magic repeatedly just now. He's probably in an anti-skill phase. He told Chiu, I'll draw his attacks, you find an opportunity to get close for melee combat. With that, the two immediately split up. O'Boyle took his sword and headed towards Dorov first. Chiu pondered for a moment, what's Dorov's rank? I'm afraid it's not below finer rank. He secretly used the system to check Dorov, but couldn't find his rank. Chiu was frustrated, damn it, he's like a looter, impossible to check. Dorov gnashed his teeth in hatred. O'Boyle, full of vigor, once again appeared before Dorov. He lowered his voice, speaking words that would end the battle. Dorov, it's time we truly finished this. The sword in O'Boyle's hand grew larger, and with it, his power also changed. O'Boyle's eyes, full of determination, gleamed with brilliant red sparks. Dorov only sneered at him, how ridiculous, this is just a one-sided slaughter. Hearing that, O'Boyle calmly raised his sword and said, not necessarily. He and his sword rushed forward decisively without hesitation, his eyes filled with resolve. Dorov raised his hand to create a surge of power, then mocked O'Boyle, truly ignorant of your own limitations. He created a colossal stone wall that fell from the sky right in front of them. The stone wall, taller than a mountain, stood majestically, blocking O'Boyle's path. O'Boyle didn't hesitate, raising his sword high. He put all his strength into a decisive, powerful slash at the stone wall. After that slash, it split into 2 parts, and the top exploded. Dorov created 3 more stone walls, blocking O'Boyle from all sides. At this moment, he couldn't say a word, as if gradually losing patience. O'Boyle frantically smashed through each of those sturdy stone walls. Dorov stood high above, expressionless, creating more fireballs around him. Attacking O'Boyle without hesitation, O'Boyle also dodged and rushed forward. Dorov created 2 fierce water and fire magic beasts, snarling. O'Boyle also swung his sword, striking the 2 magic beasts, causing them to gradually disappear. Now there was nothing to stop him from attacking Dorov. The two looked at each other challengingly. Dorov, haughty, said, O'Boyle, save your energy. You won't be able to get close to me like that. Suddenly, another massive surge of power appeared behind Dorov. He sensed the danger from behind, so he turned his head. Chiu had quickly appeared right behind him. He was sure he had succeeded. Then Chiu quickly moved to appear in front of Dorov. He yelled, "Die, Dorov!" As Chiu threw a punch, Dorov's power gently wrapped around his wrist. Next, his leg was no different, making his leg unable to move. Chiu's body was now suddenly restrained, which surprised him. Dorov laughed contemptuously, using that childish feint to deal with me? How ridiculous! Without letting him finish, Chiu punched him straight in the stomach with one hand. Dorov couldn't help but look in astonishment at the punch hitting him. Chiu, full of vigor, increased his movement speed, dispelling the negative state of wind swirl. Chiu then continuously punched Dorov. He was sent flying high. The system continuously announced, due to using disappearance to create overlapping effects, God Slayer / damage has been converted to true damage. Chiu, enveloped by a powerful force, clenched his fist and roared with determination, "Die, Dorov!" That punch decisively slammed straight into Dorov's face, making him unable to dodge. Dorov was sent flying far away, and O'Boyle now saw his chance. He flew in front of Dorov, raising his sword, "Even if you sacrifice your soul to demons and gain immense power." O'Boyle struck him twice and emphasized, "Don't forget that a mage's weakness is defense." He raised his sword high, power converging into it, "Dorov, even if I am no longer at my peak." O'Boyle used all his strength to slash down at Dorov. "This one move is enough to kill you." That strike created a long, glowing red beam that seemed to cut across the night sky. That power struck Dorov straight down into a mountain, leaving the surrounding trees completely destroyed. Chiu in the air dodged to the side, but that surge of power hadn't ended yet. Despite dodging, the immense power still affected Chiu's location, forcing him to cover his face with his hands. Meanwhile, O'Boyle clenched his fist, looking at the blow he had just delivered with a resolute will to win. He retracted his sword, his gaze still sharp, his voice slightly relaxed, "It's all over, Dorov." O'Boyle jumped to the ground, sliding a long distance, but he used his hands to brace himself. After witnessing O'Boyle's strength, Chiu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the true power of the 12 heroes? Mr. O'Boyle is really strong." The burst of power from that last move was definitely no less than Dorov's. No, it was even stronger than Dorov's. O'Boyle walked over to him, "Chiu, the barrier probably has many places that need repair. We must split up." He instructed, "You go to the western barrier, I'll go to the east." Given the situation, they must still be struggling against magic beasts over there. Chiu was about to turn and go as planned, but he stopped dead in his tracks. Wait, he felt something strange, something very odd. After a brief thought, Chiu's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. "I know now." He had felt earlier that this battle went unusually smoothly, and furthermore, after the battle ended, the system didn't give any notifications. O'Boyle also looked in the direction Chiu was standing, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. Dorov was still alive, standing in mid-air, with his clothes tattered, but his body was fine. Dorov was furious at this moment. O'Boyle exclaimed, "I can't believe this kid could break free from my control." Dorov chuckled, "That's how I could help you easily get close to attack me, but you didn't expect this, did you, O'Boyle?" The wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. A wave of regenerative power enveloped Dorov's body. "The power I possess, you mere mortals can't even imagine." Chiu remembered something. Dorov was exactly like the previous looter, able to restore his injured body. O'Boyle then spoke, his face grim, his voice hoarse, "I thought wrong. Dorov's power doesn't come from demons, the source of his power is Hades, the god of death." Chiu pondered his words, wondering to himself, Hades, the god of the underworld? O'Boyle continued, "Do you remember the one who killed Solly's parents? The power he used in that battle was similar to Dorov's." O'Boyle also recalled the ghouls' appearance from before. "It was I who heard him say Hades." A ghouls at that time held Solly by the neck, lifting her, muttering, "Not all of it, not all of it." He threw Solly aside. "Damn it, another wasted trip. What bad luck, how will I explain this to Lord Hades?" On the ground, a severely injured person struggled to get up, yelling, "You bastard, where are you going? I'll kill you." A ghouls ignored them and flew away. That person still yelled, "Who are you, really? Why are you doing this?" O'Boyle continued what he was saying. "Now, the power Dorov is using is exactly like that guy's, the one who killed Solly's parents. Even us being trapped in Latonia is related to him." Dorov chuckled. "I can't believe you found out the source of my power. I wasn't going to use the power of a god to kill you, but I didn't expect you to be so troublesome. Don't you understand yet? The elemental power that the gods granted you cannot harm me. Any attack is futile." A sinister look appeared in Dorov's eyes. "Isn't a painless death good? Why struggle? If that's the case." His body slowly transformed, his power also shifted, and his body gradually disappeared. "Then I will slowly torment you." Chiu and O'Boyle couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before them. "What? He's gone?" They immediately looked around, observing and staying vigilant. The system at this moment displayed a bright red notification, warning, "Target disappeared." Chiu looked up at the sky, searching, and the system also reported, "Target disappeared." He looked towards the sparse forest in front of him, and the system also announced, "Target disappeared." Chiu then stated with certainty, "He didn't just move quickly, he actually disappeared." He suddenly realized something dangerous, and his facial muscles tightened, becoming serious. Dorov suddenly appeared behind O'Boyle, surprising him and freezing him in place. He spoke, "I'm here." Then Dorov punched O'Boyle hard in the back, giving him no chance to resist. He chuckled softly, his body fading, preparing to disappear once again. But Dorov reappeared in front of O'Boyle, punching him in the chest, leaving him no time to dodge. Chiu screamed O'Boyle's name frantically, his eyes filled with worry. He rushed towards Dorov to save O'Boyle but was struck back. That counterattack sent Chiu flying several meters, forcing him to brace his hands on the ground to regain his balance. In Dorov's eyes, Chiu was tiny. That tiny human still aggressively charged towards him. Chiu's fist was close to Dorov's face but still couldn't hit him. Then his hand managed to punch Dorov's head, but it dissolved into smoke. Chiu jumped back to distance himself and saw that only Dorov's head had dissolved into smoke. Without a word, Dorov appeared from nowhere and punched Chiu straight in the stomach, watching. He uppercut him on the chin, gloating, "A mere shrimp dares to challenge me." Dorov continuously punched Chiu multiple times without stopping, as if venting 1,000 angers. He delivered a decisive punch, putting all his strength into it, sending Chiu flying 100 meters. He flew into the cliff, causing it to shatter. Dorov calmly stood, observing the destruction he had just caused. The system immediately notified, warning, "Your current HP is below 10%. Please replenish immediately." Chiu's shoulder was probably severely injured. He didn't expect this guy to also possess an invisibility skill, and his physical attack just now was also very strong. Dorov probably only received a little divine power. I and Boloy can no longer harm him. Chiu looked at Dorov, who was clearly radiating power, unable to take his eyes off him. His face was covered in wounds, big and small, but his eyes remained wary. Is this the power of the underworld god Hades? Chiu frowned, looking confused. In the eyes of gods, are we merely weak ants? Seeing him remain silent for a long time, Dorov provoked him. What's wrong, Chiu? Have you despaired? Speaking of which, humans are truly cruel. Even children torment ants on the ground, then laugh at their struggles. Now, you are like those ants. Your struggling forms truly amuse me. Dorov controlled his power over Chiu, slowly lifting him off the ground. He scorned, Chiu, don't dream of being a hero to save the world anymore. You are fundamentally just a joke. But if you can entertain me, perhaps I can give you a chance to survive. While Dorov and Chiu hovered in midair, Boloy flew up behind him, sword in hand. His body filled with power, along with his many wounds, he roared, "You bastard, Dorov! Boloy didn't hesitate, using his thunder strike slash move and bringing his sword down. Dorov didn't dodge, standing calmly with a sneer. He struck Boloy's sword out of his hand, sending it flying far away. The old man's sword plunged straight into the ground, firmly embedded in the hard earth. Dorov gently used his power to bind Boloy, making him cry out in pain. He threatened with his gaze, "Boloy, it seems you still don't understand. Elemental power is completely useless against someone like me who possesses divine power. No matter how powerful the element, mortals ultimately cannot kill a god. This is the reality that will make you despair." Chiu suddenly realized that elemental power couldn't harm gods. This meant it was a game mechanic in Cosmos. The sword, plunged into the ground, was controlled by Dorov's power and lifted up. Then he brought it before Chiu. "Remember I just told you I'd give you a chance? Well, the chance is here." Dorov smiled wickedly. "If you personally kill this old man Boloy, I will spare you and the others." Chiu's face immediately darkened as he gritted his teeth and glared at him. "Dream on." Dorov scornfully threatened, "If you don't agree, then you'll just have to watch this piece of trash be tortured to death, and then your teammates will follow." At this moment, he gently used his hand to control a series of rubble to fly into the air. Large and small rocks took turns stabbing Boloy, making him cry out in pain. Dorov calmly crossed his arms and said to Chiu, "Look at his suffering. Wouldn't it be better to just finish him off?" Chiu cursed incessantly, "Don't touch old man Boloy, you bastard. I'll kill you." Dorov asked again, "Is it everyone dies, or kill Boloy to save the others?" Boloy screamed desperately in pain. Dorov emphasized once more, "Tran Chiu, which one do you choose?" Chiu worried incessantly. "Damn it, I can't do anything. Can I only watch old man Boloy suffer and everyone else get killed?" He remembered each of his teammates, Sali, Backban, Boris, Filoga, Zeluka. And Chiu remembered the most important person, his mother, who still hadn't returned to clarify what really happened at home. Disappointment in himself was clear in his eyes. His mind was filled with vague, uncertain thoughts. Is there really no other way? Hios's voice suddenly echoed in Chiu's head, "Is this thing a god too?" He looked up, his mind becoming a little clearer, as if recognizing that voice. The sky was black, interspersed with red flowers flying in the air. Chiu felt as if he was transported to another space, which made him stunned. Chiu felt someone behind him, so he turned around. Hios teased him, "My chosen master killed by this thing? How embarrassing." Chiu hesitated. But using the elemental power granted by the gods, it's impossible to injure those with divine power. Hios replied, "You're right. How could mortals be given power that could destroy themselves?" He said mysteriously, "Normal elemental power certainly can't hurt him." Hearing the implication in Hios's words, Chiu asked, "Uncle, you have a way, don't you?" Hios chuckled, "Kid, if you're killed, I'll die too. Of course, I won't allow myself and my master to die at his hands again." What he said sounds really infuriating. The underworld god's power is indeed terrifyingly strong, but this guy has met you, Tran Chiu. Hearing himself mentioned, Chiu couldn't help but ask back in wonder. Hios explained, "Normal elemental power can't hurt gods, but you're different. The chaotic elemental power I gave you is the only thing that can." Chiu now understood the meaning behind his words, "God-slaying." Hios smirked, "It's time to show you the terrifying aspect of chaotic elemental power. Chaotic elements have increased by 3%. At this moment, the outside voice was still provoking, "Tran Chiu, have you given up resisting? If so, I'll kill that old man right away." Chiu ignored him, closing his eyes, uncaring. A surge of power was flowing secretly within his body. Regardless of whether Chiu answered or not, he burst out laughing, "Go die." Chiu suddenly raised his voice, startling him, "You're the one who deserves to die." The system simultaneously announced, "Godly movement skill recovery complete." Chiu also transformed into a different, much more powerful form. Seeing him like that, he became excited and burst into maniacal laughter. Interesting. You're definitely going to die. As he brought his sword down mid-swing, Chiu fiercely and swiftly grabbed his sword. He also stopped laughing, a look of disbelief on his face. This is impossible. Without a word, giving him no time to react or think, Chiu punched him straight in the face with one hand. Next, he continuously and furiously punched his body back. Chiu laughed like a maniac, punching relentlessly as if unleashing all his pent-up anger. The system displayed a notification about the god-slaying HP dropping to 3,000. Chiu stopped punching and kicked him directly in the stomach. This sent him plummeting into the forest like a meteor, powerfully, as if exploding. Hios spoke into Chiu's ear, "Kid, if divine power is like fire, then chaotic elemental power is the water that counteracts it." The system announced a series of skill upgrades and enemy kill rewards. The words echoed in Chiu's mind, "You are a born godslayer." The system simultaneously displayed, annihilation state remaining, 20 seconds. He looked up at Chiu, who was hovering in the air, radiating immense energy. He was surprised, as if his eyes had been opened. Is this the true chaotic elemental power? As for Chiu, he asked Hios, "Uncle, let me ask you one thing. Why did you only give me the full chaotic elemental power now?" Hearing Chiu's question, he froze, unsure what to say. Then he explained to him, "If today's opponent didn't possess divine power, I definitely wouldn't have unleashed this god-slaying power. God-slaying power is a taboo. The gods absolutely forbid its existence. With their keen senses, the gods must have already detected its existence." Chiu listened intently. Hios added, "From now on, they won't hold back and will send their strongest forces to find and kill you. What you'll face in the future won't be these grunts anymore, you'll face the gods of the divine realm." Hearing this, Chiu's expression became more serious. The system displayed a notification about a quest because Chiu's full power had been unlocked. Chiu looked at the system panel and reassured Hios, "Don't worry, uncle. Even if I have to fight the gods, I will leave here." Then the system panel also informed about the uses of the tears. Seeing that, he immediately drank it, thinking to himself, "But now, I must kill this guy first." Chiu decisively gulped it all down, determined, "It's time to end everything now." The system announced that extermination drive had recovered, plus many new skills. During this time, he was struggling to stand up. Damn it, no way. Confused, he hugged his body, riddled with wounds. Lord Hades took my soul, stripped me of all my senses, but why am I constantly trembling from pain now? Thinking this, he gnashed his teeth in anger but still didn't understand what this guy had done. The deeper he thought, the less he understood. Could this guy be that legendary thing? Suddenly, something caught his attention. Immediately after, a huge explosion sent him flying far away. He could only desperately shield himself with his hands. Chiu, with immense power, rushed forward to attack. He used the skill Divine Speed, Divine Annihilation /. Just as Chiu's fist was about to hit him, he managed to use his invisibility to dodge. At this moment, Chiu immediately detected him. His proud skill no longer held meaning for Chiu. The system's voice rang out, "Eyes of, redacted, activated, opponent's invisibility nullified, target locked." Without resting, Chiu continued to charge forward. Terrified and utterly surprised, he cursed inwardly, "This guy can see me, damn it." He descended from the sky, delivering a powerful blow to him. He spat blood and fell backward. Then the system's voice continuously rang out, 3,600 HP reduced, accumulated total 30 attacks, received explosion damage 3 times. 3,000 HP reduced, divine speed skill successfully recovered. He was in extreme pain, like dying and coming back to life. Divine speed, 3,000 HP reduced. Please note, HP is below 10%. Please note, the effect of redacted S tiers will disappear in 20 seconds. The extermination drive state will disappear in 5 seconds. Along with the notifications were continuous punches raining down on him. Finally, he took a stance for a decisive blow. A huge surge of energy, along with lightning, enveloped Chiu. Seeing this, he resigned himself and smiled faintly, admitting, "Is this the true power of a godslayer?" Chiu gathered all his power into his punch and aimed it at him. His eyes were truly resolute now. Immediately, a shocking explosion occurred, causing the ancient trees in the forest to sway. Boloy had witnessed everything that happened. Below, Ban, who was fighting, also had to glance over. Everyone paused what they were doing and watched intently. He gradually faded into the light of the explosion. He could only scream in despair. The system announced, "Killed, redacted, received 3 million." He remained motionless, observing the achievements he had left behind. A system panel appeared, indicating that Chiu had received rewards and been promoted. Conditions met: used, redacted, S tiers in battle, successfully used divine speed skill twice, used godslaying power to kill, redacted. Completed the Chaos Trial quest, received 1.5 million EXP, received element of the divine being X1. Level up. The system will activate the refinement system, activate the appraisal function, activate the map sensing function. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing light shining down from the sky. Chiu knelt down to the ground, returning to his original state. Upon seeing this, Boloy quickly ran over and called out worriedly, "Tran Chiu." Chiu staggered, trying to stand up. Chiu, looking exhausted and weary, forced himself to say to him, "Boloy, I won." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fainted. He quickly caught him, calling out, "Tran Chiu." The sky now also emanated warmth, as if sympathizing with the two of them. In the underworld, where there was a gloomy and mysterious castle. Inside, souls were displayed like glorious trophies. Hades sat leisurely on his chair, enjoying the taste of tea. A blue soul flame slowly extinguished. At this moment, he also noticed it. The soul of has disappeared? Where's the guardian? He spoke, "The Godslayer has appeared again. It seems the time has come." In the Sea of Infinity, a small boat drifted on a large river. Here, a man stood proudly at the bow of the boat. The man was annoyed and frustrated. This boat is truly irritatingly slow. This is the only mode of transportation in the Sea of Infinity? Unable to wait patiently, he asked the person rowing the boat, "How much longer until we arrive?" The rower continued to row but looked up respectfully upon hearing the question and replied, "My lord, it's just ahead." Hearing this, the man smirked and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, a spatial portal appeared. Vaguely, a voice called out Chiu's name from the void, "Chiu, wake up." At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly, he recognized his mother's familiar voice. Chiu jolted up and shouted loudly, startling everyone around him. Then he panted, causing everyone around him to look at him with judgmental eyes. Only then did he confusingly look around him. What's happening? Why am I here? A bald middle-aged man grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "You lunatic, you just yelled at your old man." The announcement at the train station rang out, "Next station, Academy Road Station. Passengers wishing to alight, please prepare." He still ignored the uncle and wondered to himself, "Academy Road? I'm back in reality?" Chiu joyfully shouted, "Finally, I'm back." The uncle still held his collar tightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're not really crazy, are you?" The system announcement continued to ring, "We have arrived at Academy Road Station. Passengers alighting, please exit on the left." Now he also paid attention and quickly apologized to the uncle, "Brother, I'm sorry. I just had a nightmare, so I..." The system sound suddenly rang out, warning incessantly, "Danger. Please be aware." Hearing this, he froze. Why is there still a system sound? Haven't I returned to reality? From somewhere, a distant voice echoed, "What do you want to do?" causing both him and the uncle to stop. "Kid, are you deliberately trying to scare me? Do you want to die?" Several men in suits rushed forward. "Chiu, go! Get out of here!" He heard his mother's voice again. What's happening? Was that Mom's voice just now? The uncle, still grabbing his shirt, angrily said, Kid, talk to me. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Suddenly, he vanished instantly, much to the uncle's dismay. Seeing this, the uncle's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like a stream. He's disappeared. The men in black suits approached the uncle and asked, Hey, did you see a high school student here just now? Seeing this, the uncle became flustered, waving his hands and mumbling, That kid just suddenly vanished in a flash. Didn't you see? The lead man in the suit frowned unhappily. Turning back to Chiu, at this moment he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Chiu immediately sat bolt upright. He panted in a panic, sweat droplets rolling down. Chiu looked around, puzzled. I'm back again. Could what just happened have been a dream? He thought with confusion, everything just now was too real. But if it was reality, why did Mother's voice appear at the end? A voice from outside the door caught his attention. Tran Chiu, you're awake. It turned out to be Sally, like a fairy descended from heaven, bringing food. When Chiu saw her, he anxiously reeled off a string of questions. Sally, you're not hurt, are you? What about Uncle Loy? Are the others okay? She gently reassured him, Don't worry. Everyone's fine. Early this morning, Uncle Loy even said that after resting for 10 days, he was too idle to stand it, so he had to go with everyone to help repair the town. Hearing that, he looked at himself in astonishment. Wait, 10 days? I've been asleep for 10 days? Sally confirmed, That's right. Your wounds were healed, but you wouldn't wake up, which scared us to death. We even wasted our effort making tonic for you. She tucked her hair back and continued, I still have to go help Uncle Loy. After you eat, come find us in town. Oh right, tonight the villagers are preparing a grand feast to thank you. If you're awake, you'll need to prepare a speech, great hero. Hearing this, Chiu asked blankly, a speech? Wait, She didn't answer him but reminded him, there are new clothes for you outside. Remember to change. The table of food consisted of light dishes Sally had prepared for him. Chiu suddenly remembered something. That's right, it's still in the personal space. He immediately tapped the horn icon to summon it. It's been so long, it must have recovered by now. A system sound appeared, operation failed, not yet recovered temporarily, which confused him. What? 10 days and it's still not recovered? Ignoring Chiu's question, the notification sounded, You have one unread message. He focused on the system and began to open the letter. The info panel revealed that he had completed Part 1, The Godslayer Awakens in Tana, with a difficulty of Hell Tier Cosmos. Chiu was stunned by this. Hell Tier difficulty? Is that why I couldn't log out of the game? And now the system is fully activated? This is truly bizarre. Then he pressed the weapon crafting button. Never mind, let's check out the weapon crafting system first. Next, the system announced that Chiu had activated the weapon crafting system and it provided data on how to craft basic weapons and armor. Chiu felt this was somewhat similar to the game he understood before. The stamina system was also mostly the same. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. This is starting to feel a bit like a game. And there's this identification function, which probably lets me check the creatures I encounter. An identification system panel appeared, showing the basic startup method. Chiu stared intently at the 3 functions on the screen. Zeluka and the plunderers are both question marks. It seems the identification system needs to level up further to recognize them. This map perception system can help me detect high-level magic beasts around, which is convenient for grinding and leveling up. As for titles, they'll be received after completing certain special events, and different titles will grant different buffs. The teleportation gate system uses elemental power to create teleportation points in the area. For now, it seems I can only create 3 teleportation points. Chiu was certain, the most important thing right now is this chaotic Godslayer power growth system. The system then informed him that he had an element of God, which would release 1% of power after use. Now he understood that releasing power required obtaining divine elements first. Currently, he could only release 3% of the chaotic Godslayer power. After that, he still had to go to the Divine Temple to challenge the Divine Beast Naurus, so it was best to quickly release more power. With that thought, Chiu, filled with determination, immediately ordered the system to use the element of a god. Then, a massive surge of energy poured forth. He looked at this power in disbelief. It only increased by 1%, yet the power was like a vast ocean surging into his body. At this point, Chiu remembered that he had received some items, and the system continuously gave notifications. Earth Ring, a high-grade elemental power ring, increases intelligence by 30 points. 25 points of physique, passive, grants 30% damage immunity to earth elemental attacks when worn. Icebone Armor, a high-grade armor, grants 35 points of durability upon acquisition. 20 intelligence, 50 HP, passive, upon taking an attack, automatically unleashes an Icebone shield to attack enemies, with an additional 50% speed reduction effect. Finally, he donned the dazzling armor. Chiu looked at the hovering key. There was one key left. Last time, after using the key to open the treasure chest, Zeluka appeared. What would it be this time? In front of a wooden house, Boris asked Boloy, who was repairing the house. The injured have all been taken care of, and the barriers in various places have also been repaired. Now there are only a few simple final tasks left. Tomorrow, all affairs in the town can probably operate normally again. Hearing this, the old man praised him. Not bad, Boris. How are the preparations for tonight's banquet coming along? He quickly replied, Later and Faloga have been preparing since early morning. I think they must be almost done now. It was then that he suddenly remembered, oh right, Uncle Boloy, Lucius and his group are all being looked after by Uncle Ban, but it seems the remaining guardian has fled the town. I don't know where it went. Hearing this, the old man found it strange and had to stop what he was doing, turning to wonder, fled the town? That's a bit odd. Boris was surprised, really? But if he's alone outside the town, he probably won't survive for long. The old man admitted, indeed. But I have a feeling he's hiding something even stronger than Dorov. The scene shifted to a certain house frame bathed in sunlight. A startled voice exclaimed, What? It was Chiu, engrossed in observing the red key. This is a dungeon quest key, the system stated. Red key, a red blood moon descends upon the world. The brave will sever the seeds of evil, obtaining endless power. Upon use, it will activate a dungeon quest, teleporting the character to a specific quest labyrinth. Killing monsters during the quest will grant triple EXP. Defeating the final boss within the time limit will be considered quest completion. Upon quest completion, a legendary grade weapon or equipment will be randomly awarded. If the character dies during the quest, the physical body will be erased by the system. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Chiu, motionless, analyzed, if the character dies, the physical body will also be erased. In Zeluka's punishment space, the system also warned that upon failure, the physical body would be erased. When he first entered Ratonia and was killed by robbers, the system announced the character's death, but didn't mention the connection between the physical body and the character. He clenched his fist in confusion. Being trapped in the game is only my consciousness, so why did my body appear on the subway? Chiu gritted his teeth in anger, refusing to accept it. Damn it, what's going on? Is it really just a dream? A cough interrupted his train of thought. Chiu, are you all right? It turned out to be Hios, who appeared and caught Chiu's attention. Chiu spoke up, Uncle, why? Before he could finish, the man interrupted, Don't mind it. This is just my illusion. Hios confirmed what he had been wondering. I want to say, that wasn't a dream. You really left Ratonia, although I don't know why you came back. Hearing this, Chiu immediately turned back in surprise. What did you say, Uncle? I just went outside. He confirmed with certainty, Yes, I also saw everything you saw there. He sprang up like a spring, saying, That bald guy is looking for me, and he knew I'd appear in the subway. What was my mother's voice in that last moment? Why did she tell me to leave quickly? Hios was surprised. Telling you to leave? I didn't hear that voice. I've never seen this kind of traditional method. It didn't use any divine power or elemental force, but a tremendous power I've never seen before. Chiu frowned, deducing what could have happened. If leaving Ratonia is true, then there are only two possibilities. First, my consciousness never left the game, it simply went from Ratonia to a subway edge similar to reality. Second, I truly returned to reality, and my unconscious body couldn't have ridden the subway. Therefore, from the moment I entered the game, it was my real body. Regardless of the deduction, one thing is proven: this world isn't real, but fictional. So, the bald uncle I saw, could he be someone mentioned in Chiu's letter? He shuddered automatically, imagining his mother calling for help as she was taken away. Damn it. Mom wasn't captured by them, was she? And why was I the only one teleported here? Chiu felt unfairly treated and kept shouting, damn it. Seeing this, Hios quickly calmed him down. Hey, Chiu, you need to stay calm now. At this moment, the system's voice resounded at an inopportune time. Do you want to use the red key? If no action is taken within 10 seconds, the system will automatically end usage. The red key appeared before the system panel. Chiu seemed to have regained his composure. I'm fine, uncle, don't worry. I have a question. Have you ever killed a god? If you recovered all your power, could you defeat the strongest god? This left Hios speechless. He felt remorseful. I'm sorry, those questions just leave a blank in my mind. I must have killed gods before, otherwise, why would I be locked up here? But any god fears chaotic elemental power. I think one day you'll also have a chance to kill the strongest god. Chiu fell silent upon hearing this. He told himself, Uncle is right. All I can do now is to keep getting stronger. Hios agreed, that's right, kid. Now that you've activated god-slaying power, it won't be long before gods come to bother you. You need to prepare for that. Immediately after, Chiu put on his coat and got ready. Don't worry, Uncle, I won't die here. As he walked, he still had many thoughts, admonishing himself. I not only have to survive and leave this place, but I also have to solve those last mysteries. After the party, I'll immediately start leveling up. Meanwhile, a fire blazed, casting light in the dark night. Later complained helplessly, Sally, you've asked me no less than 10 times in an hour. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for Chiu to arrive. Then later, Sally and Ban exchanged words, while Boloy and Boris silently watched the scene. The two peacefully confided in each other. Boris felt that he hadn't felt this comfortable since coming here and intended to enjoy the night thoroughly. Hearing this, Boloy replied, Your mindset is truly good, Boris. If Chiu hadn't defeated Dorov this time, we wouldn't know what kind of situation we'd be facing. He looked up at the sky and firmly stated, I believe he won't lose. I saw with my own eyes how he killed that Beast King. Boloy bluntly stated the truth, the Beast King is no match for Dorov. Dorov's power was granted by Hades. As soon as he finished speaking, Boris immediately fell backward in shock. He gave an awkward, forced smile, looking dazed as if he couldn't believe his ears. Hades? The god of the underworld, Hades? Suddenly, a voice from afar interrupted their conversation, calling out, Hey, Boris, why did you fall? It was the handsome Chiu approaching, asking, Did Boloy tell him something terrifying? Everyone was happy to welcome him. Boloy slowly stood up to greet him, Our great hero has arrived. Let the feast begin. The campfire began to blaze. Then more torches were lit, creating a lively late-night scene. Afterward, shouts of gratitude from the villagers echoed everywhere, Great hero. From old to young, everyone was full of enthusiasm. Chiu quietly watched the vibrant scene. What he didn't expect was to be welcomed like this. The scene shifted to a crowd surrounding the stage, accompanied by fierce cheers. At the same time, at the center of attention, Sally raised her hand high, asking the crowd to quiet down. Sally turned to one side, extending her hand to invite the person everyone was talking about. Next, please welcome our great hero who saved the town, Chiu, to say a few words. However, Chiu seemed a bit hesitant when his name was called. Seeing that he hadn't come up yet, old Boloy quickly urged him, "Go on, everyone's waiting for you." Chiu remained still despite his reminder. Noticing Chiu's hesitation, he turned to ask, "What's wrong? Are you nervous about speaking in front of a crowd?" He immediately denied it. Chiu clarified his thoughts, "It's just that I don't feel like a hero. Saving the town wasn't just my effort alone. There were others who also fought and sacrificed to protect the town. They are all heroes." He just didn't want to take all the credit for himself, which made Chiu feel a bit pressured. He believed that the current victory was thanks to everyone's help. Chiu felt that he didn't deserve everyone's acclaim and felt uneasy, thinking, "If all the credit is pushed onto me, I can't face the townspeople like this." Old Boloy patted his shoulder to give him some courage. "Don't worry, everyone knows that without you, no one in this town would be alive right now." He looked at Chiu as if tacitly affirming his position. "Now, we need a true hero to inspire hope in those who are still alive." In his eyes, Chiu was the hero, the hope, and the guiding light for everyone in the town. At the same time, from behind, Boris and later both shouted "Go for it" to cheer Chiu on. Generally, everyone recognized his contributions. Old Boloy patted his shoulder, an action like a grandfather guiding his grandson in the right direction. "Guide everyone to ignite the hope of leaving here, so they know that leaving here is not impossible." Chiu's eyes brightened, looking forward with determination. He gradually became more confident. He slowly walked onto the stage where everyone was waiting, and the crowd below continued to shout in unison as a way of thanking him. Chiu, with a confident demeanor, stepped forward before the crowd. As old Boloy had said, he realized that the townspeople had just gone through a brutal war. They had fallen into despair. What they needed now was someone willing to extend a hand and lead them out of the darkness. As everyone had affirmed that he was the great hero, Chiu must therefore be even more worthy of it. He must protect those who need him well and be a true hero. Chiu looked down at the people he had saved. Deep down, he felt that being needed by everyone was not a bad feeling. The residents below became even more boisterous when they saw Chiu, unanimously shouting the three words, "Great hero." He stood on stage, introduced himself, and then thanked everyone for trusting him. Chiu, with a strong appearance and decisive spirit, showed intense determination. He used a promise as a firm assurance. Clearly demonstrating his responsibility and dedication, "I will definitely protect everyone and lead everyone out of Ratonia." On the other side, a mysterious figure with ironclad feet appeared, moving across the sand. A ghouls was giving orders to Sesson, "Wait here. I'll be back soon." The man replied, "Yes, my lord." A moment later, a ghouls stood in the middle of the desert, frustrated, complaining, "It's been hundreds of years, and this place still has this cursed weather." Then his face gradually became murderous, his eyes burning red as if contemplating something. "Let's go check on that fool Hios' territory." He transformed into a dragon, stomping forcefully on the sand and soaring high, seeking an answer to his doubt, could that idiot really have been killed? Returning to Chiu, he was sitting on a rooftop, holding a bottle of wine, gazing at the starry sky. It wasn't romantic, rather, it was quiet and melancholic. Chiu took small sips of wine, letting himself sink into thought. Suddenly, Boris appeared behind him, breaking his train of thought. "That speech just now wasn't bad." He admired Chiu's speech. "I didn't expect you not to be nervous." "I wouldn't dare to speak in front of so many people." Uncle Ben immediately interrupted, scoffing, "This thick-skinned guy, of course he's not nervous." Chiu stood up and retorted sarcastically, "Uncle Ben, your mouth still stinks. Where are old Boloy and Sally?" He angrily intended to rush in and challenge him. Seeing that, Boris immediately stopped Uncle Ben and answered Chiu's question. "Oh, Boris drank a little too much just now, Sally already took him home." Philoga went to bring food for Lucius and them. Uncle Ban separated himself from the two of them, standing in another corner. Boris asked Chiu about his subsequent plans and when they would depart for the Divine Temple. He quickly answered and clearly stated his intentions. Before going there, I want to further enhance my strength, otherwise, even if we find the Divine Temple, we won't be able to defeat the Divine Guardian there. Uncle Ban, who was eavesdropping on the other side, also wondered what exactly Chiu wanted to defeat, a Divine Beast Guardian. Not only was he curious, but Boris was too. He asked Chiu about the true meaning of what he was saying. Chiu didn't hesitate to explain. Compared to the Guardian, Dorov was probably just a minion. He clearly stated his view, so we must become stronger than we are now. After speaking, Chiu suddenly jumped down, leaving Boris and Uncle Ban standing there. He walked away, not forgetting to leave a message. All right, I'm going to rest. You two should also go to rest early. Boris watched him leave, but couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with this guy? So mysterious. Behind him, Uncle Ban also clearly expressed his doubt through his eyes. In the silent night, moonlight illuminated the green forest. There, Chiu stood alone. Opposite him was a cliff edge, secluded with no one around. He stood before the system panel, arms crossed in thought. After defeating Dorov, my hidden level has reached level 78, but my usable level is level 41. There are still 65 attribute points left to distribute. Chiu realized that using the guiding kill skill would reduce the cooldown of other skills, and MP consumption would be very high. Therefore, he had to increase his intelligence to raise his MP. Chiu decided to use the Earth Ring to gain an additional 30 intelligence points. He began allocating the points, adding another 15 points to intelligence should be enough to handle the current combat. The remaining points would be used to add 25 points to strength and 25 points to agility. However, Chiu still lacked a weapon, but after unlocking the weapon shop, he only had 11 usable levels left. Chiu still decided to use the remaining levels to buy a weapon, with the clear view that something is better than nothing. Even if I can only get the worst weapon, it's still better than having empty hands like now. The system announced, level consumption, 30 levels. Weapon shop unlocked. Standing before the weapon panel, Chiu analyzed the pros and cons of each type. Glorious Golden requires level 40, this isn't bad, though it can't compare to Ajiu. The magic sword Karasas, with its superior stats, immediately caught his eye. Chiu felt this was the optimal weapon currently. The attributes are normal, but this MP attack effect suits me quite well. He used 10 levels to exchange for the magic sword Kasas. Holding the magic sword in his hand, he admired it for a long time, then gave his assessment, not bad at all. The next step is to challenge this mission. Chiu opened his hand, a key hovering in his palm. The system asked, do you want to use the red key? Chiu quickly answered, yes. Immediately, a black hole opened. The system requested, please approach the teleportation array. The mission will begin in 5 seconds. The countdown began, and Chiu resolutely stepped into the black hole. He slung his sword behind his back, his eyes shining brightly, clearly showing his will to win. Chiu's feet slowly stepped into the perilous place. Then he was gradually swallowed by red flames. In the last second, Chiu entered another space. What greeted his eyes was a brilliant red moon with a touch of illusion. But that didn't make him wary, on the contrary, Chiu looked straight at it. In that space, the moon was overwhelmingly huge, and he was incredibly tiny, but that didn't mean Chiu would lose. The ground was covered with a thin layer of water like a colossal mirror reflecting the blazing red sky. Chiu gently stepped in, creating a ripple on it. From sky to ground, there was only one shade, red, as if stepping into a gruesome, bloody training ground. The system reminded him, please note that you have entered the Crimson Realm. The endless slaughter by the spirit beast bed had dyed the earth, the rivers, and even the moonlight in the sky. Chiu felt this name sounded very familiar but couldn't recall it yet. The system continued to announce, find bet before the moon disappears. Defeating it will randomly grant many generous rewards. Chiu couldn't help but be surprised by the rewards of this mission. But he also felt a little uneasy. Which direction should he start from for the mission to find Bet before the moon disappears? In such a vast wilderness, without any pointers, he wouldn't know where to look. If he acted blindly, it was highly likely that the moon would disappear before he found Bet. A light suddenly flashed in Chiu's mind. He recalled the mission reminder, find Bet before the moon disappears. He knew where Bet was. Chiu looked up and smiled triumphantly. It turned out it was all a riddle. Before the moon disappears didn't just refer to time, but also Bet's location. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke with a hint of purple flashed before him. Chiu cautiously tilted his head, staring at it sharply. What is this? From the thick black smoke emerged a pair of large feline feet, with only 3 sharp claws each, but as big as a human arm. Its mouth was crammed with fangs, and its snorting breath carried shivers of cold. What fully revealed itself before Chiu was a strangely shaped spirit beast, a leopard-like head but with horns, and a body covered in bulging muscles. Chiu recognized it as a level 60 spirit beast, and it wasn't alone, other spirit beasts surrounded him. One by one, they gradually narrowed the distance to him, both probing and threatening. Despite the critical danger, Chiu calmly summoned his weapon. He soberly considered his countermeasures, level 60 spirit beasts, and quite a number of them. In the past, dealing with them would have taken considerable effort. Suddenly, a spirit beast lunged, interrupting his thoughts. Chiu leaned back slightly and dodged it. He swung his sword effortlessly, slicing through its head. Then, leveraging that momentum, he stomped his foot hard on the ground for power. Spinning his sword once in the air, the surrounding spirit beasts were swept away cleanly. Chiu remained in his spot, not moving an inch. He continued his previous line of thought. Now, these guys are just temporary experience for me. At this moment, in another place, where there was a tall, pointed, barren mountain, a ghouls, with his arms crossed, examined the shattered palace and couldn't help but exclaim, Fine was actually killed. Although Fine had no divine power, he absolutely shouldn't have been killed so easily. He tilted his head and sniffed the air lightly. This place smells like a bunch of insects. Catching a certain scent startled the ghouls. Is this his smell? He reassured himself, no way, he should definitely be dead. A ghouls lowered his gaze to observe. The ground was full of chaotic traces, and Fine's subordinates lay scattered, dead and dismembered. Suddenly, he let out a faint, cold laugh, speculating, could it be that he's not dead and is with those insects? Unaware of an approaching danger, the people of Diasat town were peacefully asleep. Through the lit window of a house, Uncle Loy was still awake. He was puffing on a cigarette and intently reading documents. The document stated that the sealing of the evil god Murphy was not the final outcome, but merely the beginning of everything. The appearance of Hosi, possessing absolute power, made the god of light jealous of humanity. Because the goddess of prophecy had seen in the book of prophecy that a godslayer would emerge among humans, the gods would have to accept judgment, and the world order would be re-established. The god of light couldn't tolerate humanity, whom he created, possessing power that threatened him, so he began to purge and slaughter humanity. Under such oppression, humanity, unable to bear it, finally resisted. And the prophesied godslayer would lead humanity to victory against the god of light. Now, there's no doubt, Chiu is this godslayer. Bolo took a puff of his cigarette to calm down. Will a war truly break out between humans and gods? Suddenly, a tremendous sound startled Bolo, knocking over his lamp. He hastily ran to the window, opening it to check with a bewildered look. The barrier was under attack. In the sky, an enormous fireball was hurtling towards the town, illuminating it as bright as day, trying to break through the barrier. This thing before him would endanger the town. At that moment, Bolo was utterly terrified. But then a powerful explosion rang out, shattering the barrier into star-like fragments that rained down on the town. Bolo, quick as lightning, ran to the place where the culprit behind everything was. As soon as he saw that person, his eyes bulged, bloodshot with tiny veins. Countless painful memories resurfaced, bringing with them hatred. That man was the bastard who killed Sally's parents. Agoles looked at Obolo as if he were an ant. He gave an order as if bestowing a favor. Are you the guardian of this place? Tell me where the one who killed Fine is. I'll give you a quick death. Returning to Crimson Realm, Chiu was currently concentrating on deploying a skill. The surrounding energy transformed into sparkling blue currents, gathering and flowing into the sword in his hand. It was time for Chiu to use the Divine Sprint skill. His figure flashed past, creating a blue streak across the foreheads of the spirit beasts. Countless sounds of impact rang out, white light streaks appeared on the spirit beasts' bodies, and fragments of their forms scattered everywhere. The dead spirit beasts turned into ash, swept away by a gust of wind. After one attempt, he pondered, if the God-slaying slash can also stack passives, then wouldn't it consume no MP at all? Seeing Chiu momentarily distracted, the remaining spirit beasts lunged to attack. He lightly jumped up. His incredibly flexible body hung inverted in mid-air, dodging the attack from the horde. Chiu coldly gazed at the spirit beasts. Then let's use them to test it out. He used his strongest skill, God-slaying slash. A surge of dark purple lightning erupted, attacking the spirit beast horde below. Notifications of health bar deductions and skill bar replenishment continuously rang out. Within that lightning surge, Chiu was cutting down spirit beasts like vegetables. Indeed, he was right, the MP consumed when using the skill could be fully compensated. No need to worry about running out of MP, and the efficiency of monster farming also increased significantly. No longer worried about insufficient energy, Chiu swept through the surrounding spirit beasts like a butcher. He only stopped when the system announced that all enemy units had been killed. The system displayed the experience calculation frame, and Chiu realized that the amount of experience needed to level up had increased to 500,000. No wonder he hadn't leveled up despite fighting so many spirit beasts. If calculated at this rate, then 10 million quest reward points wouldn't even be enough to increase 20 levels. The system reminded him that the weapon's durability was currently 93%. When durability drops to 0, the weapon will break. Looking at the sword in his hand, he thought, the wear and tear on this weapon is too fast. I haven't even fought 50 spirit beasts. If he keeps fighting like this, he can't completely avoid a lot of wear. Initially, when choosing professional skills, although Holy Light Punishment could deal damage, it reduced weapon wear, but the damage was too low. I wonder if I can gain more powerful professional skills after leveling up. At this moment, Zeluka woke up. It happily cried Baba to Chiu. Seeing the child healthy, his expression was no longer as serious as before. Chiu gently told Zeluka to wait a moment, then quickly pressed the activation button to summon it. As soon as it appeared, Zeluka rushed to hug his neck tightly. Chiu comforted it, it's all right, don't hug so tightly anymore. Dad's almost out of breath. Zeluka cried out worriedly as if asking, is Dad okay? Chiu patiently replied, it's okay, Dad already killed the bad guy. Now we're safe. Dad hasn't even thanked Zeluka yet. You saved Dad and Mr. Boloy. Receiving the praise, it joyfully flew into the air as if proudly showing off, even though only Chiu was witnessing it. Looking at the innocent and carefree child, his heart was filled with warmth, dispelling his worries. At this moment, Zeluka came back, tugged his shoulder and cried out. Chiu understood what it meant. Are you asking where we are? We're on a mission. We need to hurry and find the boss, kill him, then we can leave. Let's go. He chuckled and reminded it, follow Dad, don't get lost. With that, Chiu dashed off, aiming for the bright red full moon in the sky. In reality, S-City was plunged into dark night with heavy rain, and many ambulances were speeding patients to the hospital. Nurses shouted for everyone to make way, gurneys were quickly pushed, bringing a patient in. His face was pale, his eyes wide open. The nurse cried out, heartbeats too weak. Quickly, inject more epinephrine, prepare the AED. The patient was in critical condition, so they were taken directly to the emergency room for surgery. In the operating room, due to lack of oxygen, his body convulsed, struggling to breathe, but then his heartbeat slowly declined. The emergency doctor had no choice but to use the defibrillator on him. The doctor pressed the device onto his body, shocking him, but ultimately could not pull him back from the hands of death. This scene was projected onto a TV screen. A person reported to Minister to, "This is the 3,000th employee death due to cardiac arrest this month. These deaths are mostly men around 20 years old with no underlying medical conditions. The cause of cardiac arrest is unknown, and pathological analysis found no issues." After hearing this, Minister to asked him, "Do these people have anything in common?" Her subordinate replied, "These people had no real-life interactions, but investigations show they all played a game called Cosmos." Minister to was suspicious. "So many people who played this game have died, it certainly can't be a coincidence." The subordinate continued to report, "Besides this, there's another matter related to Cosmos. Last month, a woman reported that her son went missing while playing Cosmos. Initially, we didn't pay much attention. Last week, someone filmed a teenager suddenly appearing in the subway. Then he suddenly disappeared again. This video went viral online. Upon identification, we can confirm that this teenager is Chiu. Minister to, according to you, what should we do next?" After reading the documents in her hand, she decisively said, "Delete the video first, then control public opinion. We absolutely cannot cause a crisis. Immediately find the person in charge of Cosmos Company. If the investigation progresses, report to me at once." After her subordinate left to follow orders, Minister to looked at the file in her hand again. It contained all of Chiu's information. Notably, the last time he was seen was 6 days ago. Back in the town, embers flew with the wind, and black smoke billowed everywhere. The dark sky further accentuated the two figures, one red, one blue, floating in the air. Agoli saw no movement from Boloy and unhappily said, "Hey, old man, are you mute?" Boloy responded to him with action. He teleported next to Agoli's. His eyes filled with hatred, he rained down countless punches on him. Even with such furious power, Agoli's gently blocked them with just one finger. That silent contempt further enraged Boloy, and he used all his strength to deliver a finishing blow to him. But unbeknownst to him, Agoli's hand faintly manifested magical power. He just waved his hand, and Boloy was swatted away like a fly by Agoli's, unable to stop. At this moment, a dark purple magic circle appeared behind him. That was Backban's skill, which helped stabilize Boloy's body that was flying back from the recoil. He coolly asked him, "Old man, are you all right?" Boloy was extremely alarmed when he saw Backban. "Why are you here? Go quickly, you are not his opponent." Backban didn't listen and leave, because he wasn't alone this time. Appearing with him were unexpected characters, Lucius and Hios too. At this moment, Chiu and Zeluka ran towards the moon. The closer they got, the more spirit beasts appeared. Their ranks were also higher than the ones they just met. Now the spirit beasts were larger, reaching level 70. Moreover, with the current weapon wear-and-tear mechanic, they couldn't repeatedly use the god-slaying slash to destroy them. They could only use normal slashes to attack the spirit beast's weak points for an instant kill. Time was running out. At this rate, there wouldn't be enough time left to fight the boss. Chiu was deep in thought and didn't notice some spirit beasts approaching, their claws almost touching him. Then suddenly they were locked by a force, making them float in midair. It turned out that Zeluka, provoked by them daring to touch its daddy, used its power. It swung its hand with force, throwing the two spirit beasts hard onto the ground. Zeluka was still angry and raised its hand, forming tiger claws, growling. Chiu gently praised it to soothe it. Then he turned to look towards the red moon. There was still a horde of spirit beasts waiting ahead. Chiu thought to himself, "I must quickly eliminate these spirit beasts, I can't waste any more time." The confrontation of Boloy's group had drawn the attention of the townspeople. Everyone looked up anxiously and discussed, "What's happening? Are the demon beasts attacking again?" The battle in the sky now became tense. Even with 3 more people, Agoli showed no fear and spoke with even more contempt. More insects, but I don't want to waste time playing with you all. Tell me where he is. My patience is limited. Backban retorted, I don't care who you are, this town is ours to protect now. I advise you to quickly get lost. Agoli's was annoyed and didn't want to reply to these earless bugs who sought death. In just a second, he lunged in front of Backban, the insect who dared to disrespect him. Seeing this, Lucius and Hios too were startled, their eyes wide in disbelief at how fast he was. Agoli's looked down at Backban, worthless bugs. A sound of tearing flesh rang out, his hand was stained with blood. Everything seemed to slow down. Backban watched in horror as each drop of blood splattered. He couldn't utter a word, looking at the claw mark on Boloy's back, who had taken the blow for him. He tried to endure it and told Backban, I'm fine, you quickly take Lucius and Hios too out of here. You guys are no match for this person at all. Backban gritted his teeth in hatred, damn it, who exactly is this guy? Boloy slowly dropped a bombshell on everyone, saying, to be precise, he's not human, but a god. He is a subordinate of Hades, the god of the underworld. Agoli's lightly licked the fresh blood on his hand, savoring it with satisfaction, thinking, this taste is so familiar, where have I tasted it before? Boloy continued, he is the one who killed Sally's parents. Our elemental powers are useless against him. Let me hold him off, you guys leave quickly. After a long thought, Agoli's gave up. After all, he had eaten too many insects and couldn't remember clearly. He asked them, do you want to leave? But it's too late. After seeing fresh blood, I won't let any prey survive. Not knowing if he was a god or a devil, Lucius and Hios too summoned powerful magic. I told Boloy coldly, we won't leave. As guardians of the town, we absolutely have no reason to flee in battle. Backban had the same idea. If he's the one who killed Sally's parents, no matter who he is, he cannot be forgiven. Boloy, if we fight together, we might not lose to him. Since everyone was so determined, Boloy no longer tried to make them leave. He summoned his own lifebound sword. Together with them, he took a defensive stance, surrounding Agoli's and attacking with all their might. Agoli sneered, what a bunch of idiotic insects. Appearing behind him was a majestic underworld dragon, its body brimming with power, obscuring a section of the sky. Agoli stood before it like a demon bringing destruction. On the other side, under Chiu's feet was dark purple blood from the undead beasts. The system announced that he had leveled up. Chiu looked at Zeluka, who was panting beside him, and asked, are you okay? Let's rest for a bit. What he cared about now was that after fighting so many undead beasts and expending so much stamina, he had only gained 1 level. Moreover, his weapon was wearing down faster than he expected, the sword in his hand already had many cracks. The stat points and skills he had now were indeed very powerful in solo combat, but the trade-off was extremely poor ability to clear mobs. Previously, when choosing skills, he could only pick 2 out of 3, so he chose a rather aggressive combination. Now, although Holy Light Punishment dealt fixed damage as an area of effect skill, it could reduce weapon wear and stamina consumption. He regretted not choosing different class skills at the beginning. He would surely have gotten more powerful skills, but why could he only choose 2 skills, not 3? The system spoke, answering his question, attention, when the hidden roles level reaches 100, a new skill slot will be unlocked. Chiu calculated silently. If that were the case, it also meant he could unlock it after finishing this fight. Good. If I just speed up, I'll get equipment and a new skill after finishing. With that, defeating the boss in the temple might no longer be a problem. After considering everything, Chiu called Zeluka, we've rested enough. Let's continue moving. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted, its sound seeming to tear eardrums. The force of the sound wave made the ground tremble, even reaching where Chiu and Zeluka were standing. This was Bet's scream. Before him appeared a purple vortex, a darker purple than the previous ones, mixed with a malicious jet black. In a flash, that circle sparked with lightning, as if summoning a wicked demon. An undead beast as large as a small mountain leaped down, kicking up dust all around. That was Bet, level 120, the final boss Chiu needed to defeat. So it's a cat. He arrogantly glanced at it, the imprints of his skills gradually appearing on his face. Chiu teased Zeluka as if Bet wasn't there. Be careful, if you die, I'll be killed too, making the little one furious and yell at him. The warm-up was over. Chiu became serious, his gaze sharp as he looked at it, beginning the hunt. In City B, reporters reported that a large number of deaths from unknown causes had occurred in recent days. Some people believe it's due to a virus or some nuclear leakage, and there are also rumors that this is related to a game called Cosmos. Currently, global protests are underway, demanding the government provide an accurate explanation. This morning, the government of Country Z invited other heads of state to hold an emergency meeting regarding the deaths, and tonight's press conference will clarify this special death event. Suddenly, someone among the protesters behind her fainted, and people clamored and shouted to call an ambulance, showing the extent of the crisis caused by this event. With her professionalism, she turned back to the camera and stated seriously, "Reporter Loon Gungu will continue to bring you updates." In the conference room, during the report on this mass death event, we have conducted pathological and anatomical studies on the victims but found no signs of any virus or toxin. During the autopsy, we discovered something. The cause of death for these individuals was not cardiac arrest as we initially thought, but a complex and unexplainable reason. The victims' internal organs and brains showed injuries caused by bladed weapons or blunt force trauma. I have reason to suspect this is a malicious murder event that exploits the human brain's ability to generate illusions. Hearing this, the heads of state below began to buzz with discussions. He gave everyone a few moments to think, then calmly continued. Previously, I participated in a disbrain study where we placed human brain tissue, about the size of a stamp, into a petri dish and then taught these brain tissues to play simple ping pong. We found that these brain tissues had a learning capacity faster than anyone. You might say these two things are almost unrelated, but what I want to convey is that this research and the current incident both point to one thing. The world we live in has only a 1 in a billion chance of being real. Just as the real world was in crisis, Chiu was also under attack. He leaned and jumped away from the sharp claws of the undead beast king that lunged at him. After dodging, Chiu swiftly accelerated and turned back to launch a sneak attack on its exposed body. The beast's intuition made Bet recognize his intention as soon as it saw the action. It spun around and forcefully struck him with its long tail. Fortunately, Zeluka managed to use a protective barrier on Chiu in time, but Bet's strength still pushed him hundreds of meters away. He secretly thought it was truly strong, but the stronger it was, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Bet is a dungeon boss monster. Its offense and defense are no weaker than the Beast King or Dorov. In fact, it's even stronger than them. If he had been hit just now, he would probably have immediately lost his fighting power. He must not be careless when fighting it. I still don't know the boss's skills. I must conserve my stamina and skills to deal with it. Only by clarifying its skills can I attack with full force. Chiu raised his hand, gathering energy. He used Divine Step to accelerate himself, his extreme speed kicking up dust and rocks. In just a few leaps, he was close to where the giant cat stood. Bet stood opposite him, clearly seeing Chiu's movements, but it didn't stir, as still as a cute toy cat. He couldn't help but become vigilant. What's wrong? Why is it standing still? Is it not planning to attack me? As he got closer, Chiu, suspicious, stopped running and stomped his foot, leaping high into the air. Flying into the air, he aimed for its head, but Bet still didn't move. Chiu frowned slightly, not knowing its intention. Was it just going to let him attack? It seemed Chiu had flown into the area it wanted. Bet lifted its head and roared, its eyes shining with a dazzling purple light. In the sky, where Chiu was standing, a swarm of ghostly undead beasts appeared, surrounding him. They murmured and, as if by agreement, rushed to attack him. It was at this moment that Chiu, having long suspected Bet, was prepared. Now, its attack also gave him an opportunity. Chiu used the divine extermination / skill to easily evade the phantoms, then lunged directly towards Bet. From afar, it looked like a bolt of lightning striking its head. Bet couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. Within the dense blue light, Chiu seemed possessed by a god of slaughter, continuously attacking and calculating. He managed to dodge the magic damage in this position, and at the same time, his probing skill could also attack Bet. The HP bar above its head slowly decreased with each sword strike. The pain from being wounded made Bet stand up, and Chiu cautiously dodged. It started using its skills, and witnessing the move coming towards him, he couldn't help but be terrified. Until now, it had only been toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Now it was time to use its true power, and with just one swipe of its claw, it created 3 powerful magic lines that sent Chiu flying. Seeing Baba attacked, Zeluka anxiously flew over to shield him. Bet didn't give them a moment to breathe. It gently swung its claw, batting the 2 of them away. Its force was comparable to the power of a meteor impact, creating a huge roar as if to destroy heaven and earth. As the dense dust dissipated, Chiu appeared, protecting Zeluka in his arms, and he cautiously glanced at Bet, who still had menacing power. No sooner had he stood firm than the vengeful phantoms arrived before him. A dark aura emanated from Bet's mouth as it whispered, "Soul Mark." The magic gradually formed, casting a terrifying glow on his face, and Chiu sensed the approaching danger. What concerned him most was the treasure in his arms. Chiu didn't hesitate to throw Luka forward. As the magic completed, its light blazed, overshadowing all life. It flew rapidly towards its target, him, and Chiu wanted to flee, but he unexpectedly slipped and fell. A fierce roar echoed, and before Zeluka's eyes, only dust flew up from the explosion. Tears welled in its eyes as it flew up, no longer caring about anything but wanting to see how Baba was. Upon arriving, Zeluka saw Chiu on one knee, covered in wounds. Chiu couldn't understand. The explosion just now was completely unavoidable, as if he was locked in place, yet he had clearly dodged it the first time he used the divine extermination / The system clarified. Bet's attack came with a mark effect. After being hit, the explosion of the soul mark would turn into damage, just as he thought. This guy's speed is so fast to close in on enemies, apply the mark, then use an explosion to kill them. This is a fatal blow for a melee fighter like me. Its skills are completely antithetical to Chiu's. What should he do now? What should he do now? Countless roars erupted after Bet's incredibly devastating explosions. At this moment, Chiu was running rapidly forward to escape the fierce attacks of the Phantom Beast King. With such high speed, he couldn't stop smoothly. Chiu was extremely annoyed because the movement speed of the summoned phantoms also started to increase. He tilted his head, reminding the bewildered Zeluka standing next to him to be very careful. Suddenly, the alarm bells in Chiu's heart rang out fiercely. He didn't know when Bet's colossal foot had appeared above him. The enormous phantom beast forcefully slammed down on the bothersome bug. But then it suddenly felt that something was wrong under its foot. Bet tilted its head down. Chiu was protected by a magic circle, completely unharmed. His hand gripped the sword tightly, channeling energy into it. The moment Bet was curious, Chiu leaped like a hunting leopard, using the divine extermination / to stab its left eye. By reflex, Bet tilted its head back, and a column of blood spurted from the wound, creating a rain of blood. Without giving it time to recover, his figure flashed all around, attacking, and Bet's HP bar gradually decreased. But how could a boss be easily killed? It used its claw to block Chiu's remaining attacks. Then Bet quickly retreated, moving hundreds of meters away from Chiu. It seemed to give it time, but in reality, it also gave him and Zeluka a chance to catch their breath. Chiu looked at Zeluka, worried and deep in thought. Now, they could only rely on Zeluka's shield to absorb damage. But the opportunity to get close to Bet and deal damage to him, doing so would also greatly deplete Zeluka's stamina. Moreover, Bet's movement speed was too fast. If they easily activated annihilation mode, once they couldn't hit it, the skill's cooldown time would be long, and that would be even more draining. Zeluka was also starting to show signs of fatigue. To completely finish it off, this type of attack might not be enough. He turned his head to look at Bet. Moreover, besides dealing with this guy, they also had to avoid the endless harassment from the undead beasts. Chiu gripped the sword in his hand, feeling frustrated because he was completely out of options. He suddenly remembered Hios. When training him, the old man used a long-range attack skill similar to a sword blade slash. If the old man could teach him, perhaps he could defeat Bet. Just then, the undead beasts couldn't wait any longer and lunged forward. Chiu frowned and called out, "Hey, old man, are you there? Do you have any way to defeat it?" No one answered. He quickly took down 2 undead beasts and called again, "Hey, old man, didn't you hear me?" Could it be that after entering the mission, the old man couldn't communicate with him anymore? But last time, when returning to reality, he could still leave Latonia with him. The system reminded him, countdown, 30 minutes left. Chiu grew more anxious. The mission time was almost up. Should he just give up 10 million experience points and a legendary weapon like that? At this moment, Bet coiled in midair, gathering momentum to attack him from below. Chiu's body leaped into the air, dodging a fatal blow from it. Seeing Zeluka being relentlessly attacked, he became more determined. No! If I can't even complete this mission, then don't even dream of defeating Napris guarding the temple. He couldn't give up. There must be a way to defeat Bet. Suddenly, Bet appeared behind Chiu, and an extreme sense of danger rushed over him. He was stunned. Its movement speed had become even faster. But Chiu didn't have time to dodge. He could only endure a punch from it and crashed hard to the ground. Chiu suppressed the piercing pain from his wound and quickly sat up. However, the low-level undead beasts had been waiting and rushed towards him. A massive explosion rang out, and the destructive wave blew everything away. Bet sat obediently, hunched over, waiting for the next attack if its prey still hadn't died. In the center of the explosion, Chiu gasped, clutching his chest. The system prompted urgently, "Your HP is below 10%. Please replenish immediately, please replenish." Chiu pondered. The boss's movement speed was faster now. With his current HP, if he got hit again, he would die here directly. Now the only way was to activate Annihilation mode, drink the potion, and combine it with Zeluka's shield to launch a final attack. In this critical moment, his survival instinct had sparked his thoughts. Chiu looked at the system screen. He was currently using the power of chaotic elements, and all his skills were entirely based on system prompts. He had never sought them out himself. The old man's sword blade slash seemed to focus all elemental power onto the weapon and then release it with an attack. If I channel all elemental power into my sword, could I create a similar effect? Alright, let's begin. Chiu channeled streams of energy within his body to his arm. Each dark black lightning bolt, after being channeled into the blade, became thicker and took on an additional reddish hue. Based on his keen deduction, Chiu felt that he had done something very similar to the old man. The sword, filled with elemental breath, he swung it upwards. With a decisive and powerful slash, a cut imbued with dense power tore through the void. The cut traveled hundreds of meters, leaving behind an extremely deep fissure. The system announced, "You have learned the skill God's Lair Chaos Crescent Moon Slash. Detailed notes, damage dealt 2000 points plus 5 times user's strength damage plus weapon damage plus elemental explosion damage. 0 cooldown. Learned skills will not occupy system skill slots." Chiu rejoiced inwardly, "This is great, another skill. Now I can probably kill the boss." Bet roared furiously, his previous move seemed to provoke it. Bet rushed forward, intent on killing the human who just wouldn't die. Chiu stood still, his body radiating a unique amount of magic, activating conduction of annihilation. Behind him, streams of fresh red appeared, like butterfly wings gradually forming. Bet, unaware it was about to face death, continued to roar and charge forward. Chiu seemed to be immersed in a mysterious realm from which he couldn't escape. The flow of power gradually spread to the sword. He gripped the sword tightly and slowly raised his hand. With just one downward slash, the terrifying chaotic power easily split Bet into two halves. The king of undead beasts was thus sliced. Not only that, but everything that the crescent moon slash passed through was split in two. The human who performed that terrifying skill just coldly glanced at his achievement. The moonlight high above cast a brilliant purple glow upon everything. Having finally defeated the boss, Chiu couldn't help but bend over, panting. After unleashing the skill, his entire body felt like it was sinking into a desert, unable to move. Fortunately, he had won. Chiu turned to look at the massive body of the undead beast king slumped there. Its corpse gradually disappeared in the dark flames. The system announced, "You have successfully killed Bet." Receiving the reward, he didn't hesitate and pressed the equip button. The system lightly scanned Chiu. An earring appeared on his ear, from which hung a stone filled with power. A necklace studded with blue energy stones encircled Chiu's neck. After everything was ready, the system opened a teleportation gate. During the 5-second countdown, he seriously told Zeluka to follow him. "Let's go back to the Divine Temple together." With 3 seconds remaining, Chiu's figure also disappeared into the teleportation gate. At the very last second, the teleportation was complete. The battlefield, which had been so fierce just moments ago, was now empty. On a cliff covered in lush green, a light flickered into existence. From within it stepped Chiu, returning victorious. He found it strange. Why is it still night? Did time stop when I entered the quest? But what shocked Chiu to the point of disbelief was the scene before his eyes. It was the devastated ruins of the town, an extremely deep crater that should not have existed in this small land. Back in reality, in a deserted small alley, old houses were concentrated here, differing from the luxurious prosperity of City B. At this moment, 2 people emerged from an old wall, releasing water. The young man worriedly asked, "Hey, old lie, did you hear? There's a killer game called Cosmos recently. They say anyone who plays it dies." The middle-aged man called Old Lie smoked indifferently. "Of course I heard, but I think it's just a joke." "A game that can kill people? What a joke. I think you young people play too excessively and don't take care of your bodies. Look at me, I'm old but my stamina is still very good. Tonight those girls even thought I was just over 20. The young man, still uneasy, said to him, "Seriously, Old Lie, I also play that game. These past few days I can't focus on work, I'm afraid I'll die too." But he didn't care and interrupted, "Hurry up, the girls are waiting." Suddenly, behind them, a purple pillar of light appeared. In a dark alley, there was a strange glow. The two couldn't help but stop at the same time and curiously turn to look. They both walked closer to the dazzling light. From afar, this pillar of light seemed like a thread, but up close, it was as wide as an alley. Old Lie wasn't scared and even scoffed. "It's probably not some illegal organization gathering, right?" Over there, in the bright path, a narrow slit opened, revealing a sharp claw, as if wanting to push open the obstructing door to the other side of the human world. The door opened wide, revealing the entire body of the terrifying monster. It stepped out of there, and Old Lie and the young man were so scared they fell and couldn't run. The young man recognized it and cried out, "That's the boss from the game." Amidst the panicked screams, Chiu appeared like a ghost. Her body, agile like a cat, jumped down from above, blocking their path. At the same time, Chiu quickly drew a sword from her back and stood there. She showed no caution or fear. Chiu's eyes no longer held their initial brilliant light, only dark, dead stillness. Back in the town, the setting sun made the ruined landscape even clearer. The more he looked, Chiu couldn't stop thinking, what happened in town while I was on my mission? Is the time inside the mission different from the time outside? Just then, Hios, who had been waiting a long time, appeared beside him. "Young man, you've finally returned." Chiu felt something was wrong and chastised him first. "I'm back, but where have you been all this time?" Hios angrily retorted, "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Perhaps I've been separated from your inner self." Hearing that, Chiu frowned, doubting the truth of the matter. But a surge of magic appeared behind him, catching his attention. It wasn't stealthy at all, directly attacking him. Luckily, Chiu quickly used his sword to shatter the powerful attack. The smoke slowly dissipated, and he cautiously looked ahead to see who had attacked. A tall figure gradually emerged. It was Uncle Ban, gripping a sword tightly in his hand. His face was gaunt, his eyes red with hatred as he yelled, "Tran Chiu." He asked in shock and worry, "What are you doing? Where are Uncle Boloy and everyone else? And what happened here?" Uncle Ban's eyes welled up with tears, and he furiously yelled, "You dare ask about Uncle Boloy? It's all your fault for harming him." Chiu was stunned, not understanding why. "What are you saying?" Pale sunlight quietly fell upon the nearly devastated landscape of the small town. Chiu silently entered the wooden house, his face downcast, emotions clear. The gloomy room, with a few faint rays of light, was extremely stifling. Chiu's gaze fell upon Uncle Boloy, and for a moment, it was hard to speak. The pungent smell of blood and his mutilated arms reminded him that this wasn't a dream. Chiu suppressed a gasp, struggling to ask, "Uncle Boloy, why is he like this?" Feeling the atmosphere suddenly stagnate, he finally couldn't stay calm. "I was only gone for one night. What on earth happened?" Sally remained indifferent, her eyes dark and deep. Even a friendly person like Boris steadfastly refused to speak. The more Chiu asked, the more uneasy he felt, narrowing his eyes as he scanned everyone. His gaze stopped on Latonia, who seemed the easiest to get information from here, and he didn't want to beat around the bush any longer, asking directly, "What exactly happened?" He flinched in fright, his voice not as clear and coherent as his strong, imposing body. Unsure where to begin, he vaguely said, "You've been gone for 3 days. We thought you left without a word." Chiu was stunned, unable to believe it. He had clearly only been gone for 1 day. The curtain behind was violently flung aside by someone, accompanied by a low, disgruntled voice, "Stop pretending here, saying you'd protect everyone, then running away at the crucial moment." Thinking of the recent tragedy, Uncle Ban's anger burned even fiercer. It wasn't just Uncle Boloy, thousands of townsfolk were all because of him. The warm sunlight wasn't enough to soothe his blood-soaked heart. He suppressed his emotions, clenching his fists, and coldly questioned, "Who exactly are you? Why is that God so desperate to find you?" Hearing the name he hated most, Chiu couldn't help but frown. Dark clouds rolled in over the brightly lit city. At the B City Police Department, the female officer irritably warned the person who had just disrupted public order. "Regarding everything you've said so far, I find it utterly absurd. If you two keep talking nonsense like that, I can arrest you both under public order laws." Old Lai and his companion frantically waved their hands, their tone both earnest and firm. "I'm not lying." The police officer said nothing, completely dismissing it as a fabrication. Some people, unable to stand their commotion, stopped to ask what was going on. After all, this was a well-known police department in the city, and such a racket wouldn't look good to outsiders. As if their raw nerves had been struck, the two men wildly shouted about trivial things, like encountering a girl who could fly and slay monsters with a sword. Having no patience to listen to their baseless claims, the officer immediately sent them home. Despite the two young men's persistent attempts to report the incident, the female officer sighed helplessly, then professionally returned to her work. The room remained incessantly noisy. The female officer seriously went to a secluded corner to receive information, completely ignoring their babbling. News from the phone startled her, and her voice couldn't help but rise slightly. "Unknown creature." This statement drew the attention of the chaotic crowd on the other side. Realizing the seriousness of the matter was no longer one-sided, the female officer immediately regained her composure and solemnly stated, "I will immediately gather police forces and await orders from superiors." Seeing her grim expression, the male officer involuntarily worried and asked, "What's wrong?" The female officer glanced at the two young men whom she had just considered mentally unstable, and her breath suddenly became heavy. "The chief just called. The entire B city has entered a state of emergency. Many unknown monsters are attacking the city." At the same time, at Chiu's place, the peaceful and simple scene was shattered by an extremely angry shout, "Answer me, Tran Chiu." Uncle Ben pressed close to the person in front of him, an invisible oppression covering Chiu's entire body, as he saw the boy remain calm and unresponsive. He grew more impatient and threatened. "What do you mean by being silent? Do you think I'll let it go just like that?" His collar violently yanked up by Uncle Ben, Chiu felt truly bewildered. Everyone sadly watched the two, one frantic, one silent, Uncle Ben's questioning voice ringing in their ears. "You knew that guy was coming for you, so you intentionally hid, didn't you? You're the kind who only thinks of himself, afraid of death and clinging to life." Boris had no intention of intervening. He seemed to agree with Uncle Ben. Sally stood silently listening to Uncle Ben vent his anger, her face heavy with thought. His rage intensified as the smell of Boloy's blood wafted past his nose, and the ruined state of the town came into view. Uncle Ben put all his strength into a punch, as if letting out his anger. "Silence means admission, right? You garbage." The punch stopped mid-air, a heavy thud echoing. His fist trembled slightly, halted by Chiu's horrifying resistance. Uncle Ben gnashed his teeth, staring at the boy with hatred, as if in another second, he would tear him apart like a predator. Knowing that no words could soothe Uncle Ben's anger now, Chiu only said in a low voice, "Things are not as you think. I didn't know that God would come here so quickly, and I didn't intentionally leave, but ultimately, it's all because of me. I will bear all the consequences." Looking at the desolate aftermath of the town and Boloy's half-dead state, he gently let go of Uncle Ben's hand, his voice slightly hoarse and somewhat cruel. "I will find that guy and kill him with my own hands." Boris finally spoke, sincerely advising Chiu not to be reckless. "That guy is fundamentally not something we can deal with, he's too strong." Thinking of the reason for the god's appearance, Boris's heart couldn't help but tighten. He stepped closer to Chiu, wanting to hear the answer directly from him. "But now I'm very curious, why did that god come here looking for you?" The chilling wind swept through Chiu's soft hair. He slightly raised his eyes. "I won't hide it from you all anymore. It's because I possess god-slaying power." Chiu calmly explained, "Before, when fighting Dorov, the town's guardian, I discovered that normal elemental power couldn't harm him. It turned out that Dorov had sold his soul to exchange for Hades' divine power." Hearing the name Hades, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Without giving them time to be stunned, he calmly continued, "I don't know why either. My own elemental power awakened into chaotic elemental power that can slay gods. At the moment I killed Dorov, Hades probably set his sights on us. Dust flew sky-high in the desert, the scorching sun illuminating everything. Agoliz's killing intent emanated as if crushing the rocks beneath his feet. A familiar sensation surged in Agoliz's eyes, a flash of red made him even more sinister. The formation violently trembled, a mad voice continuously roaring, the god temple used to imprison the god that Lord Hades spoke of. A fierce whirlwind of sand swept through, and darkness spread, unstoppable. With a thunderous boom, the temple he sought finally appeared. Agoliz smiled with satisfaction. "That's it. The prerequisite mission has been completed." The ambition in his eyes grew larger and larger. The magnificent Khepri temple had just like that fallen into his hands. Chiu looked into the distance, wondering if this was truly a game world. The events that just happened were too real, yet also seemed unreal, leaving him with nothing to hold on to. The deep blue sky covering all of humanity, was it real or just fake? The five senses can deceive the brain, but inner emotions cannot. Humans and machines differ in that they possess consciousness. Mr. Boloy lost both his arms, many people also died, and even if he told himself it wasn't real, emotionally, he couldn't forgive himself. Chiu finally made up his mind, whether it was real or fake, the fact that he had been with them for all this time was undeniable. "Before I leave, I will definitely find that guy and avenge Mr. Boloy and those who died." Chiu suddenly thought that there might be some medicine in the pharmacy that could heal Mr. Boloy's wounds. Moreover, if it's high-grade medicine, it might even have the effect of restoring injured limbs. Indeed, just as he thought, the store truly had a miraculous medicine that could restore destroyed body parts. Chiu couldn't help but rejoice that he could save Mr. Boloy and was about to return to the wooden house to find him. Then, a sky-shattering sound suddenly echoed from afar, and Chiu couldn't help but follow it with his eyes. He frowned suspiciously. What's happening now? Such a loud sound in a desolate desert made Chiu suspicious. Even though he was very far away, the ground was shaking. What exactly is rampaging here? Its energy was immense, the surrounding air almost oppressively thick. The more Chiu thought, the less he could find the cause, but he knew this was no small matter. His pupils shifted, immediately startled by the scene below. The blinking location on the system had somehow turned into a red alert, accompanied by a dazzling message that stunned Chiu. The Khepri temple has been activated, no wonder there's such a huge commotion. He once again looked towards where the aftershocks originated, his brain continuously piecing together the events hovering in his mind. If he remembers correctly, Chiu's eyes sharpened. Only that god can activate the temple. The distant dust still carried the foul smell of the fierce god. Chiu showed no fear, instead, his will to eliminate it intensified. Heavy dampness spread under the eerie green candlelight. Ghouls arrogantly walked through the corridor that no one had visited for many years. He glanced around this place, an indifferent expression on his face, not hiding a hint of disgust. If Hades hadn't called him here, Ghouls would have refused, even if it were Zeus's command. He boredly fiddled with the damp rock wall. He had been sent by Hades to check the strength of the temple's seal. But Hades didn't mention the sealed god, who was exiled by building such a huge sealed temple in Ratonia. Electric light flickered as his fingers slowly brushed past. Ghouls completely ignored the commotion around him, silently pondering a possibility that had just flashed through his mind, perhaps a god that even Lord Hades was wary of. Mist swirled at his feet, leading the way to the strange seal before him, its patterns exuding an ancient, dangerous aura. Yet, it didn't hinder Ghouls. He seemed to be contemplating the seal, thinking, perhaps it's here. Terrifying power surged as his hand swung up, and Ghouls smirked triumphantly. His entire body almost submerged into the temple's endless darkness. Ghouls still remembered what Lord Hades once said. He decisively struck the seal. The electric current sweeping across the rock wall made him even more excited. Ghouls' attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, the smile on his lips distorting over time, like the tremors outside, where the divine beast guarded the seal. All the residual wind and sand in the temple were sucked away by that light. The view became unprecedentedly blurred by the dust. A moment later, the dust slowly dispersed, revealing Ghouls' tall, steady figure standing motionless and silent. The scorching sun overhead kept Chiu completely clear-headed. Thinking about the aftershocks that had just occurred, he couldn't help but wonder why the god came to Khepri's temple. Suddenly, a dangerous possibility occurred to him, and Chiu's face instantly turned grim. Gods could sense chaotic power. If that one came looking for him again, it would likely implicate everyone. Unwilling to bring tragedy to others again, Chiu resolved to stop all risks before they could sprout. "Hey, uncle, how do those gods sense my presence? You probably know how to deal with it, right?" A sudden chill ran down his back. Hesios's faint figure appeared at Chiu's command. Once chaotic power was activated, a scent only gods could smell would emanate from him. Seeing Chiu frown strangely, Hesios was not in a hurry, merely stating calmly, "This scent cannot be removed unless you die." He lowered his eyes slightly, completely unconcerned about what he had just said. Instead, he spoke with an obvious tone, "Possessing such powerful strength always comes at a price." Hesios glanced at Chiu's complicated back, his hoarse throat easily offering advice, "You can only kill those who want to kill you, there's no other way." Chiu fell silent, then after a moment, pondered, "If more gods pursue me, I'll go to the temple." To break the desert seal and let everyone leave, Hesios whispered, leaving him with a final thought, "This is the only thing you can do for them." The sunlight had become less harsh, the wooden house remained completely silent. Chiu suddenly remembered what Uncle Ban had said. He wasn't wrong, it was all because of him that the town had fallen into such a state. Boloy was still unconscious, everything remained as bleak as ever. He couldn't stop thinking about the past. Mr. Boloy had become like this because of him, and he wondered how many people in the town had died because of him. Seeing his pale face in the dim sunlight filtering through the window, Chiu felt immensely guilty, yet could say nothing but a dry "I'm sorry." Just then, Lassidler entered the wooden house with various bottles and jars. Seeing Chiu there, he couldn't help but be surprised, his hand pausing slightly as he lifted the curtain. Seeing Lassidler carrying a bamboo basket filled with various medicines of unknown purpose, Chiu calmly asked him what he was doing there. Lassidler honestly replied, "Sally asked the town doctor for some medicine, she told me to bring it over. I hope it helps." Fearing that Chiu was still angry about Uncle Ban's scolding, Lassidler, though scared, cautiously advised him not to blame Uncle Ban and Sally, because when such a big event happens in town, everyone will grieve. Chiu remained silent, seemingly not hearing him. He placed the medicine bottle he had just retrieved from the pharmacy onto the table. Without explaining its purpose or origin, Chiu quickly instructed Lassidler, "This is medicine for Mr. Boloy, remember to give it to him." He didn't expect Chiu to react that way and hurriedly called out after his lonely retreating back, "Where are you going?" Chiu didn't turn back, merely instructing Lassidler as usual to take care of Boloy. Silently walking through the ruined town, Chiu thought with regret that he couldn't restore everything to its original state, but at least he had to protect the remaining people so everyone could leave Ratonia. That last, lingering glance made Chiu afraid to turn back. He still had many things to do, and it was because he feared attachment that he chose to leave without saying goodbye. Thinking of the revenge he needed to exact, Chiu decisively rushed towards the temple. If he went there now, he might still be able to encounter that person. In City B, chaotic crowds fled amidst the terrifying destruction wrought by monsters. Chiu stood silently amidst the chaos, watching each panicked person rush past. The scene was truly chaotic, with a gloomy sky and intertwined screams. Chiu looked up, watching the monster sweep past the skyscraper. Immediately after, it turned into ruins under their tyrannical, terrifying power. She silently listened to the information provided by the system. This was the strongest monster they had ever encountered, likely S-class. Chiu nodded, then heard the system's reminder. 3 level 120 heroes have arrived at your location, please wait a little longer. Challenging a monster of this level alone is too dangerous. Chiu seemed unconcerned with their level, simply said coldly, "Send them to City S, I'll handle this place." A mechanical voice immediately rang out, telling her to wait a moment. She quickly sprang into action, drawing her sword and saying, "There are more than 3 monsters of a similar level in the East Sea near City S, we must stop them before they reach City S." The system was astonished to hear this. Chiu put all her strength into surging forward, without the slightest hesitation. The monster roared loudly to intimidate her, but Chiu did not flinch. She steadfastly observed each of the monster's attack movements, as well as the unusual things happening in the city. She had no doubts, on the contrary, she guessed that the speed of the 2 worlds merging far exceeded her imagination. Strange monsters continuously appeared all over the world. They rampaged everywhere, destroying anything they saw. Humanity's advanced weapons had no effect on them. The world had now fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Chiu and Hios slowly walked through the vast desert. The scorching sun made him a little weary. In his ear was the system's notification, 3 hours and 28 minutes have passed, the estimated remaining time is 8 hours and 37 minutes. The desert had no shade or water, and Chiu couldn't help but sigh, how much longer do we have to walk? Although I can use teleportation arrays now, I can't teleport to places I've been. Hios agreed, if we had a dragon to ride, it would probably save a lot of time. Hearing the nonsensical words, Chiu couldn't help but look at him as if he were looking at a lovesick fool, but where would we find a dragon now? That's like saying nothing at all. Speaking of riding a dragon, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he spun his head to look at Zeluka. I forgot you can fly, didn't I? Or how about you humble yourself and carry me for a bit? Seeing it startled and quickly moving several paces away, Chiu immediately burst out laughing, happily saying, I'm just kidding. Suddenly, a disgusting squelching sound came from ahead, and Chiu stopped, puzzled. He vigilantly observed the thing blocking his path. The smell of blood was too foul, and it was a non-human creature. Detecting Trilu's presence, Khepri immediately stopped his actions. He slowly turned his head, revealing the shredded flesh in his hand. Khepri slowly stood up amidst the desolate golden sand. Trilu stared intently, thinking, it's definitely him. It's the one who killed me when I first entered Ratonia. Moreover, the system didn't even announce that monsters would appear here. Khepri turned to look at him and spoke, insects, what a familiar scent. Trilu observed the system's warning. He realized it couldn't scan monsters of this level, so relying on the system's predetection of high-level monsters to avoid them was impossible. Trilu smirked, you shithead, we meet again. Khepri immediately recognized that he was the insect he had once killed and wondered why Trilu was still alive. He proudly replied, thanks to your blessings, not only am I still alive, but I'm living very well. Hearing Trilu's words, Khepri fell silent. Suddenly, he reached out his hand towards him and roared, then I'll just kill you again. Immediately after, Khepri's sharp claws were about to touch Trilu. He quickly dodged his powerful attacks. A fist with terrifying strength, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, came rushing forward. This time, Trilu didn't continue to dodge, deciding to counter with a direct blow, meeting force with force. Khepri was forced back by the counterattack, his feet dragging hard against the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Trilu quickly summoned his blade. Did you think I was still the same person as before, only capable of blind attacks? After being thrown back, Khepri remained motionless, leaning against the sand. He gripped the blade tightly, pointing it directly at him. Now I am someone who can kill even gods. Trilu's hair turned bright white, along with his icy cold eyes, a god slayer. Khepri immediately shot into the sky, his body enveloped in a golden light, drawing his attention. His hand immediately accumulated a powerful bolt of lightning, damned insect. That surge of power then transformed into a dazzling golden scythe. If that's the case, Khepri's eyes filled with killing intent, aimed directly at him, then I'll just skin you alive. The system displayed a notification that the Dominator's scythe skill had increased his attack power by 30%. Trilu glanced at it. This must be the elemental power of this dung beetle brain guy. Hios appeared and advised, this guy can control elemental power so well, you should be careful. His eyes watched every moment Khepri charged, thinking, that's right, even with an additional 100 attribute points, I was easily killed before, which proves his strength. Trilu focused his power into the blade, but after defeating Bet, my level reached 100, and my equipment and weapons are also currently top tier. He was determined, if I still can't defeat him, then there's no point in talking about the temple. The two quickly clashed, with Trilu seeing this battle as a crucial test of whether he could get out successfully. Immediately, a large explosion erupted from a powerful lightning strike. He didn't waver and blocked the blow. Trilu's composure slightly surprised Khepri. In the midst of the fierce battle, both suddenly recoiled in opposite directions. As soon as Trilu's foot touched the sand, he quickly gained momentum again. Like a gust of wind, Trilu suddenly appeared and swung his blade at Khepri. He instantly vanished, causing him to strike only air. Behind Trilu, Khepri suddenly appeared and raised the scythe in his hand. He laughed smugly, mocking him, still as slow as before, insect. Trilu didn't pay him any mind and quietly chanted, God-slaying slash. Khepri, initially complacent about his impending victory, immediately froze. He clasped his hands together, causing a vortex to appear and continuously drain Khepri's HP. He quickly broke free and retreated to avoid the attack. Khepri gasped, wondering how such a thing could have happened. Trilu looked at the notification that his weapon's durability was not enough, below 70%, which forced him to use a quick-win strategy. Trilu's entire body was immediately enveloped in a cold black aura. He turned to glance at him in an annihilation state. Khepri was startled when he saw Trilu and quickly exclaimed, this face, it's... Before he could finish his sentence, he charged forward, pointing his blade at Khepri. Trilu quickly and without hesitation stabbed him with a fatal blow. He looked at Khepri and wondered why he could dodge but didn't. As he was dying, Khepri lowered his head, his face darkening as he said, no way. His whole body trembled as he lifted his head to look at Tri-Lu, stammering the words, "Could it be?" He silently watched Khepri continue to speculate, "Are you my master?" Meanwhile, a plane was silently flying across the gloomy sky. Inside the plane, it was chaotic. One person announced, "A large number of unknown creatures have suddenly appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean," and another reported, "Teams from various countries have already arrived." In the management room, Minister Tu slammed the table and questioned, "Mr. Zhang Wu-san, I'd like you to explain why monsters from Cosmos are appearing in real life." He calmly drank his tea. "Excuse me, Minister Tu, we are just a game company. The monsters in the game are merely numbers we wrote. As for why game monsters are appearing in reality, I don't think you should ask me." She ordered, "Now, representing Country D's Special Enforcement Department, I demand that you immediately cease service for the game Cosmos and submit to an investigation." Zhang Wu-san gently placed his hot teacup on the table. "Minister Tu." Zhang Wu-san stood up. "The game server is located in Europe, so countries A and D have no right to investigate me." He slowly walked out of the room. "I have other matters, so I'll be taking my leave." Zhang Wu-san flashed a mysterious smile. "I have something to remind you. The monsters we designed are all based on ancient legends from various countries, so you should investigate those ancient legends." Minister Tu was stunned, looking down at the tablet on the table, pondering the ancient legends. She wondered, does he mean those ancient legends are real? From the dangerous Red Gate, powerful monsters slowly emerged. The group led by Daisuke was a bit hesitant, as this was their first time encountering 3 S-class demon beasts. Li Xiangqian worried, dealing with one S-class creature already required sending many high-ranking individuals, let alone 3 now. Bruce spoke up, "We truly can't win, but we just need to hold them off until reinforcements arrive." They looked determinedly at the 3 dangerous S-class monsters. Daisuke calmly spoke, giving the order, "Well then, let's prepare for battle." Suddenly, horror appeared before their eyes. From inside the gate, yet another one emerged. A massive head with sharp claws slowly stepped out. Daisuke was tense. "What rank is this that's coming out of this portal?" They observed the appearance and the pressure from the newly appeared demon beast, unable to help but suspect it might be an SS-class demon beast. Returning to that desolate desert, Tri-Lu stared at Khepri. He asked, "Master? What are you talking about?" He trembled as he replied, "This is the Master's power." "You used the Master's power." Hearing Khepri's words, Tri-Lu immediately became wary of him. He quickly jumped backward to maintain a safe distance from Khepri. He slowly stood up, still mumbling the word master. Tri-Lu wondered, "Hey, you dung beetle brain, what Master's power? What are you really up to?" Khepri stared at him and remained silent to Tri-Lu's question. His eyes narrowed, curious as to why the Master's power was within Tri-Lu's body and what had actually happened. Meanwhile, he turned to ask Hios, "The master he mentioned isn't you, is it?" He replied seriously, "My memories are completely gone, I can't remember anything no matter what." Tri-Lu secretly guessed the master he mentioned was Hisoin. He spoke with suspicion, "Dung beetle brain, the master you mentioned is a silver-haired old man?" Khepri immediately denied it, because his master was not human, but a supreme deity, the God King. Tri-Lu was very surprised to hear that. Isn't that God King the highest god of the Egyptian Ennead? He knelt respectfully, "No matter who you are, the master's power is within you, so now you are my master." A system notification about a new divine bestiary immediately appeared next to him. Khepri extended his hand towards Tri-Lu, hoping to be accepted. The system immediately gave Tri-Lu 2 choices. Do you accept him? He secretly calculated, is this Khepri? He's also the main target of my Khepri revenge quest. Even though I don't like this guy, if I really have him, it'll be easier to defeat the Nablus temple boss. If that's the case, then... After thinking, Tri-Lu quickly decided to accept Khepri. A golden aura emanated from Khepri's body and drifted towards Tri-Lu. The system immediately reported, "You have accepted the god Khepri to become your soul partner. In combat, use the soul partner skill to summon Khepri to fight alongside you." Soul partners will not consume MP and have no combat time limit. Lu was very surprised. That powerful? Doesn't that mean if I get a few more soul partners, I won't have to fight myself? The system warned, attention, after acquiring a soul partner. Each soul partner will share 30% of your EXP as soul partner experience, and if a soul partner dies in battle, it cannot be revived, and you will lose that soul partner. Hearing that, he became tense. Sure enough, it's not as easy as it seems. The more soul partners there are, the more experience will be divided. Moreover, if a soul partner dies, the experience shared before will also be considered lost. But that's for later. Now, if I have Kepri's help, defeating Beck will be more certain. Lu crossed his arms and tried to use the soul partner skill to summon him. He looked at Kepri, who had just been summoned, and called out to him. Lu ordered Kepri to tell him everything he knew. During that time on Earth, where the sun's rays were shining. Assistant Chin Nia spoke. Minister to from headquarters just called, saying that unknown monsters have appeared in many cities around the world. Headquarters now requires you to immediately go to City B to discuss countermeasures. She calmly continued her work and simply replied, I know. Inform them that we'll be ready for takeoff in 15 minutes. He solemnly complied, but Minister still felt worried upon hearing it. Assistant Chin Nia handed her a tablet. This is a video just transmitted from City H. Inside, a mysterious girl is fighting that monster. Minister quickly took the device and watched the video. He continued to explain, furthermore, the patrol team in City S also sent a video. There are 3 monsters larger than the ones that appeared in the East Sea, and even more unbelievable, 3 people are stopping them. After receiving the videos, I sent them to experts in City B. They just replied that, after comparison, these monsters all originated from the game Cosmos. But they are also monsters from the mythology records of Country L. Her face became tense as she recalled Truong Gutam's previous words. At that moment, on the high seas, the sky was gloomy, and waves rose on the sea surface. Lai Hong Tien gritted his teeth, gripping the chain to restrain the enormous monster. He shouted, the SS-grade beast is restrained by me. Everyone, quickly eliminate the 2 S-grade beasts first. Daisuke and Bruce understood immediately and tried to defeat the 2 S-grade monsters. He gritted his teeth and continuously shot 3 arrows at the monster at once. Suddenly, the SS-grade monster being restrained by Lai Hong Tien jerked its head, trying to break free. He yelled, attracting the attention of the 2, and Daisuke and Bruce became panicked. Both turned around and saw Lai Hong Tien being thrown into the air by it. He screamed in pain because his arm was tightly bound by the chain. Worried about him, Daisuke and the other unintentionally lost focus, allowing the monster to charge and attack. It struck hard, sending both of them flying into the sea at the same time. Lai Hong Tien's side wasn't any better. He was also thrown into the sea by the SS-grade monster. The whole group of monsters stood watching the 3 who had just been badly beaten by them. While they weren't paying attention, Daisuke helped the unconscious Lai Hong Tien fly up. Bruce gritted his teeth in anger. They basically couldn't stop the SS-grade demon beast. Why haven't Chairman Tan's reinforcements arrived yet? He glared at the monsters with icy determination, absolutely unable to let them enter S-City. The S-grade monster quickly charged and tried to pounce on them. A sharp sword was immediately drawn decisively. The monster sensed something unusual and quickly turned back. It couldn't help but panic. But it was too late because the monster's head had already fallen off. Daisuke spoke up, hoping Hisashi would leave this place to them, while he was glancing at the monsters with icy eyes. The monsters were extremely furious to see their king killed. They glared at Hisashi and roared. Suddenly, he immediately leaped up, causing water to splash everywhere. Each of Hisashi's movements formed glowing lines on the water's surface. An ice shield suddenly emerged from those cuts, surprising the monsters. He then pushed the sword back into its sheath. In an instant, they were frozen into huge blocks of ice. Hisashi spoke with bright eyes, snow moan, space overflow. At the same time, Lu stood with his hands in his pockets, looking towards the horizon. Kepri recounted while looking at him, it all began with the appearance of the evil god Morpheus tens of thousands of years ago. After the battle of the Titan Boloy, Hades and Poseidon, the three brothers, dissatisfied with humanity for pursuing other god clans, summoned Morpheus from the Tartarus underworld tower to prepare to punish humanity. But such actions led to the dissatisfaction of the gods who worshipped the divine family Isekai'd and Izanagi, but everyone didn't want to start a holy war because of humans, so they ignored it. The ambitions of the three didn't stop there. Hades deceived Isekai'd into imprisoning the divine family, Tun, and Izanagi in Ratonia prison, the imperial ruin, and the Tartarus tower prison. And I spent tens of thousands of years crossing the endless sea, finally reaching Ratonia, precisely to find the divine family. Lu wondered why Hades imprisoned humans in Ratonia, and he immediately explained, in the eyes of gods, you are merely food. No different from insects, just to feed the demon beasts guarding this place. Hearing this, he thought, so that's it. The secret of Ratonia has been solved, but more questions have arisen. Why did Kepri say I have the power of the divine family? Could my uncle and the chaotic power within me be related to the divine family? Lu resolved, to know the answer, I can only find the divine family and ask them myself. He spoke, all right, we're still very far from the cat god. Let's go now. Suddenly, he had an idea and quickly suggested, Master, perhaps this way will be faster. Kepri's entire body immediately emitted a brilliant light. Lu squinted due to the glare, but he quickly glanced to see what he would do. Zeluka suddenly filled with excitement and raised both hands, exclaiming, Aluka. Kepri then transformed into his flying form. In flying form, it will consume 1 MP per kilometer from the Soul Master. He observed him, he can transform into another form, and the MP consumption isn't high either. Kepri quickly unfurled his wings and slowly flew up. Kepri then called for Lu to climb onto him to travel. After everyone climbed on, Kepri immediately flapped his wings and swiftly flew high. He stood proudly on his back and ordered him to depart to save the divine family. Kepri obeyed the order, flapped his wings, and sped off at an extremely fast pace. At a lighthouse standing majestically in the middle of the sea, illuminated by the faint moonlight, Hisashi walked over to Chiu and said, Guild leader Chiu, the situation is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. If we still don't find a solution, everyone on Earth will die. She said worriedly, I see it's not just Earth, I'm afraid humanity in the cosmos world is also in danger. He understood the seriousness of this matter, so he remained silent. Chiu quickly opened the control panel in her hand and began to operate something. A crack immediately appeared in the sky right in front of her. As the gate opened, Chiu quickly jumped inside, thinking to herself, Hades' army has arrived on the continent of Bergama. She was worried, knowing that soon Ceres would also fall into war. Back to Lu's group, they were now gradually approaching the divine temple. He proudly put his hands in his pockets, showing no respect for anyone. Lu turned to Hios and asked, Uncle, you still don't remember anything? He pondered, then turned and replied, Yes, it's a complete blank. He looked at him and thought, he doesn't even know who he is. I really don't know how to help him find his memories. Lu walked over and placed a hand on Hios' shoulder, showing comfort. He smiled gently, It's okay, Uncle. Everything will have a solution, it won't stay like this forever. The system then appeared next to Lu, announcing that they had arrived at the divine temple. He quickly looked down at the temple complex in the desert from Kepri's back. Lu's face was cold and silent, not saying a word. Suddenly, he ordered him to quickly descend. Meanwhile, Kepri was flying straight across the vast sky at an alarming height. After hearing Lu's command, he quickly darted downwards. In a dark area, the sound of footsteps suddenly stopped. Agoles glanced around with his crimson eyes, his expression very annoyed. He smelled a familiar scent, which made the corner of his lips curl up. At that moment, Kepri landed on the sand and quickly transformed back to his original form. He said, No matter what, thank you for your hard work, Kepri. He quickly knelt and replied, "It is my duty, master." Lu turned around and looked up, thinking, is this the divine temple? As long as I defeat the guardian inside, I can leave here and return to reality. If the one who activated the divine temple and the one who ambushed the village are the same person. He slowly entered the temple, he might still be inside now. Suddenly, a ghouli's voice rang out from above, startling Lu, who looked up. It's him. He then saw him standing on the temple roof, looking down at Lu. A ghoulie showed a cunning smile, we've finally met. He glanced at him and was certain that a ghouli's was the one he had been looking for. Claws immediately covered a ghouli's fingernails. He sneered, don't worry, I'll gently reap your head, so you can die a little more comfortably. A ghoulie suddenly vanished from Chiu's sight. He quickly sensed the danger and hastily retreated. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Chiu, ready to defeat him in one blow. A ghoulie smirked, knowing victory was already in his grasp. A ghoulie quickly made a move with his hand and lunged to attack Chiu. A powerful claw strike was swung forward. The collision between them sent sand flying everywhere, spreading across the ground. His face was devoid of emotion, staring straight ahead. A ghoulie immediately recognized the person in front of him as Chiu. He quickly spoke, a soul guardian. He thought in surprise, too fast. That guy's attack hit just now, but Chiu realized his strength was greater than he had ever thought. A ghoulie thought, this guy possesses a soul guardian that only gods have. It seems Lord Hades' worries were real. Suddenly, a mysterious hand snatched his arm, interrupting a ghoulie's thoughts. Lucius held tightly to the rope controlling his arm. Meanwhile, two streams of power attacked the ghoulies from behind. A gigantic serpent immediately emerged from the ground beside him. They all attacked the ghoulies simultaneously while he was being restrained by her. After that, he was tightly bound by a rock surrounded by strange symbols. Chiu observed the ghoulies and then glanced around. He then saw them slowly advancing towards him. Uncle Ban spoke, "Hey, Chiu, how should I account for your behavior of abandoning your teammates?" Chiu looked at them, puzzled, "How did you all find this place?" Sally walked over, pointing at Lucius, and replied, "It's all thanks to her, isn't it?" She quickly spoke, "My shadow wolf memorized your scent and found you, but after a short while, the scent suddenly disappeared." Boris continued, "We could only follow the route forward, but we couldn't find you for a long time. Luckily, Mr. Boloy suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy here." Hearing Mr., he quickly turned to look at Boloy. Chiu smiled gently, "Mr. Boloy, your arm is healed." Boloy walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder, "My arm is completely healed." The sunlight shone on his sincere face. "Thank you, Chiu." He looked at Boloy, happily returning that sincerity, "It's nothing." He turned to look at Chiu, wondering who he was, and then asked Chiu. He quickly introduced him to Boloy, "This is my soul guardian, Chiu." Hearing that, they were startled and quickly turned to glance at him. Boris crossed his arms, "Is he the legendary divine family's guard, known as the god of the golden sacred beetle, the leader of the 9 pillar gods, Chiu?" Chiu heard him say that and did not deny it, implicitly confirming it. He silently watched him standing tall amidst the sand. Meanwhile, a ghouli's hand outside the rock suddenly moved. A huge surge of power erupted, creating a giant column of energy that shot straight up into the sky. He stormed out from amidst the hazy sand and dust. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a ghouli's approaching, which immediately made them feel tense. Meanwhile, Chiu still maintained his posture and didn't waver in the slightest. He glared angrily at everyone, "You damned insects." Bolts of crimson lightning immediately surrounded a ghouli's entire body. He quickly gathered those lightning bolts into his palm. A ghouli's then raised his palm towards them, unleashing his move and shouting, "Die, all of you." The force from the attack quickly rushed towards them. Suddenly, another great surge of power immediately stopped it. He looked up with cold eyes, standing amidst the swirling dust. A ghoulie stared at Chiu, who was protecting everyone. Everyone behind him also looked at the man with determined eyes. Chiu then came from behind Kipri and called out to him. Kipri quickly turned around, telling him to go find the ceiling location and leave a ghouls to him. Chiu quickly led everyone away, telling Kipri to be careful. He watched from above as Chiu and everyone quickly left. A ghouls' eyes turned crimson as he looked at them, preparing to attack. You want to enter the temple? His powerful attack was immediately stopped by Kipri. A ghouls' face showed his displeasure as he continued to pour power into his palm. He then appeared in front of the man. A ghouls stared at him and exclaimed, "It's you again?" The system's voice rang out, asking if they wanted to enter the Nabis temple. Chiu emphatically said yes. The door slowly lifted, and smoke from inside the temple escaped. In a short time, it had been raised over everyone's heads. He turned to look and quickly told everyone to go inside. Everyone immediately followed his words and ran into the temple. Kipri and a ghouls silently watched them enter through the door. He quickly gripped the scythe in his hand and said, "It's just us now, Dragon Knight." Meanwhile, footsteps echoed continuously inside the temple. Chiu wondered, "It's strange, we've been walking for so long and still haven't reached the end. Could it be?" He immediately stopped, causing the sound of his shoes scraping to echo along the path. Chiu's face was serious as he told everyone to stop. Ban quickly became alert, grabbing his twin swords and asking him, "Is there an enemy?" Chiu replied seriously to his question, "There are no enemies." Ban angrily put his arm around Chiu's neck, threatening him with a knife. Chiu, what are you doing? Are you deliberately trying to scare us? Meanwhile, Zaka tried to pull his arm away to protect Chiu. He then asked everyone, "Hey, don't you guys notice that we've been walking for a very long time and still haven't reached the end? There's definitely something wrong with this place." Chiu walked over to a nearby wall. "Earlier, I observed the outer structure of the temple. The distance we've traveled since entering has probably exceeded the length of the temple. The space-time structure here might be completely different from the outside." An X-shaped sword mark immediately appeared on the wall next to him. Sally then spoke up, "If we're just treading water, going forward might take us past this mark again." Boloy sternly told everyone to continue moving forward. Upon hearing him, Chiu also agreed with the decision. He quickly left. After entering the temple, the system no longer provided a map or displayed any quests. Chiu ran, trying to recall if he had missed something. Suddenly, she pointed forward and announced to all of them, "Hey everyone, look quickly." Chiu quickly glanced in the direction Sally had pointed. Right in front of him was the X mark Boloy had made just before leaving. Everyone's footsteps continued to echo in the path inside the temple. Uncle Ban was annoyed. "We've been walking for so long, why haven't we returned to the entrance yet?" Boris then said, "Wait a bit longer. If we calculate based on the time just now, the exit might be just ahead." Sally wondered, "Our walking speed is faster now than before, we should have reached the entrance by now, shouldn't we?" Chiu quickly spoke up, "Perhaps there is no entrance here. If I'm not mistaken, that's where we made our mark." Their faces immediately darkened. He was certain everyone had been trapped in a loop by the temple. Chiu looked up at the sword mark they had made earlier, deep in thought. He opened the system panel, wondering, when exactly did we enter this loop? The system still isn't showing anything. Chiu observed Kipri's health bar, worried that he was still fighting a ghouls. "We can't keep wasting time. If that guy catches up, it'll all be over." Everyone ran from a distance, calling out Chiu's name loudly. He turned to look at them. Everyone gathered around Chiu. Boris reported, "We've checked the ground and the walls, we haven't found any secret doors or mechanisms." Boloy spoke up, "There are no barriers or formations in the corridor either." He turned, "What about above? Did you find anything?" He replied, "We checked everywhere, found no clues. We'll just have to think of another way." Uncle Ban then had an idea and quickly told Sally to try her flame orb, to see if it could break through this wall. Maybe they could get out. Sally looked at everyone with a little hesitation. "Is this really okay?" Boris replied, "There's no other way right now, we can only try." She looked at Boloy, whose eyes were full of trust in her as he nodded. Seeing this, Sally's confidence immediately grew, and she nodded at Boloy. Everyone watched Sally step forward with confidence. Sally quickly cast her flame orb. Both of her hands were immediately engulfed in flames. Sally slowly opened her sharp, glowing eyes. Sally's flames grew larger and more intense inside the temple. She quickly launched the fireball upward and yelled loudly, "Explosive fireball art." The fireball immediately shot towards the wall opposite them. An explosion immediately rang out, and sparks quickly flew across the area where everyone was standing. Sally joyfully looked at her success and exclaimed, "What? It worked?" The wall in front of Sally had a large hole carved into it by her power. Boris walked over to observe the surroundings. "That's great. Could this be the solution?" Uncle Ben also immediately came over, and both of them were suddenly startled. They realized that behind this wall, there was a path identical to the one they had previously taken. Both stared at the X/mark they had made earlier. He was bewildered, exactly like the sword Mr. Boloy had left earlier. Sally walked over, unable to believe that could happen. He walked around shouting, "Who's playing tricks? If you're so good, come out now." Chiu pondered, "When I was reading, I once saw someone regard Earth as a prison for humanity. All the corridors form a circle, but because of the effect of gravity, we can't feel it, and this wall is just another cycle." He was stressed because he didn't know how to escape this place. Meanwhile, at sunset in D Country, in a high-rise building in Tokyo, Minister to reported as Miyatake observed the photo, "Those are monsters that have recently appeared. We need your help, Mississippi. These monsters' forms resemble the game design of Cosmos, which is based on mythology." She calmly stated, "The forms of these monsters are indeed recorded in world mythology." She was surprised. "Are you sure, Professor Miyatake? If these things are real, then aren't all myths true?" She immediately replied, "If these things are real, then it truly proves that what I study isn't mythology." Minister to watched Miyatake continue, "Rather, it's history." Back to the dark path inside the temple with Chiu's group. Uncle Ben grumbled angrily, "Damn it, there's absolutely no clue. Are we to be trapped here until we die?" Lucius annoyedly glanced at him, "Hey, can you stop for a bit? You keep yelling." Hearing that, he transformed into a dog, wanting to rush forward and bite her. "What did you say? Want to fight?" But Uncle Ben was blocked by Boris, "Hey, calm down." Meanwhile, Sally turned to ask Chiu if he had figured out a way to escape yet. He crossed his arms and replied, "Not yet." Chiu thought to himself, "If it's a mission, there must be a way to solve it. I must have missed something. What could it be?" Suddenly, Hios, sitting with his back to him, spoke up, "Ouroboros," making Chiu a bit surprised and turn around. He then finished the sentence, "It really is very similar to Ouroboros." Chiu immediately widened his eyes, stunned, upon hearing the name Ouroboros. He then recalled, "Wait, I've seen this name in a mythology book. The meaning of Ouroboros. Head and tail touching, symbolizing a snake biting its tail in an infinite loop. Jormungandr in Norse mythology, the two Naga serpent gods in Indian mythology, all have the form of a snake biting its tail." Chiu wondered, "So, are we inside Ouroboros' belly? We just need to cut it open to get out?" Hios immediately replied, "This is a divine prohibition set by the dream god, Oniri. When we entered the temple, we were immediately paralyzed by the divine prohibition." He then asked him if there was a way to break this divine prohibition. Hios calmly replied, "Of course. Just find the one who cast the divine prohibition and kill him." The space within Chiu's mind suddenly became silent. He then understood what he meant. Uncle said one of them is fake, created by Oniri. Hios quickly stood up, "That's right, but you must be careful. Within Ouroboros, it exists like a god." Chiu speculated, "If that's the case, we can't tip our hand. We must deliver a fatal blow to him without him knowing." He stood up, memories from when they first entered appearing in his mind as he thought about the impostor. Chiu looked at Lucius's back, unsure if she was an impostor. He nervously stared at her, then Chiu turned elsewhere. Chiu observed Uncle Ban and Boris speculating with each other. He wondered if it was them? Chiu immediately turned around, seeing Sally giving Ouroboros a bun, wondering if it was them. Meanwhile, he ate the bun she gave him, laughing and joking happily. Chiu, on the other hand, was tense. Who exactly is the impostor? On a poetic and mysterious moonlit night at the border of the underworld. At the large cherry blossom tree in the middle of the water, Onairi touched the tree trunk with her hand. She reached out to catch the falling petals and asked, "What's wrong?" Onairi looked at the small petal in her hand, in the Ratonia temple. She stared, suddenly realizing that the dream god seal had been activated. Suddenly, Hades appeared behind Onairi and said, "Long time no see." She turned to look at him, hastily hiding the petal behind her back. Onairi looked flustered and asked, "Lord Hades, why are you here?" He walked past her. "What's wrong? Don't you welcome me? You're making that face again." Onairi forced a smile. "No, it's just that your lordship has never been to the border of the underworld before, so I'm a bit surprised. Is there something you need, Lord Hades, this time?" As he gazed at the river, he recounted, "My most beloved father, Kronos, has escaped from the Tartarus prison." She gasped in horror. "What? No way. The dream god seal of Tartarus prison hasn't been activated yet. There's no way he could have escaped without a sound." Hades glanced threateningly at Onairi. "Before Ouroboros and Poseidon find out, you'd best help me find him and bring him back. Otherwise, you'll take his place in prison." Her heart was filled with unease as she managed to reply, "Yes, Lord Hades." Onairi stood there silently, watching him slowly step into the teleportation gate. She worriedly wondered, how could Kronos escape without activating the dream god seal and bypassing the three-headed dog of the underworld? What method did he use? And what exactly happened in the Ratonia temple? Meanwhile, inside the temple, Ouroboros exclaimed, "What did you say?" He seriously asked, "Horan's training will take place here." Chiu replied, "That's right. Since we're trapped here anyway, we might as well use this time to challenge him again. After all, we lost so badly last time." Uncle Ban looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Hey, Tran Chiu, what exactly do you want to do?" Chiu mocked, "Anyway, it's boring, so why not train? You even got beaten to a pulp last time. Are you scared?" He angrily retorted, "What did you say? Me, scared? Ouroboros, quickly use that artifact." Sally rushed to him, advising, "Mr. Ouroboros, don't listen to their mischief." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "If I probe each person one by one, that person will find out sooner or later. It's better to create a direct conflict. The more sudden and chaotic this conflict, the greater the chance that person will reveal a trace." Chiu turned to look at him, guessing, if it's the real Ouroboros standing before me, he would probably. He immediately agreed to the decision. "All right, let's begin the trial." Seeing the deep conviction in his eyes made Sally a little nervous. Everyone around, hearing Ouroboros say that, immediately looked at him tensely. Chiu understood that if it was really Ouroboros, he would definitely agree to his request. Because Ouroboros knew clearly that Chiu making such an unreasonable request at this moment was absolutely not because he was out of his mind, but knew he already had a plan. As one of the 12 heroes, possessing the sharpest sense of smell in the world, there's no way he wouldn't understand. Hios suddenly spoke up, "Tran Chiu, I didn't expect you to come up with this method, but trying to find the impostor by relying on the opponent's strategy is impossible." He confidently replied, "I know these guys can copy, but there's one thing they can't copy, and that is." Out of habit, Chiu raised his staff, and then streaks of green smoke quickly spread around. He understood that everyone, when fighting, would have their own combat mindset. This mindset is etched deep into their personality and core, it cannot be faked. As long as Chiu meticulously observes each person during combat, he can absolutely find the impostor. Hios immediately warned, Chiu, there's only one chance. If we're discovered knowing about the dream world, we'll fall into the dream god's time vortex, and then we won't be able to leave here anymore. He confidently replied, don't worry, uncle, I'll definitely succeed. Urabaro spoke up, all right, the training begins. Everyone, remember to pay attention to safety. Boris and Faloga quickly nodded in agreement. Uncle Ban and Sally turned to look at each other, as if understanding what the other was thinking. Everyone immediately summoned their weapons and held them firmly in their hands. Now they would have to confront their own clones. Chiu immediately gave the command to start the battle between them and the clones. He quickly darted behind, while Lucius ran in front of Sally's clone. The two immediately defeated her clone in an instant. She turned back and coldly said, I'm not interested in this boring game. Finish it quickly and figure out how to get out. Chiu glanced at Lucius, thinking, her choice is like mine. Both are assassinating the weakest target first in combat. Moreover, based on my combat experience with her, she's likely the real one. Meanwhile, his clone lunged, intending to attack Sally. It immediately aimed its blade at her and then swiftly charged. Just as Chiu's clone's blade was right before her eyes, a clashing sound rang out. Sally turned around and realized he had just blocked for her, saying, Sally, I'll hold off my clone. You and Lucius go help them kill the other clones. Sally's face clearly showed fear as she looked at Chiu, hesitantly agreeing. She quickly left, and he immediately followed. He looked at them, now I have to make them keep making choices. As long as they make a choice, I can detect the impostor's flaw. On the other side, Uncle Ban was watching his clone fighting Lucius's clone. Uncle Ban looked at them, grinding his teeth in anger, his face extremely tense. Nearby, Boris was struggling to fend off his clone's attacks, while Faloga was summoning his snake to fight his clone's snake. Boris glared at his clone, grinding his teeth in annoyance. Faloga was also struggling just as much, having to confront it. Suddenly, a powerful flame quickly defeated his clone's snake. She then walked up to Boris, you can't even defeat a clone at this level, you're too weak. He, enchanted, approached Lucius, beautiful, leave your contact information. She immediately told Boris to scram, while nearby Sally went to check on Faloga's situation. Meanwhile, Chiu's battle with his clone was still not over. As Chiu fought, he thought, Uncle Ban chose to attack Lucius's clone, who was also an obsessive assassin. Boris and Faloga chose their own clones. Lucius and I both chose the weakest clone, Sally. Sally, as usual, stood motionless, not knowing how to fight. Suddenly, he felt like he had missed something. A thought immediately flashed in Chiu's mind, I know who the impostor is. On the other side, she quickly defeated Boris's clone. And she, not to be outdone, then defeated Faloga's clone. And Uncle Ban on this side also won against Lucius's clone. Just then, a flash of light shot forward. Before anyone could realize it, Chiu was already standing right in front of Boris. He smiled happily at him and said, you little brat, what's new? A chopping sound immediately echoed in the temple, tearing through the atmosphere. Faloga quickly widened his eyes in horror, looking towards the two of them. Before his eyes was the scene of Chiu chopping Boris without hesitation. He painfully opened his bloodshot eyes, foaming at the mouth. And he just glanced at him with a cold stare. He furiously shouted, Chiu, what the hell are you doing? Faloga scolded, are you crazy, Chiu? Everyone witnessing that scene couldn't help but be astonished. Suddenly, a swarm of purple butterflies emerged from Boris's body. Then, before everyone's eyes, he transformed into a vibrant field of purple flowers. Uncle Ban crossed his arms, staring down and smirking as he observed. He then exclaimed, it seems I guessed right, Boris is indeed the impostor. Cracks appeared on the temple ceiling, casting down mystical purple light. Hearing that, they immediately looked intently up at the temple ceiling. The temple roof immediately broke, causing rocks to fall one after another. Everyone was forced to cover their eyes to avoid the stream of light. The purple light gradually intensified in their eyes. Finally, he had to close his eyes to avoid that light. Suddenly, Chiu was startled to realize that the beam of purple light had disappeared. He looked around and realized everyone was there. Chiu looked at them, wondering, did everyone manage to escape that place? Philoga asked Boris, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, but what happened? Why are we sitting here?" Uncle Ban grabbed his collar and interrogated, Chiu, "What the hell are you doing?" He looked at him with a puzzled expression. Uncle Ban wondered what Chiu had been looking at all this time. He smirked and said, "We've escaped the loop." He also looked in the same direction and realized that before them was the very door they had entered through earlier. Khepri stood opposite Agalism and spoke scornfully, "The dragon of the underworld, sacrificing souls to Hades, is just a piece of trash that can't even withstand a single blow." After he finished speaking, he silently watched the man stand in pain opposite him. Immediately after, Khepri chuckled softly and sighed, "I thought you could play with me a little longer." How boring. Agolis gritted his teeth, staring at him with difficulty. Immediately, Khepri quickly reached out, gripped his neck, and lifted him high, making him suffer in confusion. "Damn it, who are you, after all?" His eyes flashed with a cruel glint. "My name? Go to hell and ask your wretched master for my name." His hand tightened more and more, causing sparks to fly from Agolis' neck. His eyes rolled back in pain, blood vessels bulging across his irises. Suddenly, Khepri's body immediately emitted small flames, burning all around him. A searing heat flashed in the curtain of fire, suddenly flaring up, greatly surprising him. Attacked, he released Agolis and looked towards the blue flames with great doubt. Khepri silently looked down at his injured hands and pondered. After a long moment, his sinister voice echoed again, full of confusion, "Hades' divine forbidden spell, the flames of hell, inside this guy." Agolis fell to his knees on the ground, then slowly used his hands to push himself upright. He clutched his aching body and sprang to his feet, while Khepri was surrounded by the flames of hell. Agolis stared straight ahead, breathing heavily with fatigue, carefully observing the situation. Suddenly, a very special seal appeared in the sky above. That seal suddenly fragmented into small pieces, spreading everywhere. Then he looked towards the disintegrating seal and whispered, "Lord Hades." Inside the spacious room, Hades frowned and closed his eyes. A chain of light extended from his hand. Immediately after, Hades pondered, "So the divine forbidden spell on Agolis has been activated. The Godslayer is actually in Ratonia." In front of the vast, emerald lake, a slender, beautiful hand gently reached out to catch the falling flower petals. Onairi sat under the large tree canopy, looking down at the wide lake. A large torch was lit, quickly illuminating the surroundings. Boloy stood beside him. After a while, he spoke, confused, "You said everything just now was the dream god's divine forbidden spell?" His face suddenly hardened, looking incredibly frightening, and he questioned, "But how did you know it was a divine forbidden spell?" Chiu stammered a bit upon hearing his question and couldn't answer immediately. At this moment, the people around them began to ask, "Mr. Boloy, what is a divine forbidden spell? I've never heard of it before." "That's right, even we don't know." "Chiu, how do you know? What else are you hiding, Chiu?" At this moment, Lucius, hearing this, immediately spoke up to explain, "Every god is granted a unique divine forbidden spell. The target of the spell can be a person or an object. Once cast, a divine forbidden spell can only be activated unless the god actively removes it. Most importantly, divine forbidden spells are effective against gods. They can be said to be the god's absolute, supreme weapon. The fact that we could escape the dream god's divine forbidden spell is truly a miracle." Lucius glared at him with his red eyes and questioned, "Chiu, how did you know that killing Boris could break the dream god's dreamscape?" Boris, hearing his name mentioned, was extremely surprised. "What? Kill me? Hey, Chiu, what did you do just now?" Hearing this, he immediately looked at Boris and comforted him, "We were trapped in a divine forbidden spell just now." We had to kill an impostor like you to get out, but you're fine now. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice issued a warning. Kepri's divine authority has been changed, maintained for 30 hours. Hearing this, Chiu immediately glanced at them with his deep blue eyes. He immediately turned to warn everyone, we have to go inside quickly. The one outside has sealed my divine authority, they'll probably catch up very soon. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously fell silent, staring at him. Everyone gathered in the secret chamber underground. The large door slowly opened, to the anxious yet eager anticipation of the warriors. At this moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from inside. Everyone stopped before the pitch-black tunnel, which had no lights. Everyone slowly walked step by step along the corridor. O'Boyle advanced, not forgetting to caution everyone to be careful. Hearing him, Sally immediately exclaimed, how strange, there isn't even a single magical beast guarding this place. The large door behind them was slowly moving, making everyone anxious. The sound of the door closing was incredibly loud, startling everyone there. Chiu felt quite relieved hearing her reminder. Suddenly, Sally seemed to discover something that terrified her. Sally quietly called out to him, pointing towards the inside of the tunnel. Inside the darkness, incredibly terrifying eyes suddenly appeared. Hundreds of corpses emerged from inside the coffins and began to walk in groups. Hundreds of monsters walked menacingly down the dark corridor. They advanced one after another directly towards where the door had been tightly shut. Seeing that scene, Boris couldn't help but exclaim, although I knew there would be magical beasts at the back door, I didn't expect so many of them. Not only in number, the combat power of these magical beasts cannot be compared to normal magical beasts in Ratonia. At this moment, O'Boyle was still listening to their deliberations with extreme seriousness. Chiu looked at the group of hell ghouls and secretly calculated. The level of these hell ghouls is more than 20 levels higher than the undead beasts in the Red Page quest, but due to the overwhelming number appearing at once. He followed their movements and couldn't help but sigh, in this narrow passage, the uneven numbers will create a sense of oppression. Chiu's face hardened, his eyes gleaming with coldness, making everyone unconsciously feel an irresistible sense of terror. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again, quest activated, Nauruz's Hell Eye. The system continued to introduce the quest to him, quest completion conditions, Nauruz's Hell Eye will continuously summon hellish demons. Kill all the demons, destroy the Hell Eye. Upon completing the quest, the guardian of Nauruz's temple will be summoned. Hundreds of corpses walked unsteadily from inside the large eye behind. At this moment, Chiu seemed to understand the problem and exclaimed. He immediately drew his sword and looked directly at the zombies. The magical beasts are summoned by that eye. If I destroy it, we can get through. Chiu glanced to the side and pondered, there's still the most important thing to do right now. Sally stood beside him, a little flustered, and asked for his opinion. Mr. O'Boyle, the number of magical beasts is still increasing. What should we do? As soon as she finished speaking, a swift, strong ray of light darted past everyone and rushed forward. O'Boyle and Sally stood motionless, watching him swiftly advance and fight. Chiu powerfully cut down the surrounding zombies in waves. As he fought, he secretly calculated in his heart, the most important thing now is to boost everyone's confidence. Everyone behind remained silent, observing the situation as Chiu fought the zombies. He paused for a moment amidst the countless corpses of zombies he had cut down. Immediately after, Chiu spun around to face everyone and shouted, everyone, rally your spirits. The magical beasts are all summoned by that eye, just cover me while I destroy it, and we can get through. Hearing this, Sally was a little surprised and softly called his name, Chiu. Uncle Ban, standing nearby, chuckled with amusement, this show-off. O'Boyle's face showed some contemplation as he stared at Boris, who stood beside him. He and Faloga seemed to understand his meaning and nodded very seriously. Immediately after, a very powerful sword appeared in his hand, along with extremely intense small lightning bolts. Everyone, provide cover for Chiu to approach the eye. His eyes gleamed resolutely as he called out, let's begin the fight. Upon hearing that, everyone got into their ready positions for battle. As Chiu fought at the front, he secretly calculated, I need to let them know that I'm not fighting this alone, and that I'm someone they can depend on. Boyle, incredibly powerful, swept through the zombie horde with his great sword in hand. Seeing this, everyone refused to be outdone. They couldn't let that guy hog all the glory. Immediately after, they all very quickly joined the battle. Boris and Faloga coordinated perfectly, quickly defeating the group of zombies together. Lucius also easily made the zombie horde quickly crumble. The eye seemed to sense that the situation was not good and immediately flashed. The zombies seemed to gain strength, attacking even more furiously forward. Chiu noticed something unusual and was very puzzled. He watched the increasingly frantic zombies, bewildered. Chiu quickly jumped up and delivered a powerful blow to the zombie's body. But to his surprise, it was not damaged at all after being attacked. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Hell Demon has transformed into a spirit body. Spirit bodies are immune to all physical attacks. The zombie, now incredibly fierce, rushed forward, fiercely slashing at Chiu. He quickly parried the powerful attack, looking very strained. He gritted his teeth, holding his ground, still feeling puzzled. Physical immunity? At this moment, Boris, fighting nearby, also exclaimed, our attacks seem to be useless. The zombies, now incredibly strong, counterattacked them. Sally and everyone else were knocked far back by their immense power. He was also quickly pushed back a long distance. Chiu observed the situation and analyzed, among us, only Sally is a mage. Everyone was quickly surrounded and closed in upon by them. The hell ghouls, holding blades, with various grim expressions, charged forward. The first one closest quickly slashed down. They continuously charged at the group's defensive shield, like moths flying into a flame. Sally and Zeluka frowned, gritting their teeth, trying their best to hold up the shield and prevent it from collapsing. She erupted with a golden bright spiritual power like fire and shouted, Fire Elemental, Fire Rush Art. And beside her, its eyes also glowed emerald with spiritual power, desperately channeling more spiritual energy. Not far away, Chiu was also using healing magic to help Uncle Ban. With 30 seconds left on the recovery time, his mouth still open to quip, Hey, Tran Chiu, are you a priest? Why is your healing so slow? He casually hit Uncle Ban, making him yelp in pain, then said, Shut up. Continuing to treat Uncle Ban, he secretly thought, so, healing magic used on others still requires continuous casting for a minute. It seems there are still many rules I don't understand. Glancing toward Sally and Zeluka, and also at those physically immune high-level magical beasts that were causing so much trouble, how do we kill them? At this moment, she and it, having used too much spiritual power at high intensity, also began to tire, with sweat dripping down. Looking at the hell ghouls, still as fierce as before, Chiu secretly thought, relying only on Sally and Zeluka, they won't be able to hold out for long, and besides. Looking again at the eye behind the hell ghouls, he calculated, this eye is continuously transmitting magical beasts. Just dealing with the current beasts is already overwhelming, what if there are more? Thinking this, Chiu's eyebrows furrowed, envisioning the worst-case scenario, only death. A mechanical sound rang out, signaling that his healing was complete. Uncle Ban, who was nearby, rotated his shoulders and praised his healing magic. Chiu replied indifferently. It's good that you've recovered. Now we need to find a way to kill these magical beasts. Sally and Zeluka won't be able to hold out for long. He glanced behind him, speculating that the uncle who was fighting earlier was gone. Maybe he would have a way to kill these magical beasts. Glancing behind wasn't enough, so Chiu turned around and looked for the uncle. Where is he? Unfortunately, he couldn't find the person he was looking for, wondering what to do about the current situation. The person he needed wasn't there. Instead, he saw someone else. Boloy, what's he doing there? Chiu immediately walked over and called out to him. Boloy turned around and replied, also asking about Uncle Ban's injuries. He answered honestly and also asked, It's okay now. We need to figure out how to deal with these magical beasts. Have you ever encountered this type of magical beast before? Obli looked towards the hellish ghouls and said, "Honestly, this is the second time I've encountered this type of magical beast." Chiu was surprised and immediately asked how to kill them. He recalled the first time he met them and said, "During the Battle of O'Brien, I went to the Black Sea alone and fought the great demon Quinker. He also used this skill. I couldn't hit him at all and could only be forced to defend." In the Black Sea, under a stormy rain with lightning tearing across the sky, two figures, one tall and one short, were exchanging moves. A young Obli was badly beaten, gritting his teeth as he used his bare hands to block the blade in front of him. Just when I thought I was about to die. Then a blue longsword with lightning suddenly appeared before my eyes. My intuition told me that this was a holy artifact bestowed by the gods for me to kill the great demon. Sure enough, that sword could only hit the great demon Quinker, and it also dealt immense damage to him. Quinker was killed by me. Afterward, I learned that it was the legendary demon sword Karatpoga, containing an endless lightning element within it. Quinker was killed by the lightning magic on that sword. Chiu heard him and repeated his words. An idea flashed in Chiu's mind. He had found a way to destroy the hellish ghouls. In this fictional world, magical and physical damage are clearly distinguished. Obli and his group all deal physical damage, so the system deemed it ineffective against the magical beasts. Only a mage's attacks are considered magical attacks, so the profession affects the attack. Annihilation can upgrade all elemental skills, which is magical damage. Crescent Moon Slash is a magical attack that imbues weapons with chaotic elemental power. Obli narrowed his eyes and said, "But I've never seen a mage enchant a weapon, so." Chiu looked towards the hellish ghouls. If he wasn't mistaken, killing these magical beasts would be as easy as turning a hand. But now, they weren't interested in playing with swords and blades. They switched to spitting, more specifically, spitting energy. The first one took the lead, gathered energy, then fired at the shield held by Sally and Zeluka, causing a huge explosion. With a pioneer, the others naturally followed suit, one after another playing the energy shooting game. The shield held by the two began to crack due to the excessively strong attack. She frowned tightly and shouted, "Obli, I can't hold on much longer." Zeluka nearby also cried out in agreement. While the two were busy holding on, unable to even open their eyes, a streak of light suddenly shot forward from behind. Chiu's earring on one side flashed with light, and the system's notification sound rang in his ear. He dashed through like a spark of electricity. Behind him, only several hellish ghouls lay cut down, along with a system notification of how many Chiu had defeated. The people behind him finally regained their composure and noticed the clear difference in his position. He stopped amidst the pile of corpses, and in his changed form, he called out annihilation. Glancing behind him, Chiu called out to everyone to follow him. Seeing him like this, everyone smiled with relief, trusting him completely. The hellish ghouls, oblivious to death, rushed towards Chiu, who was slowly standing up, intending to gang up on him. Unfortunately, Chiu didn't let them. The gem on his blade suddenly flashed. Their numbers were still increasing, so before his skill, he had to close the distance. With just one crescent moon slash, the hellish ghouls that had just charged forward returned to dust. Chiu glided past them, the system's notification sounds incessantly ringing in his ear. He spun around, a cold glint extending from his eyes. Power gathered at his feet along with a surge of spiritual energy, preparing to launch him forward. He could already see that destroying their eyes was the key. Chiu lowered his center of gravity, darting forward, leaving only a long streak of cold light. The system's target lock notification still sounded beside him. He absolutely could not fall here. Arriving before the hellish ghoul horde, he leaped up. The light from the gem on his glaive continued to glow. One divine annihilation slash had marked all the hellish ghouls he had just encountered. Dashing like lightning, his eyes still intently looked forward, hoping it was up ahead. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his ear again, as he glided past more than a dozen hellish ghouls. Chiu used divine swiftness to send them to their demise instantly. No matter what, he had to win. Chiu streaked past, his form indiscernible, leaving only faint electric sparks and a gust of wind. Wherever he swept past the hellish ghouls, the system announced it, leaving their corpses behind. The very spot where Chiu landed was crushed by the pressure he created. Following that, the system diligently announced that, based on its judgment, all of Chiu's skills had recovered, refreshing all his moves. The hellish ghouls still ferociously charged forward, delivering experience points to him. Faced with such sincere devotion, Chiu bestowed upon them an extremely loving gaze. In response to the hellish ghouls' devotion, he reciprocated with slashes that sent them to their resting place, and the system continued to diligently display notifications. Not wanting to be accused of being too dismissive in his reciprocation, Chiu was very careful. He meticulously sliced each hellish ghoul with great care, while the system remained unchanged, notifying him incessantly. After finishing off the hellish ghouls, he paused for a moment, secretly thinking that the only regret was that due to the constant attacks, the wear on the demonic sword was increasing too rapidly. Seeing the sword about to reach its end, Chiu couldn't help but feel troubled. Now, the approach speed was still too slow. If he continued at this pace, he might waste a weapon before even reaching his destination. Seeing that there were still as many as before, his mind raced, even though he still had a hidden tier to buy weapons. Chiu took a stance, his brows furrowed, eyes fixed forward. But if he wasted it now, when facing the boss, he would lack the tier to exchange for potions. Although it could heavily damage weapons, it could only be like this. Having thought it through, Chiu, without hesitation, unleashed a chaotic god-slaying crescent moon slash towards the hellish ghouls. After one strike, only a few parts of their bodies remained. When the skill ended, a huge explosion erupted. He stood there, unswayed by the wind. Chiu stood proudly in place, his ears filled with continuous notifications and experience gain sounds. The people standing behind, watching the horde of hellish ghouls being single-handedly dealt with by him, fell silent, not knowing what to say. Even without speaking, they implicitly made some evaluations, watching him in a sweat. In such a short time, he had already become stronger. He also sweated, wondering what Chiu's true limits were. Unlike his two teammates, he had a different thought, that he would definitely surpass Chiu. He also pursued his own thoughts. Although he wouldn't admit it, this kid's strength had long surpassed his own. Such powerful strength would give us an absolute sense of security. And so, everyone got into position, the flames of battle burning fiercely. Everyone was astonished but also excited. On this side, Chiu maintained his fighting spirit, tiptoeing into a sprint, pushing forward. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, frowning, it was right there. A colossal eye lay directly ahead. Compared to it, Chiu was truly as tiny as a bean. But he wasn't self-conscious about his body size, he still charged forward heroically. The eye seemed to notice him too. Just kill the eye. When the distance was optimal, Chiu quickly lowered his center of gravity, building momentum to jump up. He would be able to. Without warning, he leaped up, higher than even that eerie eye. Looking down at it with a gaze full of determination, Chiu loudly proclaimed his wish to meet. After that shout, he cleanly sliced the eye from top to bottom, dividing it into two perfectly even halves. No matter how much of its blood flowed onto him, Chiu stood there, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp gleam. At the same time, at Country A's headquarters, in a towering building, a subordinate was reporting to Zhang Wusan that guy's son had suddenly vanished on the subway in City B, Country C. We're still sending people to search, but his wife is still in our hands, so he surely can't ignore it. That guy looked up, continuing, moreover, I heard. Before he could finish, that guy's face was hit by a golf club, knocking out a tooth. Resting the club on his shoulder, he looked at his subordinate and said, You've been talking for half a day, just to tell me you still don't have news of that guy. Annoyed, Zhang Wusan used the golf club to lift the subordinate's face again. That guy trembled and called out to him. Zhang Wusan stood backlit, giving his order, I don't care what method you use, within 7 days, if I still don't see what I want. Glancing down at the subordinate on the ground, he said as if threatening, yet also as if stating the obvious, you die. The subordinate quickly knelt and carried out the order, while Zhang Wusan tossed the golf club to the ground like trash, utterly disgusted. At the same time in City B, Country C, Zhao Jingyi was also reporting. Minister Su, we received intelligence that the giant monsters of the South China Sea have suddenly disappeared. The same goes for other cities. Minister Su glanced back in disbelief. Disappeared? Did the cameras capture anything? He immediately denied it. The previous images were recorded, but after that, cameras worldwide all broke down at the same time. She frowned and asked further, were there any witnesses to them breaking down? Zhao Jingyi flipped through the documents, hesitating. Yes, but those people all said that. Before he could finish, Minister Su unexpectedly interrupted. Zhao Jingyi, sweating, continued his report. They saw a god descend to the human world, killing those monsters. She was even more disbelieving, her eyes wide as she repeated it. Turning back to Ji Lu and the others, after he killed the eye, the system was continuously announcing rewards. Ji Lu returned to his original form, looking at the system screen displaying the magic sword and thinking, it worked, but the weapon damage is faster than I thought. Just as he was observing the system, Ji Lu's intuition told him something was about to attack him. Immediately, Ji Lu glared in the direction the attack came from. For some unknown reason, Name kicked him. Ji Lu didn't let himself be at a disadvantage, immediately raising his hand to block it. Successfully blocking the sneak attack, his face became serious as he glanced at the attacker. Seeing it was him, he called out, but the other person kept his head down and didn't reply. The others behind were equally surprised and quickly questioned, "Are you crazy?" Only then did he speak, "Since when did you get so strong? How did you do it?" Suddenly interrogated, Ji Lu quickly dodged the question, "By fighting monsters and leveling up?" The others understood the situation. They all tried to hold back their laughter, while Name openly teased, "I thought it was us, but it turns out you're jealous." His face redder than a tomato, he yelled at them. After a moment of being teased, Name became serious, "Jin, no matter how strong you are, there will come a day when I will definitely surpass you." Suddenly being challenged, Ji Lu's face went blank as he uttered a sound of confusion. Ignoring his clueless face, he held out his hand and continued, "But now we are teammates. I trust you." Glancing at Ji Lu, he curved his lips, "Let's defeat the temple guardian together." He looked at the hand being offered, saying nothing. The next second, Ji Lu reached out and grasped that hand, like a promise, and like an oath. Glancing at Name, who was standing right next to him, "Then you'll have to try hard." Hearing the encouraging words that sounded like a reminder, he chuckled, "Just wait." Seeing this scene, the people behind also smiled. Suddenly, from afar, a cry was heard, perhaps from someone or something, which caught everyone's attention. Everyone focused their gaze towards the seemingly endless and pitch-black tunnel ahead. Sweating, she asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The sound just now was. Before she and everyone could speculate further, the green torches were sucked away by something and slowly went out. The entire tunnel immediately shook, as if it could collapse at any moment. In the instant everyone was still surprised and hadn't yet managed to dodge the falling rocks and debris, she cast a spell. He used the rocks and debris themselves to form a hand holding a shield, protecting everyone under its lair. Ji Lu glanced back, reminding everyone to be careful. A moment later, the tunnel stopped collapsing, the rocks and debris stopped falling, and everything returned to normal. In that eerily dark space, everyone was ready for battle. He glanced back warily, "Are they coming out soon?" Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide, looking at the thing above as if to identify what it was. He only saw a pair of wide eyes staring at them like a predator aiming precisely at its prey. The objects flew through the dark sky filled with smoke and fire. Ruinous buildings piled on top of each other, a truly desolate scene. The shelter was packed with people, cries and screams of pain mixed together, eerie and tragic. One man even went mad, saying, "The apocalypse is here, this is God's judgment for us." He frantically screamed about the gates of hell and the fate of humanity, causing a commotion that forced the security team to assemble. They quickly subdued him. But his words reached many, including Name's daughter, who anxiously asked her mother, "What is God? Are those monsters God?" She was silent for a long time before saying, "If a computer created a world similar to reality, our existence, to those living in that fictional world." Name immediately chimed in, "Is God in their eyes, and also the creator God?" Name asked again, "But teacher, if what you say is true, then could our world also be fictional? What can prove that the world we live in is fictional?" He softly replied, "It's actually not hard to prove. We just need to think that if our world is not fictional, then three conditions must be met. First, humans are not interested in creating fictional worlds. Obviously, this is not true. Second is that human scientific and technical capabilities cannot create fictional worlds. The appearance of name/thing also disproves this. Third is that humans are annihilated before they can create fictional worlds. Eliminating all of these is impossible. The remaining conclusion, no matter how absurd, is the truth. Therefore, perhaps we are also gods in their eyes." Before his eyes were scenes of injured and frightened people, a truly tragic sight. Name fell into contemplation. Previously, these were all hypotheses, but now the appearance of monsters has truly proven the professor's deduction. Our world is fictional, and so is the world we create. Perhaps the world that created us is also like that. If that's the result, we are all just puppets with pre-written scripts. At this moment, the system screen displayed the final mission. The death of Name has been activated, Guardian of the Temple. The mission reward is 30 million experience points and a series of other rare items. The attacking group standing in his shadow all seemed tiny. Chiu thought to himself, "This is the final boss Nauruz, so annoying. Such a powerful aura, that feeling is back again. Now, my whole body is uncontrollably stiff with fear. No way, if everyone is dominated by this fear, then what awaits us is surely defeat." Chiu's group, standing before Nauruz's terrifying dark aura, were all overcome with fear and momentarily unable to move. Oboil immediately turned and shouted, "I know this is your first time facing an opponent much stronger than yourselves, but there's something you must remember. That is, in any battle, no matter how strong or difficult the opponent is, you must not let yourselves fall into fear. If you've chosen to come to the temple, then you must be mentally prepared to either die in Ratonia or kill this thing. What we must do is give it our all. Defeat him. Did you hear me?" Hearing these words, they all made up their minds. They all shouted in unison. Chiu silently mused, "The thing I was just worried about, Mr. Oboil managed to resolve in an instant." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, making him vigilant. Everyone stood still, vigilant against the sudden gust of wind. Sali immediately spoke up. It was then that Chiu suddenly realized something was amiss. A thick, black tentacle struck directly down at their group. Suddenly, that tentacle was cut off, flying past over their heads. Oboil had decisively and powerfully cut the attack in half. He calmly said, "Everyone, pay attention, avoid the attacks." Suddenly, a series of other tentacles lunged from all directions. Everyone struggled to avoid Nauruz's attacks. Oboil shouted again. The two of them instantly exchanged glances, signaling they understood each other's intent. Then, at the same time, they vigilantly rushed forward to approach Nauruz. Chiu suddenly thought, "My agility level isn't low, yet I couldn't react in time just now. Mr. Oboil's reaction speed is so fast." As they charged, the two were blocked by a tentacle, which shot towards them like lightning. Chiu, vigilant, seemed to have detected the danger. The tentacle grazed the two of them at the moment Chiu managed to pull Ban back, avoiding the attack. Although he avoided a direct hit, the tentacle still grazed his face, scratching it. Having just escaped danger by a hair's breadth, Ban quickly charged forward to attack. A series of other tentacles quickly appeared, blocking the path of the two. Chiu immediately pulled him back, quickly retreating from the entanglement of those tentacles. The tentacles stomped down, causing immense tremors that destroyed the surrounding area. After the attack, the surrounding space was covered in thick dust and smoke. The two of them temporarily moved away from Nauru's, panting exhaustedly. Chiu quickly asked. He forced a smile. He then thought. On the other side, tentacles suddenly shot out like arrows to attack. Seeing the danger, Sali panicked and shouted out anxiously, calling for Faloga and Boris. Sharp sword strikes cut off Nauru's tentacles. Boloy leaped out from within, rescuing Faloga and Boris. He slowly put the two down, safely avoiding the attack range. Chiu felt helpless. He then found the. Chiu secretly rejoiced. He immediately shouted. Chiu then shouted. The item flew straight towards Nauru's, who stood there uncomprehending. Suddenly, a powerful, dazzling light immediately burst forth, illuminating everything in the area. Everyone there clearly saw everything, looking at Nauru's in fear. Chiu also froze. His entire body was revealed, the faces of absorbed warriors and grotesque, purplish-black tentacles, full of eerie malice. Behind Chiu, a small black tentacle suddenly emerged from the ground. Nauru seized the opportunity of his lowered guard to attack, catching him by surprise. The attack quickly pierced a hole in Chiu's chest, making him stagger momentarily. He clutched his chest in pain, fresh blood dripping onto his hands from the wound and his mouth. Nauru's didn't stop, he continued to command his tentacles to attack him. In Country A, and City L, a desolate, ruined place like a battlefield. There were two figures on a building, the woman said. The man then laughed loudly. The woman then cursed. He replied. She then got angry. Zen sneered. Omiya then gave a threatening smile. Alone, she quietly pulled something out from inside her clothes. It was a photo of a woman with long brown hair and golden eyes, leading another child. After the attack, Chiu was in so much pain that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He slumped to the ground, his face full of agony, enduring the pain racking his body. The system panel also warned that timely treatment was needed as he was losing too much blood from taking critical damage. Chiu's eyes gazed blankly, feeling the pain in his chest. His lung was completely pierced, making even breathing laborious. In the air, eyes stared intently at him, and gigantic mouths bared their teeth, ready to pounce on their prey. Nauru's used the. Chiu could only watch them rush towards him because his body was completely unable to move. A series of sharp tentacles, at rocket speed, rushed towards him. They quickly pounced on his body and then enveloped him in the giant tentacles. Sali and Lucius, seeing him attacked, couldn't help but be stunned. Nauru's, on the other hand, laughed triumphantly at his own victory. The dense tentacles continued to attack Chiu relentlessly. Sali and Lucius, full of worry, continuously called out his name. This is too terrifying. I've never seen the Guardian's attack speed and destructive power this strong. Tran Chiu. Lucius intently observed the tentacles' attack on Chiu. Her pupils widened as if she suddenly noticed something unusual. Lucius saw the man who suddenly appeared carrying Chiu on his back and called out in disbelief, Mr. Boloy. The tentacles hissed aggressively as if tearing through the wind in the air. Boloy glared calmly, using the Thunder Guard technique for defense. He carried Chiu on his back but still moved nimbly. In Boloy's eyes, a fierce flame sparked, as if wanting to burn everything. He continued to use dark lightning to carry Chiu and escape, breaking through the tentacles' encirclement. Sali was astonished to see him, while Lucius watched his actions and continuously marveled. Mr. Boloy avoided everything again. Moreover, he was carrying someone. Boloy, one of the 12 heroes known as the Son of the Thunder God, possessed blue lightning. He carried Chiu on his back, exuding a mighty aura. Witnessing the event, Sali and Lucius thought the same thing and exclaimed, too strong. Chiu, on Boloy's back, slowly opened his eyes. He placed him on the ground. Zeluka flew over, worried, crying 2 streams of tears, and stammered his name. Chiu softly reassured him, I'm fine. Then he turned to thank Boloy. Boloy turned and looked back at him, saying, this kind of injury isn't fatal. I'll protect you, quickly heal your wounds. He replied to him. But he couldn't help but wonder, how did Mr. Boloy do it? Even in my perfect state, facing Nauruz's attack, I couldn't have dodged everything without getting injured. Moreover, he was carrying me, completely unable to act. Lu thought while healing himself. Finally, he concluded, Mr. Boloy's strength is definitely superior to mine. Boloy held the sword in his hand, facing the multi-eyed, multi-mouthed tentacles. In a dark tunnel, footsteps echoed along with a question, they're not here. Ghouls muttered as he walked, did they break the barrier and go to Nauruz's place? He raised the blazing flame in his hand, curling his lips mockingly, I really underestimated these little rats, but Nauruz has probably torn them to shreds by now. Ghouls angrily thrust the blue flame into the wall, damn it. Lord Hades told me to bring that Godslayer back alive. He applied more force, and the blue flame spread further on the wall. The flame had now spread into the shape of a giant door. He didn't step in immediately but thought, Lord Hades will definitely nag me endlessly. Ghouls sighed, no choice. I'll just have to bring his corpse back then. Returning to the battle Boloy was facing, he quickly dodged the powerful attacks. Chiu was healing himself while observing him. So fast, Mr. Boloy could avoid the high-speed attacks of the tentacles effortlessly. What's more surprising is that Nauruz's attacks were continuously getting faster. Even if I were level 100 right now, putting 2/3 of my attributes into agility, I still couldn't do that. He couldn't help but be amazed watching him attack the tentacles in mid-air with lightning speed. It was terrifying. How did Mr. Boloy manage that? The tentacles continuously lunged towards him. Boloy's feet, emitting electric impulses like blazing flames, were ready. He used his sword to counter the relentless attacks of the tentacles. His eyes shone brightly, filled with the determination to win and protect everyone. Images of Boloy's childhood gradually appeared. The master called out the names of 3 people, Boloy, Andrew Wilkins, and Dominic David. The master stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, solemnly declaring that the 3 of them had passed the trial and become A-class strategic heroes. At this time, Boloy, only 10 years old, stood proudly there with eyes full of determination. The master instructed, now the 3 of you are members of A-class combat team number 27. I hope you can unite, trust each other, and strive to protect our home. The golden evening light dyed the sky, and the 3 people's clear, synchronized shouts echoed. As they left, Andrew looked at Boloy walking ahead and quietly asked David, Boloy, is he really that legendary kid? David replied, that's right, I've heard of him too. I can't believe he's become our teammate. An A-class strategic hero at 10 years old, I doubt there are many like him in the Academy's entire history. David added, I heard he's a lightning attribute warrior, and he completed the A-class trial mission in just 30 minutes, matching the Academy's record. Andrew asked in surprise, are you kidding? The same time as hero Tran Bat Dong? Furthermore, when Tran Bat Dong entered A-class, he was probably. This kind of person is basically a monster. He didn't know if the words reached the ears of the man walking ahead, but his face grew even colder. From a certain perspective, geniuses and fools are the same. One person makes everyone envious and respectful. The other makes everyone despise and ridicule them. In short, if you deviate from the normal path, you are an anomaly, and thus, not accepted. As Boloy sat alone, a hand reached out to greet him. The man and his wife smiled joyfully, taking turns introducing themselves. I'm Moss. I heard you're a new A-class hero this year. This is Luna, my wife, also a new A-class this year. We've already heard about you, we didn't expect you to be even younger than we thought. He uncomfortably greeted the 2 of them. The 2 immediately sat down next to him, holding hands, implying an invitation for Boloy to join their team. This world is just that magical, no matter what, there will always be people who accept you. Whether you're a fool or a genius, you'll find your own world. The sunset gradually descended. In the warm evening sun, Boloy had found friends who accepted him. These images appeared before Chiu, along with the system's announcement that Boloy's character appraisal had been obtained. Chiu looked at him with eyes full of truly indescribable emotions. Boloy stood with his back to him, gripping his sword tightly, his entire body enveloped by a powerful energy, his eyes shining brightly. Luna was taking care of their child when Moss and Boloy walked over from a distance, saying, "You just recovered. This isn't an important mission anyway. Just let me and Boloy go with the other reserve members." Boloy turned his head and said to Moss, "It's fine if just I go with the others. You two just stay here. Sally still needs you to take care of her." Hearing that, Moss put his arm around Boloy's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Didn't we already talk about this? Didn't we say I could go on the mission with you? We both convinced Luna to stay, so why did you change your mind?" Luna, holding her child in her arms, her whole body blazing with treacherous fire, demanded, "What did you say? You two are conspiring about this again?" Moss insisted to Luna, "This mission is a bit dangerous, you stay here." Boloy disagreed, telling Moss, "Stop it, you should stay here with Luna." Moss angrily scolded Boloy for not keeping his word, and Boloy also retorted loudly. They only stopped when Luna, using her fire magic, was so angry that she looked like she was about to explode and intervened to stop them. On the golden sandy beach, gentle waves continuously crashed ashore. Boloy persistently advised the two, "I heard this matter is extremely difficult to deal with. The members of B-level Team 2 have already been killed. You two have Sally now. I don't want you to go on such dangerous missions anymore." Luna replied, "Even though we have Sally now, you are also an indispensable person in my life and Moss's life." Moss added, "That's why I have to go with you. I won't be at ease if you go alone." Moss smiled and added, "Besides, our team has the once-in-a-century genius, Boloy, doesn't it?" Luna also smiled, "We trust that you will protect us well." Boloy, deeply moved by their words, looked at the two of them. Returning to the present, Boloy became even more resolute. "Luna, Moss, this time I will definitely protect Sally well. I will ensure she safely leaves Ratonia." He launched his lightning strike to destroy River's attack forward, determined that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would have no regrets. He steadfastly held his sword and charged forward, cutting off the giant tentacles. Boloy quickly moved to approach the opponent in front of him. As he got closer, Nabra suddenly opened its mouth wide, preparing a direct attack aimed at him. Seeing this sight, Boloy was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Those standing behind him all started to show discomfort, grimacing and covering their ears. Chiu also covered his ears in discomfort, wondering, "What's going on? My head hurts so much." The system panel then announced that they had been hit by Nabras' Screech skill, inflicting a stun for 30 seconds. Sally, unable to bear it, covered her ears, trembling as she sat on the ground. The tentacles also took this opportunity to quickly rush in and attack. They coiled around the people who were lying weakly on the ground. The tentacles lifted them high into the air, with the enormous mouth full of sharp teeth below. Nabras witnessed everything and narrowed its mouth, smiling sinisterly. Suddenly, streams of lightning-like energy appeared and flew rapidly forward. They severed the tentacles that were binding everyone, causing those who were suspended to fall. Sally was also tightly wrapped by the tentacles, struggling with difficulty. Boloy looked at the situation before him and realized it wasn't good. But as he tried to go to her, the tentacles blocked his path. On this side, the tentacles and the wide mouth prepared to feast on their prey. Seeing this, Boloy urgently unleashed an attack while shouting Sally's name loudly. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that the stun status was removed. Chiu successfully freed everyone and led them all away from the tentacles. He quietly said to Boloy with resolute eyes, "I'm here this time." Boloy had also finished dealing with the wall created by the tentacles. Boloy was like an angel descended to earth, but unfortunately, this terrifying strength made people shrink back. Chiu understood his feeling of loneliness, being regarded as a monster by others, until Sally's parents appeared, which made Boloy feel the joy of being human. Rather than saying they were friends, it was more like they were his parents, but it's hard to imagine young Boloy witnessing Luna and Moss die right before his eyes. What that feeling must have been: despair, rage, helplessness, or sorrow. Chiu understood and also hated that feeling of powerlessness. So he was determined to protect his friends, his family, and his mother. He secretly vowed to himself that he would definitely return. Everyone was safe. Boloy walked over to Chiu. Chiu, thank you for saving Sally, but the battle isn't over yet. He told him the characteristics he had just observed. I noticed during the fight just now that while this tentacle is flexible, its main body moves very slowly. However, if you get close to its body, it will activate a self-protection skill. You can remove its effect, so you go attack. He asked in surprise, didn't you also remove the stun effect earlier? He calmly explained, I didn't remove it, my innate lightning attribute simply has a stun reduction effect. Boras, being helped by Faloga from a distance, quickly spoke up, we're here too. Sally and Lucius had also stood up and joined in, we're here too. Uncle Ben wiped the corner of his mouth as he walked over, smiling, how can we let you, Chiu, steal the spotlight at a time like this? Everyone walked over and gathered around him and Boloy. Chiu stood silently, looking at everyone with a pensive expression. Boloy loudly said, all right, everyone must have heard me. We will help Chiu approach the main body. Chiu reached out and drew his sword, his heart filled with determination, then let's kill Nabras in one go. His eyes were firm, revealing extremely strong determination. Boloy drew his thunder roar sword, preparing for battle. Boloy's eyes glowed with red electric sparks. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands, lightning crackling all around him. He quickly advanced towards the tentacles in front, using the 3,000 slashes. Nabras stood silently amidst the tentacles, seemingly awaiting the impending attacks. The 3,000 slashes shone brightly in the air, ready to clash with the tentacles. Wherever the strike went, countless tentacles were severed. Chiu, from behind, was also ready to advance. Nabras noticed him but remained silent, observing the movements around. Chiu led the charge towards the menacing tentacles. Boras also started to charge, attacking to support and clear a path for Chiu. On Chiu's attack path, a large flame suddenly erupted, burning all the nearby tentacles. Then Chiu also focused his attack on the tentacles. Boras, next to him, also concentrated his attacks on the surrounding tentacles, providing support. Seeing the time was ripe, he continued to charge, using divine speed. The system received the command and began activating the divine speed skill. Nabras's face darkened, but he continued to silently observe everyone's movements. Boloy charged forward, unleashing a sword slash to clear the way for Chiu. He gripped the sword in his hand, silently thanking his companions. Then he quickly jumped high upwards, preparing to launch an attack. At the same time, he gathered his power in mid-air, using the lead annihilation technique. Next, Chiu quickly activated his next move, Divine Annihilation Slash. The system activated critical damage, and the Min Lin Song dealt 100% damage to the undead system Nabras. His HP continuously decreased while his own HP gradually recovered. When the Min Lin Song was activated, recovering 10% MP, Nabras let out a resounding roar. He angrily gritted his teeth and glared at him as if wanting to devour him alive. A figure landed on the ground from the sky. Boloy witnessed the scene. He was filled with astonishment, his mouth wide open, wondering, the main body can teleport? Chiu had already teleported, his face half darkened, and he spoke through gritted teeth, Divine Annihilation, second stage. Nabras was bewildered at this moment because deep sword marks were imprinted on his stomach, and dark liquid continuously gushed out from them. The system panel constantly warned of decreasing HP, and at the same time, Nabras's stomach seemed to explode, dark liquid erupting from it like fireworks. The dark liquid flowed down his trembling legs, which were about to collapse to the ground. Chiu stood in mid-air, bowing his head to calmly observe his condition. The previous attack was because when he activated divine movement, he consciously used divine annihilation. Nabrus let out a loud cough along with a mouthful of blood. Chiu also seized the opportunity to quickly land on the ground. He got into position, preparing to use the final blow to finish him off, God Slayer. In the blood-soaked space, his thoughts spoke, chaos. Then he immediately launched a crescent moon slashed straight towards him. Nabrus was engulfed by the red light from the sword blade, his face reflecting utter panic. A loud sound echoed, and lightning bolts shot up into the sky. Everything gradually became quiet. On the ground, only dense smoke and his sigh of relief remained. After calming down, Chiu thought to himself, it's over. Suddenly, laughter and a voice rang out, break through the divine prohibition of the dream god to the deepest part of the divine temple. The appearance of the voice's owner surprised everyone. The owner of that voice was a ghouls, who had appeared at some unknown time. He smiled and praised, indeed, I underestimated you insects a bit. Chiu narrowed one eye, my full power attack was casually blocked by him like that? His body was also at its limit from using a large number of skills, every skill was on cooldown, and Kipri's revival time was still 20 hours. Moreover, everyone's fighting spirit from just now has been nullified by this guy. He observed the condition of everyone around him, not only were their bodies injured, but their fighting spirit was also exhausted. Chiu was perplexed, unsure what to do. Now I'm not only facing Nabrus, but this guy as well. A ghoulie stood afar, arms crossed, calling out to him, Shield Chiu, pay attention to him. A ghoulie suddenly used his magic to teleport to where he stood. He flashed a sinister smile, happily greeting Chiu. At this moment, he regained his composure and immediately retreated backwards. Chiu looked at a ghoulie with a face full of murderous intent, panting, that was dangerous. Seeing him like this, he became even more excited. God Slayer, don't worry, I won't kill you. It seems the ghoulie sensed something. He glanced to the side. Boloy flew in from somewhere, swinging his sword, intending to ambush the ghoulie from behind. But unfortunately, he was discovered. A ghoulie quickly created a shield to block the attack. He smirked, you tiny insects really cling like dog shit. Sparing you last time seems to have been my mistake. He looked at a ghoulie with a face full of determination and shouted, Thunder Roar. Boloy continuously cast his magic towards his shield. Indeed, heaven helps those who help themselves. After a period of effort, the shield finally cracked. The shield shattered, and a ghoulie quickly retreated, feeling annoyed. He glanced behind him, I'll hold him back. You guys figure out how to kill that divine beast Nabrus. Chiu frowned upon hearing that, remaining silent. Boloy gritted his teeth, no matter what now, as long as we kill it, we can unleash the divine temple and leave this place. He became even more arrogant, uttering disparaging remarks, stupid insects, do you think you can escape? Lord Hades' spell is only SOSO, yet it's been messed up by a few insects like this. A ghoulie glanced behind him, if I hadn't wasted time dealing with this guy's divine attendant, I would have sent him to the endless sea long ago. The gem on his body radiated a powerful magical energy. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became. I've run out of patience. A ghoulie gathered magic in his hand. This is what Lord Hades asked me to give you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck out, attacking Nabrus. His true nature revealed on his face, a ghoulie excitedly shouted, burn, infernal flames of the underworld. His move slowly infused into its body and spread. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and they were all utterly astonished by the sight before them. After a while, Nabrus's appearance had changed significantly. Nabrus's infernal fire had been activated. After the divine beast was corroded by the infernal fire, its underworld power was fully activated, and its underworld form was enhanced. He looked at him with satisfaction. Lord Hades' masterpiece has never disappointed me. A ghoulie stood with his arms crossed and ordered it, kill them all, but keep the white-haired one for me. Chiu quietly observed their every move from a distance. He suddenly became excited, baring his sharp fangs. Seeing the situation was grim, he shouted loudly to warn everyone. Chiu's eyes widened. He sensed everything around him. The surroundings of Chiu suddenly turned pitch black. He raised his hands, wondering, is the world completely dark? Chiu tried to shout out everyone's names, calling out everywhere. But sadly, no reply came back to him. Seeing everything around him silent, he speculated, could it be that only I was brought here? Suddenly, a surge of magic appeared and punched Chiu in the stomach. Before he could react, it punched him in the face again. The continuous punches just now made him fall to the ground. Chiu coughed violently. Not only had he lost his sight, but there was no sound when attacked, making defense impossible. It was then that he remembered he still had a flare bullet. As soon as he thought it, Chiu immediately took it out and threw it high. Suddenly, a notification appeared saying the flare bullet was disabled, surprising him. Without a second's hesitation, it immediately flew towards Chiu to retaliate. He struggled to get up. If even the flare bullet was useless, he was now completely a fish on a chopping board, left to be slaughtered. At this moment, Boloy, outside, worriedly shouted Chiu's name. But he ignored his words, focusing on casting magic. A ghoulie stood with his arms crossed. He had been hit by the hells I created by Hades, and now his soul was bound in endless darkness, killed by fear. Boloy was not swayed by his words, loudly calling out, "Everyone, focus your minds." Unfortunately, Sally had been hit, making her unable to stand firm. Baba saw this and could only helplessly call Sally's name, then wanted to run towards her. And perhaps even he and everyone else couldn't withstand its power, so they all fell one by one. By now, only Boloy was still able to stand firm. It seemed as if everything had happened exactly as the ghoulies predicted. "Leave that kid to me, the rest are up to you." Suddenly, a powerful source of magic power emanated from behind him. An extremely powerful magic power radiated around him. Boloy looked at the ghoulies with a face full of determination. Seeing him like that, he was very surprised and exclaimed, "You can break free from the shackles of Hell's Eye." A helicopter hovered in the sky, crossing a river. It landed on the ground, scattering sand everywhere, parking in front of a temple. A young man reported, "The Giza Corporation acquired a piece of desert 300 kilometers from Cairo's southern station to develop the landscape." Not long after the Giza Corporation's acquisition, Country's satellite detected such a massive temple appearing here, which fundamentally couldn't have been built in a short time. Then, the head of the Giza Corporation was repeatedly summoned by the Country's president, achieving a large number of collaborations with Country. Strangely, the Giza Corporation deals in energy. It suddenly announced the establishment of the Cosmos Game Research Team, secretly recruiting a large number of programming experts. We speculate that the main person in charge of this project is Chiu's missing father. The girl wondered, "Is there any news about Chiu's mother?" He immediately replied, "There is no news or documentation whatsoever." She suddenly threw the tablet towards the young man. The girl ordered, "From now on, everyone investigate Chiu's family with all your might within 3 days." They quickly obeyed. Under the scorching sun, the group began to approach the temple. She speculated, "It seems the key to unraveling this mystery is Chiu. What secret are they really hiding?" Elsewhere, drops of Chiu's blood fell to the ground. He helplessly collapsed to the ground, not knowing how to handle the situation. Not only were his sight and hearing completely restricted here, but even skills couldn't be used, leading to despair not just from being randomly attacked, but also from the feeling of loneliness. Chiu felt as if he was trapped thousands of meters deep in the ocean, waiting for death to arrive. He tried to calm down. He absolutely couldn't let this feeling of despair control him. There was always a solution to everything. Before, in Kendo competitions, I could be undefeated because my mind was as clear as water. All I needed to do was deal with various attacks. If I can't see or hear, then I'll simply discard these 2 senses and seriously listen to my breathing and heartbeat. Using the body's instinctive reactions to deal with sudden attacks is probably the best way. After some contemplation, Chiu finally sensed it. A powerful magical force suddenly flew towards him, but this time Chiu blocked it. He maintained his defensive stance. As the attack made contact, the fine hairs on his body sensed the attack first, and then he reacted. Although he blocked it, Chiu's arm still felt sore. He touched his arm. His attack was too fast, so he needed an extremely quick reaction time, and thus his body still took a partial hit. Very soon after, Chiu sensed something again. Without a second's hesitation, he quickly placed both his hands on the ground. Chiu suddenly flipped backward, moving far away. He finally succeeded in dodging his next attack. The ring on Chiu's finger suddenly glowed. He used it to create a large shield for protection. After the shield disappeared, another attack flew in. Chiu quickly sensed that danger was behind him. Other attacks came flooding in, but he still managed to dodge them all. Chiu braced his hands on the ground, his body retreating backward. He was sweating profusely. His opponent's attacks were no longer effective against him, he just needed to figure out how to leave this place. Suddenly, a magical force emanated from Chiu's feet. Before he could react, it transformed into a small puddle of water. Chiu suddenly fell into a deep sea. Perhaps unable to breathe, he quickly covered his face. It seemed Chiu saw something in the water, and then a barrage of attacks continued to pour in. Elsewhere, Aberlia's staff glowed. The Hell's Eye wasn't a blood spell, but rather a technique to extract souls, seal them in an endless void, and subject them to torment. Even high-level gods couldn't easily break it. He was ready to face the challenge. Agoles saw the scene before him, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Aberli began casting his magic, flying towards him. Agoles quickly jumped high to dodge his attack. After successfully dodging the attack, he landed. Agoles gnashed his teeth, looking frustrated. How could this be? If he remembered correctly, the source of this power. Aberli said nothing, just silently extended his arm to attack. He cast his magic directly towards the enemy in front of him. Seeing this, he quickly realized it was Zeus's lightning power. Agoles continued to jump high to dodge his magic. He seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. A powerful surge of magic emanated from Aberlia's body. Agoles furrowed his brows and got into a ready stance, his face clearly showing tension. The surrounding ground was covered in lightning bolts he struck down. They connected, forming an electrical dome. Despite casting such a large amount of magic, Aberli was still full of energy. Agoles was surrounded by lightning bolts, but he couldn't do anything. He could only helplessly look up at the sky around him. Agoles suddenly sensed something and glanced to the side. He tilted his head just in time to dodge a lightning bolt that shot past. It flew into the lightning barrier that had been erected and bounced back towards him. That lightning bolt flew past, creating a scratch on Agoles' face. He touched the wound on his face, the return speed was faster now. Agoles observed everything around him, each time it touched the prison, the lightning speed would increase. He made up his mind and shouted loudly at Nabis that this prison absolutely had to be destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, Agoles and he jumped high, ready to attack. He used his magic aimed at the prison, wanting to destroy it. But it failed, they were quickly struck back by the lightning bolt. After being pushed far away, Agoles quickly regained his balance and stood up. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth bitterly and curse. Boloy saw that he had the advantage, so he seized the opportunity to continue attacking. He controlled powerful lightning bolts to fly swiftly towards Agoles. They quickly flew right in front of his eyes. The lightning bolt flew past Agoles' shoulder, and this time, he reacted too late. It flew down to the ground, then bounced back, attacking Agoles' subordinate. He was continuously hit by the lightning attacks. Agoles laughed loudly. Outside, everyone was still lying motionless on the ground. He ordered Nabis to kill all of them. He immediately followed Agoles' instructions, burrowing into the ground to carry out the order. He excitedly told Boloy. Despite the fierce lightning attacks surrounding him, he continued to laugh loudly. It seemed the ghouls had gone mad, he excitedly said. The prison created by Boloy suddenly shrank rapidly. It shrank until it transformed into a small lightning orb. After accumulating enough lightning, it began to unleash it into the sky. In the seaside town, inside the temple, Minister Chiu's secretary was explaining the origin of the place to her. After several investigations and measurements, Country A discovered that this temple had existed for at least 50,000 years. A member, hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Country E's measured and calculated history is only 7,400 years. A civilization could not have existed 50,000 years ago. Another member agreed. Minister turned to ask in confusion. The secretary quickly explained. Inside were large amounts of parchment recording alchemy. Among them was a passage relating to Alexander the Great discovering the Emerald Tablet, a process extremely similar to how we discovered the temple. Minister listened intently while observing her surroundings. In 331 BCE, Alexander the Great defeated the Persian Empire's army, opening the way to Egypt. After the battle, Alexander the Great hurried to an ancient country east city named Siwa. Historically, it is said Alexander the Great went to worship an ancient temple to receive an oracle. The temple enshrined the main deity of country E, the god Ra, also known as Ammonius, but in Alexander the Great's era, everyone worshipped the gods of Mount Olympus. This strange behavior of going to the country E temple to receive an oracle left everyone baffled. Now, the book on alchemy has given us the answer. It was all Alexander the Great's teacher, also the sage we know, Aristotle, who told him. He said that next to the Ra temple in Siwa, there was a tomb hidden inside, containing the secret texts on how to become a god. Hermes, on the other hand, is the son of Zeus, the messenger of the divine world and also the guide of souls. Greek and Egyptian mythologies are thus connected. In the end, the great emperor discovered a real tomb, and inside, he found the Emerald Tablet, which is also the book of truth that all alchemists believe in. This process is extremely similar to the Giza Corporation's discovery of the temple, so this place could be the Ra temple mentioned in the records. The secretary turned to Minister Chiu and said, "Are you all right? It sounds incredible, but this is also the material we found." She gently stroked her hair. "I'm fine." Minister Chiu looked around and sighed. "Even monsters from games are appearing in reality. What else is there that I can't believe?" A member approached to remind her, "Minister Chiu, besides this, there's something even more unbelievable ahead, so please prepare yourself mentally." She heard it and became extremely curious. The secretary walking beside her extended her hand, telling Minister to move forward so she could see. After just a few steps, she couldn't help but be startled by the scene. Before Minister Chiu's eyes was an enormous statue being excavated. The diligent appraisers were working hard to complete it. The head of the statue, however, was in the shape of a falcon. The secretary looked up and introduced, "This is probably the statue of the Ra god. The text behind it is being translated. Experts say this is likely the Emerald Tablet. It probably records the secret of how to become a god. It could also explain why monsters from the game appear in reality." On the other side, a ghouls was in great distress, so angry that he wanted to curse the whole world. A ghouls firmly gripped the ground, his eyes flaring with indignant sparks. He struggled to hold on, silently speculating, is it due to Zeus's divine power? My recovery ability is also being suppressed. The person he was facing was Boloy. A ghouls couldn't guess who this person in front of him really was. He stared at him and pondered, why did he hide this power in the last battle? He'd rather have his arms cut off by me than resist. A ghouls gritted his teeth, his competitive spirit unstoppable. No matter Zeus's power, I, a ghouls, the strongest dragon, will not bow down in defeat. I spared no cost to become this powerful, he roared, beginning the transformation process. A ghouls seemed unwilling to fall here, he became more frantic than ever. A ghouls was gradually enveloped in purple light and immense power. He had evolved into a half-human, half-dragon form with jet-black skin. A ghouls, triumphant, said, "Insect, turn around and look at your pathetic companions." Hearing that, Boloy was startled and immediately turned to look at everyone. As soon as he turned, he saw everyone lying unconscious on the ground. Their bodies were slowly being incinerated by his green flame. Even Lucius was gradually losing his life. Seeing this, Boloy used his power to fly quickly towards everyone. Suddenly, he was attacked by ghouls, who blocked his flight path. Ghouls had reacted, spreading his wings and flying in to attack. He looked at Boloy with hatred. Isekai'd, I think I remember who you are now. I remember the look in your eyes as you watched my comrades being killed and couldn't do anything. I truly regret not killing you then. Boloy didn't answer him but immediately struck with a bolt of lightning. He glared at him, his eyes flashing with electric sparks. Ghouls seemed to want to confront Boloy to the very end. He laughed loudly. Isekai'd, let's play a game. These 3 hellfire flames, one will extinguish every 10 minutes. Each time one goes out, I'll have Naurus kill one person. Do you find that fun? He seemed to go insane, speaking and laughing at the same time. Boloy was pushed to his limit, his face darkened. Boloy clenched his fists, and electric sparks gradually appeared and gathered around his fists. Ghouls was not deterred. He sneered provocatively, come on, Isekai'd, I can't wait any longer. No sooner had he finished speaking than Boloy flew forward with lightning speed. Facing this extraordinary speed, Ghouls was a little surprised but quickly composed himself. He immediately used his wings, flapping them at an extremely high frequency. They both flew past each other, their 2 streams of power clashing. At this moment, Boloy drew a lightning bolt from his hand. He aimed at Ghouls and struck down with his technique, Thunderous Demise. He flew here and there, deftly dodging all attacks with his speed. As soon as he dodged the attack, Ghouls began to counterattack. He gathered magic in his mouth and shot it out. Boloy easily dodged it, and the attack exploded upon contact with the ground. He panted exhaustedly, but did not let down his guard. Ghouls looked up and sneered, you're too overconfident. Even if your mortal body had the power of Zeus, you fundamentally couldn't endure it. With that, he burst into laughter. Boloy was furious. This guy was doing it on purpose. His goal was to destroy him. Though that was the case, he wouldn't accept this reality. I absolutely cannot fall. Everyone needs my protection. Ghouls gave no quarter and charged forward. Do you want to die? Those insects will follow you soon. I have already won. Suddenly, tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared above his head. Boloy powerfully unleashed his ultimate technique, Thunderous Tide Assault. Blinding flashes of light struck him, and Ghouls tried to shield his body with his wings. A blinding flash of light erupted, obscuring all surrounding vision. After the lightning struck, a large cloud of smoke and dust was created. He spoke, angrier than ever, how detestable. Immediately, Ghouls sprang up, flying with his wings, and the ground below gradually cracked open. Continuous streams of purple light emerged from beneath the ground. He looked at the light, curving his mouth into an extremely confident smile. But Boloy quickly advanced to attack him. Ghouls still stood firm. He turned around and laughed gleefully. Isekai'd, I'm not dead yet. The 3 flames in Ghouls' hands suddenly flew around behind Boloy, startling him. He laughed contentedly and commanded, Naurus, kill that one. The person Ghouls targeted was Backban, who coughed up blood from the impact. Backban's entire body was engulfed by Ghouls' green flames. He had almost lost consciousness, not realizing anything, his brows gradually furrowing. Chiu's entire body went limp and floated in that dark space. He struggled to maintain his reason. Damn it, my body can't move at all. This isn't free fall, there's a force pushing my body down. Suddenly, an anomaly flew rapidly towards Chiu from somewhere. He quickly noticed it and glared at it. But before he could react, it forcefully struck his chest. His body gradually lost control and sank deeper. That anomaly struck his stomach forcefully once more, causing Chiu to spit blood. Under the impact of the attack, he was pushed even further away. Chiu now struggled to take in every bit of air. But once again, it showed no mercy and pierced through his stomach. This time, Chiu couldn't bear it anymore, his entire body seemed to lose all strength. Chiu's entire body fell uncontrollably downwards, unable to do anything. His eyes became vacant, and he couldn't think much at that moment. It hurts so much, it's so cold, am I going to die? Suddenly, brilliant red flowers bloomed below, piquing Chiu's curiosity. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed in unison, heading towards him. Those flowers gradually clung to Chiu's entire body. He struggled to use his last bit of consciousness to look at those flowers. These are hero flowers, flowers from my inner world when I met the old man. Suddenly, Chiu's eyes widened as he looked at the scene before him. He had now left the ghostly place and stood before a brilliant red tree. Chiu looked around his body and assessed it. Above all, the wounds have disappeared. Could it be that I've died and this is merely a reflection? Suddenly, a voice called his name. Chiu was startled, realizing, is that the old man's voice? I'm not dead, I really left that place, he wondered, turning to ask. The man extended his hand and gave Chiu a flower. I originally thought these flowers were just important items from your inner world. I never expected them to possess such immense power. Hios gazed at the flower, utterly astonished by it. Chiu looked down, wondering, old man, it was definitely the appearance of these flowers that made me leave that ghostly place, right? What exactly is this thing? Hios gently released the flower he held, letting it float upwards. He shifted his gaze and explained, these aren't your flowers, someone intentionally left them here. It's like the divine prohibition you saw, it's a powerful thought force. I can feel the power it emits, it's on par with the power of my chaotic elements. Chiu listened with utmost concentration. Hios sighed slightly, no wonder you can easily control elemental power like that. Hearing this, he became suspicious. The man suddenly questioned him, Tran Chiu, who exactly are you? Hearing that question, he became a bit agitated, old man, I really don't know anything. Plus, I've never encountered this kind of flower since I was little, nor have I had any special experiences. What exactly is going on? Hios was silent, this power perfectly suits you, like it's yours. Do any of your parents possess divine power? Chiu wondered, my parents possess divine power? Old man, don't joke. My parents are both ordinary people. Besides, this is a game and has nothing to do with reality. Is the system glitching? No way. This power cannot be controlled by anyone other than those with the bloodline. Chiu looked at the void and began to explain, my mother spends all day browsing the web and shopping, possessing divine power is impossible for her. As for my father, he passed away when I was very young. Old man, in short, they couldn't have divine power. What is this power useful for? I must hurry and save people. He looked up at the man with determination. On Boloy's side, he stared blankly at Backban, who was engulfed in flames. Boloy couldn't hold back tears as one of his important people was close to death. Seeing that, Agoles laughed gleefully, old man, what if you have divine power this time? Don't you still have to watch your comrade die tragically before your eyes? Boloy paid no mind to his words, recalling the beautiful memories with Backban and Sally. He felt both sorrow and self-reproach as they were hurt one by one. Agoles still grinned at the scene he had created, old man, I'll give you one chance. Kneel and beg me, and I might spare that little girl. Kneel down and beg me. He had no reservations left and was becoming increasingly outrageous. Hearing that he wanted to harm Sally, he couldn't help but get angry. Agoles saw those furious eyes and was startled with fear. He loudly ordered Nauruz, I'll count to 3, and that girl is mine. This time, Boloy truly couldn't hold back. His hands trembled as he clenched them tightly. He continued to count down before his own command. He trembled as he looked up at Agoles, his eyes unable to hide his indignation. He gleefully counted down to 1, a victor's smile on his lips. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed behind Boloy. His entire body seemed to have lost all strength, and he collapsed. Agoles saw no movement, so he squinted and watched. Crimson flowers gently fell from the sky, along with a great surge of power. A hand reached out and gently supported Boloy, surprising him. It turned out to be Chiu, who had returned to save him. He softly curved his lips and said, "Mr. Boloy, I'm here to help you." When Agoli saw Chiu's figure, he couldn't help but panic. "What? You escaped from the Eye of Hell?" He loudly called out for Nauruz to come confront him. Not far from that spot, Sally was still unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clearly dazed. Chiu turned and gently told Boloy, "Don't worry, I've already saved Sally from the void." Nauruz appeared from somewhere and landed right behind Agoli's. He looked at Chiu warily. "You could actually enter her void?" He turned to face them. "Mr. Boloy, leave Nauruz to me. Go complete your mission." With this division, he quickly agreed. A hard-to-describe determination shone in both their eyes. Boloy's body began to emit thousands of lightning bolts, striking towards them. Suddenly, a massive pillar of lightning appeared in the sky, striking directly where they stood. He seemed to be re-energized and capable of facing any difficulty. Agoli's, seeing the disadvantage for himself, became extremely angry and cursed under his breath. Boloy suddenly charged with a punch, landing in front of him and terrifying him. Agoli's gritted his teeth, his eyes clearly showing the difficulty of the fight. He quickly took a full, powerful punch from Boloy. Agoli's endured the force of the blow, then was knocked far back, unable to retaliate. Chiu, on his side, still stood there, observing all of Boloy's actions. He furrowed his brows, feeling that Boloy was hiding something. Sure enough, Nauruz slowly approached from afar. He turned his face, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Nauruz, now it's our turn." From the rubble, Agoli slowly stood up. He gasped for breath and coughed a few times. "This old dragon knight will absolutely not admit defeat. We only have death in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Agoli flapped his wings and flew quickly towards him. Boloy gently blocked his attack. He glared furiously at Agoli's, merely blocking the claw strike with his bare hands. He seized the opportunity to breathe out a magical current, but Boloy weaved to dodge it. He used his lightning-covered leg to deliver a painful kick to him. Boloy didn't let Agoli's regain his rhythm, immediately forming a large lightning orb. Above, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Agoli's froze upon seeing that figure. Even Boloy couldn't help but be surprised by the event. A large, pitch-black sword descended from the sky. He still stood rooted there, without any reaction. The sword pierced down forcefully, creating a considerable shockwave. The ensuing earthquake made the island's residents unsteady. A blinding flash of light erupted, preventing anyone from seeing what happened. Immediately after, a thick cloud of dust billowed up, and a blurry figure slowly emerged from within. Boloy wearily collapsed, coughing in spasms. He mumbled blankly, "Luna, I've finally avenged you too." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him, "The power of you?" "My dear brother, Hades," in Agoli's form, spoke deeply as he emerged from the thick smoke, completely unharmed. He stood enveloped in power, his eyes shining coldly as he looked down. What did he actually do? Hades slowly walked towards the stunned Boloy. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Is it an insect?" Hades' fingers twitched slightly. He gently lifted him up and sneered, "But why is my brother's power residing in an insect?" "It's been a long time since I've smelled my brother's power." Hades' eyes gradually brightened with power. He used his claws to pierce through Boloy's abdomen. Immediately, Hades pulled back, causing him to fall helplessly to the ground. He smirked victoriously and then called out to his brother. Looking at the trembling body, Hades only showed disdain. "You know, for thousands of years, I've never forgotten your scent. I just didn't expect you to mate with an insect and give birth to such a worthless thing." He slowly sat down in front of Boloy. Hades observed for a moment and then spoke again. "But you don't need to worry, I will take care of this mongrel for you. I think we'll meet again soon." Suddenly, a purple light emanated from behind him, drawing his attention. Chiu summoned two pitch-black swords. He swung his swords powerfully, Chaos Crescent Slash. The target of these powerful attacks was Nabis, who struggled to dodge each wave. Nabis, hit, quickly retreated but still took a painful blow. He struggled to stand, his entire body swaying. Before Nabis could collect himself, Chiu unleashed his next move, Annihilation God Killer. He flinched, feeling as if an electric current was coursing through his entire body. Immediately, Chiu teleported in front of him at maximum speed. He gripped his two swords tightly and swung them, Annihilation God Killer. That violent attack caused a fierce whirlwind to erupt around them, sending Nabis flying into the air. Immediately after, Chiu quickly pursued him to launch a fierce attack. He flew from side to side, using his agility and strength to give Nabis no chance to retaliate. Finally, Chiu raised his sword high, looking at him with resolute eyes. It's all over now. Suddenly, an attack flew in from somewhere, startling him. Chiu quickly moved to the side, dodging the attack. He immediately activated Tane Kitch, his eyes growing even fiercer. In a flash, Chiu reached Hades, surprising him somewhat. Hades' eyes fixated on the person who had approached and wounded him. As he looked, he vaguely recalled something. This person had a move similar to that other guy. That supposed God Killer. By now Hades truly couldn't force a smug smile anymore. He raised his arm and muttered, "Indeed, it's both surprising and astonishing to encounter someone with the same move." Chiu landed, gasping for breath, feeling a little panicked inside. Too dangerous, I was almost killed by him. Wait, Mr. Boloy. Only when he felt Hades' danger did he suddenly remember that Mr. Boloy was the one confronting him. Chiu slowly stood up. Boloy was lying not far from him. Chiu quickly approached, calling out his name loudly. Sally also rushed over from the other side. She called out Boloy's name with extreme worry, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knelt down, trying to yell, "Mr. Boloy, are you okay, Mr. Boloy? Chiu, quickly save him." Sally desperately hugged him, sobbing. Immediately, he also used his ability to reassure her, "Mr. Boloy is fine, I'll save him." Boloy looked over with difficulty, "Ignore me, quickly take Sally away." "That's not Hong Long, that's Hades." Hearing that name, Chiu couldn't help but be stunned. Nabis bowed respectfully, "My apologies, Lord Hades, for making you come here personally." Hades hovered in the air, with Nabis kneeling at his feet below. Hades looked forward and replied, "It's fine. If I hadn't come myself, I wouldn't have discovered such a big surprise." On this side, Chiu tried to heal him, while Sally and Zeluka watched anxiously. Boloy, covered in injuries, still managed to whisper, "Chiu, it's useless, listen to me. I once left a barrier on Sally. Now I will activate it. Take them both away." He tried to convey his message to Chiu. Boloy shed tears and sorrow, "Although I can't leave Ratonia, it will at least help the two of you survive. Sally, it's all up to you." Sally, hearing these words beside him, couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. Even Chiu couldn't hold back. He tried to comfort him, "No, Mr. Boloy, I won't abandon you." Boloy coughed a few times, trying to catch his breath. Boloy's voice became increasingly fragmented, "Our comrades have all left. Even if we tried our best." Chiu said nothing, only lowered his head. Mr. Boloy continued, "But we cannot deny that we have failed. Humans ultimately cannot resist gods. This is our destiny." Hearing this, Chiu truly couldn't stand it anymore when he said that. Chiu's memories flooded back, insults and humiliation about his family's background, or times he was bullied and robbed. That thug shamelessly threatened him, "Chiu, do you think I need that little bit of money? Your dad just finds you annoying, so I'm bullying you. With your dad doing business and your mom a factory worker, a loser like you is just for us to mess with, that's your fate. Now you should understand that whatever I tell you to do, you do it, otherwise I'll find someone to mess with your mom." Faced with such humiliation, Chiu couldn't help but get angry. He didn't tolerate it anymore and kicked him hard in the groin. The thug clutched himself in pain, cursing. Chiu looked down at him with hateful eyes. Firstly, my fate is not for you guys to mess with. Secondly, I didn't fight back because I didn't want my mom to worry. But if you still want to touch the most important person to me, I will play with you, he glared, enunciating each word to provoke the thug. The thug was still clutching that spot, but his anger flared up. Damn it, kill him for me. Chiu no longer held back and plunged into a fight with them. From the moment they are born, humans must constantly struggle against everything in this world. Therefore, Chiu no longer feared what was called death. What he feared most was deep within his mind. He was silently accepting that fate. Chiu couldn't understand why he was here, but he understood that as long as he was alive, as long as that was the case, he would have to fight to the very end. It didn't matter whether the one he was about to face was human or a god. In City B at this moment, the crimson sunset was slowly descending. Minister stood in the room, gazing at the sunset. She subtly frowned, thinking to herself, humans in this world, whether in their living environment or culture, are vastly different. Without exception, they all have deities and beliefs. They believe that gods created the world. Man, sitting to the side, suddenly spoke up. This world, from chaos to order, from nothing to something, has always had deities. Deities created humans. This is completely consistent with the Big Bang Theory, which has been verified in the universe. Have you ever played video games? He suddenly asked her. Minister turned around and calmly replied, I played them when I was little. Why are you asking about this? Man took off his glasses, wiping them as he explained, have you ever thought that when you haven't started a game, the world within it is just empty space? But when you turn on the game, everything inside it suddenly appears. Minister 2, if we also live in someone else's game world, what would you do? Faced with that challenging question, she didn't know how to answer. He walked to the refrigerator, grabbed a soda, and replied, with our scientific progress, creating a virtual world is only a matter of time. And to the people in that virtual world, we are the gods in their eyes, the creators. He handed her the bottle of water and then asked, but there's another problem, if that's truly the case, then who created us? She took the bottle of water and watched man's retreating figure. He looked up into the void. When the beings in the virtual world create another virtual world, they will again become creators, like nesting dolls, repeating infinitely layer by layer. On another side, a mocking laugh echoed. Hades laughed mockingly, fight to the end, huh? That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Even if you're a godslayer, killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Faced with such contempt, he was furious. He continued to scoff at Chiu's intention, but if you want to play like that, I'll grant your wish. Let's see how you struggle. Hades' laughter reverberated endlessly in that obscure space. He loudly commanded, come out and play with him. A dazzling light flashed. From beneath the ground, coffins were gradually rising. Inside each coffin was a skeleton held tightly by chains. He looked at these things and wondered, what is this guy doing? Hades smirked triumphantly, I hope you'll like the gift I'm giving you. The chains binding those skeletons were successively broken. Instead, those chains wrapped around the bodies of his teammates. Those tied by the chains seemed to be controlled by some kind of magic power. Seeing this phenomenon, Jilu couldn't help but be horrified. Hades stared at him with delight. These insects are your friends, aren't they? I love watching people slaughter each other for their lives. Their souls, if harmed by you, will never be able to resurrect again. With that, he cackled. Jilu looked at him with hatred, grinding his teeth and cursing, you pervert. Hades began to control those bodies, making them charge. Show me a perfect play. They lost all consciousness and were controlled to charge towards him. Jilu quickly ordered Zeluka, block their attacks first, Zeluka. It received the command and immediately moved forward. Their attacks were instantly blocked by Ioluka's shield. Without stopping, they continued to attack again. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but get angry. Zeluka, can you still hold on? Hades, on his side, calmly watched the performance he had created. He suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. Stupid insects, didn't you say you'd fight? Then quickly deal with all these obstacles. Facing that provocation, Jilu immediately got angry. You're wrong, Hades. If it's to sacrifice friends for benefits, maybe others would do it, but I, Tran Jilu, would rather die than do it. Upon hearing that answer, he scornfully replied, stupid and self-righteous. No fear was shown in his eyes, only confidence. You using them to corner me will only make my fighting will even more intense. How could someone like you, who was abandoned by your father and brother, understand such things? Seizing the opportunity, he mocked Hades. Insulted like that, Hades could no longer laugh. He flew into a rage, glaring at Jilu and shouting, damn insect. A tremor occurred inside, making everything feel like it was about to collapse. Hades' claws swiftly sought out their target. In front of Jilu, Hades seemed to have gone mad. The young man seemed unable to move under the pressure. His claws flashed past so quickly that Jilu had no time to react. His fist immediately made contact with Jilu's flesh. A powerful force made him vomit blood. Hades was so enraged that he went crazy. I wasn't abandoned. He kept repeating that he wasn't abandoned, accompanied by insane punches that made Jilu's blood drop rapidly. Suddenly, a powerful punch landed directly on his face, instantly deducting 3,000 health. Because of that one punch, Jilu was sent flying dozens of meters away. Finally, he slammed his back hard against a stone wall, creating an earthquake. Jilu knelt down, clutching his chest and coughing in spasms. A danger warning sounded, health below 15%. Replenish health immediately. Hades, on his side, kept trembling and muttering, I wasn't abandoned. He clutched his stomach and struggled to stand up. What's wrong, Hades? Can't accept the truth? He glared at Jilu resentfully, you annoying insect. Hades suddenly controlled those bodies to fly towards him. Surrounded by his own teammates, Jilu didn't know what to do. He laughed triumphantly again, if you won't abandon your teammates, then let me give you the experience of being killed by them. Lethal attacks continuously came from his own teammates. Jilu couldn't hold on any longer because his health was below 5% and both of his arms were held tight. Hades saw his pain and burst out laughing with delight. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the sky onto Boloy's position. He was surprised and immediately turned around to observe. Right before Hades' eyes was Boloy, very much alive, looking at him with deadly eyes. Hades couldn't believe his eyes. No way, this old man was almost dead just now. Looking at him, Jilu subtly smirked, it's a success. A sound echoed, the mission, Kepri's vengeance, has been completed. From the body lying on the ground, it gradually floated up. At the speed of light, that body soared through the dark corridor. It flew and merged into the giant statue. The statue then underwent a terrifying tremor. The entire temple emitted a dazzling light in all directions. Jilu's body glowed, preventing the corpses from getting close. There were continuous notifications that he was awarded 50 million EXP and leveled up. Chiu recovers to full status, resets all cooldowns, and unseals his soul vision. His entire body glows nonstop. The souls of the teammates gradually return to their bodies. They gradually regained consciousness and struggled to sit up. Remembering Jilu's serious analysis, Hades is something we cannot defeat, but we don't want to kill him, but Nauru's. The seal will be lifted if we kill him. Then we can open the exit of Ratonia. I'll lure Hades away, you drink the potion and go kill Nauru's, he said, handing the potion to him with instructions. Boloy gently waved his hand to stop him. Wait, Jilu, he'll kill you. He didn't care and continued to walk forward. Boloy, this is our only chance to turn the tide. I'm counting on you. In Country A, it was currently daytime, below some company. Ngutam and Chin Nia were waiting for the elevator together. Ngutam gently turned his head to ask, still no news from him? Chin Nia replied, not yet. He finished speaking and then pressed the door close button. He subtly shifted his gaze and continued, but the technical team there has confirmed that their only son, Tran Chi Lu, has indeed entered Cosmos. Ngutam wondered about his current location. Chin Nia quickly replied, the tracking system found that after he entered the system, he disappeared. Neither his location nor tracking data can be found. But 5 months ago, the system did track him returning to the real world, then suddenly disappearing again, he said, turning slightly towards Ngutam. He maintained that pensive expression from beginning to end. The elevator slowly stopped on the 12th floor. Only then did Ngutam speak. Has she still not said anything? He simply replied, no. The elevator doors slowly opened, letting light into the dark room. Ngutam smirked. I have a way. Want to hear it? Both slowly entered the room, in the center of which was a test cage. A small wrist was injured and bleeding from the shackles. Inside that test cage was Tranchi Lu's mother. Ngutam approached and ordered Chin Nia, take a picture of this woman's current state and anonymously send it to the Cosmos world and everyone in the real world. I don't believe he won't come here, he said, letting out a creepy laugh. He didn't ask any further questions and decided to obey. Upon receiving the order, Chin Nia quickly took out his phone to photograph her appearance. Her appearance at this moment looked truly haggard and pitiful. But Ngutam could squint his eyes and smile proudly as if it were a masterpiece. The sky above the town suddenly turned a brilliant red, causing extreme panic among the residents. Everyone tried to find a place to hide. Those who were on the street were all stunned by this bizarre sight. Law stared at the sky and mumbled, is this the boss's success? Crimson lightning bolts began to strike down fiercely here. He raised his hand to stop the fleeing residents. Don't panic, everyone, we're about to leave Ratonia. Hades, on this side, was extremely irritated. This guy again bet his life that that insect would kill Nauruz. Chiu spoke darkly, Hades, you lost. A dazzling light carrying terrifying power descended. That power quickly merged into his body. Chiu's entire body tensed up, bracing to receive that immense power. The light was so blinding that no one could see what was happening. Even Hades, with his muscular physique, was pushed back by it. He struggled to open his eyes to see what change had occurred in the boy. A familiar voice rang out, the Degod is freed, receiving the power of the Degod. A mark like a third eye appeared on Chiu's forehead. He slightly curled his lips, feeling as if Chiu was no longer himself. Suddenly, Chiu looked at Hades with a provocative gaze. We finally meet again, Hades. He slightly furrowed his brow. Long time no see. He quickly teleported and kicked Hades' arm hard. Caught by surprise, he coughed up blood. The day inside Chiu's body, meanwhile, was leisurely smiling smugly. From his foot, he pressed harder into that arm. Such an injury inevitably caused internal damage. Hades collapsed, coughing violently. De looked at him with contempt. Do you like my welcome gift? Before Hades could compose himself, he continued with another kick that sent him flying. Hades was sent flying dozens of meters before hitting a wall. That impact created an enormous shockwave. He quickly teleported again and stomped Hades underfoot. From above, with a murderous glare, questioned, where have you hidden my soul essence and body? He struggled to force a smile. Are you begging me? Hades' voice whispered. He narrowed his eyes at him, a slight smirk on his lips, shameless. With that, De lifted his foot and stomped down on him repeatedly without stopping. When he looked back at the spot where he had stomped, only the stone was indented. Hades had quickly escaped from there. He was staggering but still arrogant. You have no body, you are nothing more than a cripple. Moreover, this guy's body cannot withstand your power, he continued to provoke cheerfully. Hades showed no restraint and continued to boast, at most 30 seconds, and the boy you possessed will die. De didn't care, it's fine, I still have those other people's bodies anyway, and I've already beaten you to a pulp. Obo lay quietly observed and pondered, Chen Ji-Lu. Ji-Lu was currently in a different space, he couldn't tell where he was. Suddenly something caught Ji-Lu's attention. Looking down, he found himself tightly bound by chains. He struggled, trying to break free from the shackles. But no matter how much he struggled or used his power, he couldn't escape. Suddenly, Hios appeared out of nowhere to save him. Hey kid, quickly use your chaotic power, or you'll die. Lu was surprised by his sudden appearance. Having a way to break the chains, he quickly followed the instruction. Outside, Hades suddenly remembered something and said, "There's one more thing I haven't told you, this kid is a godslayer." Dill was utterly astonished upon hearing this. Inside, Lu used all his strength to try and break the chains. After much effort, he finally managed to free himself. While they were talking, Da's soul was suddenly knocked away. As soon as he returned, he panted exhaustedly, cautiously watching the opponent with half-closed eyes. Hades saw this and chuckled. To be able to regain consciousness from Da's hands, you're truly not a simple godslayer. A large gate opened, connecting to the outside world. An instruction appeared, "Please enter the teleportation gate to leave Ratonia." Hades looked at the gate, utterly stunned. Lu seized the opportunity to turn and run towards them, shouting loudly for Boloy. Everyone startled and looked up when they heard Lu's call. He urgently pointed towards the gate. "Quickly, enter the gate and you can leave here." Boloy ran over. "Lu, you lead Sally and the others out first." Suddenly an attack came towards him, and Boloy dodged to the side. Hades quickly approached them, aiming to prevent them from leaving. But he had now transformed into a different form with a blazing red body. He glared at them. "Today, none of you will leave Ratonia." Seeing his form, Lu couldn't suppress his anger and gritted his teeth, calling Hades' name. Suddenly, his forehead lit up again, a surge of power abruptly infiltrated him. Possessed Lu once more, cursing in anger. Hades raised his sharp claws high as if provoking them. He flew towards them with his large wings, intending to injure him. Hades laughed loudly, fully satisfied, saying, "Didn't expect it, God, this guy can actually resist you." "Goodbye, God," he said, then swiftly lunged with his sharp claws. A loud sound echoed, and red blood splattered onto the ground. Hades was unexpected by the scene before him. He was speechless. Lu had extended his bare hand to block the attack. He painfully gasped for breath, in short bursts. Lu squinted at Hades and cursed, "You corrupt gods, I won't let you have your way." Lu retracted his hand and clutched his body. Hades looked at him again as if he wanted to devour him alive. He sneered, "Your vitality is just like an insect's, yet you're so stubborn it makes others despise you. But this futile way of dying will only make you suffer more." Hades looked on with satisfaction at Lu struggling under the torment. Just then, Backban's poison was shot out quickly. He flew over at extremely high speed, pointing his sword towards Hades. He was attacked by surprise, causing his vision to be obscured. Backban took advantage of the opportunity to help Lu move aside. Sally and Boris simultaneously launched fire towards Hades. The large flames were almost about to touch and burn him. But Hades easily created a shield to protect himself. The ground beneath his feet gradually cracked open. From underground, a giant snake with its mouth wide open emerged. But in the end, it snapped at empty air and not Hades. He looked at the snake and laughed cunningly. The snake was quickly destroyed by Hades in an instant. Boloy seized the moment and activated the lightning 9-strike annihilation, making Hades flinch and glare in surprise. A powerful bolt of lightning struck down, echoing across the heavens and earth like a sword. His bones were severed and fell off just like that. Hades tried to withstand the pressure brought by that sword. Chains appeared from nowhere, surrounding him on all four sides. They targeted Hades directly and tightly bound his body. After rescuing Lu, Backban landed in a safe spot. Seeing him so lifeless, he quickly tried to encourage him, his face filled with worry. Boloy was still trying to pressure Hades from the front. He suddenly turned around and commanded, "Backban, quickly take them and leave here." Hearing that, he stood up and retorted, "Old man, what the hell are you talking about? If we're going together." Hades, having had enough of this pressure, gritted his teeth in anger. "You insects are truly annoying." With that, he disregarded the chains and forcefully lifted the electric sword off his body. Boloy flinched, slightly worried because the situation was very unstable. He tried to resist. Boris, Lucius, quickly take them and leave here. Otherwise, we'll all perish. Sally stood up and shouted, "No, I don't want to go, Grandpa." Boloy averted his gaze and yelled, "Quickly get Sally and Uncle Ben out of here. I command you all." She's unwilling to leave while he's still here fighting. "No, I must go help him." At this moment, Boris and Lucius quickly realized Sally was about to rush into danger. I quickly teleported there and knocked her out. Uncle Ben sensed danger approaching and immediately turned his head. Within seconds, he was tightly bound, which made Uncle Ben furious. Boris helped Chiu walk while arranging, "Philoga, you carry Uncle Ben. Lucius, you carry Sally. I'll support Chiu." Once assigned, everyone immediately carried out their tasks. The whole group soon approached the door. Boris turned and ordered them to go first, while he and Chiu would follow. Even at this moment, Uncle Ben was still trying to resist and refused to leave. Boris suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Wait, Philoga. I'm entrusting Chiu to you." With that, he gently smiled, a smile full of confidence. He didn't question anything and immediately agreed. Boris looked at their retreating figures and secretly recalled the past. Half my life before, I was always chaotic, had no achievements, no goals, just waiting to die. I always thought those who were indifferent to life and death were fakes. Boris was determined. "I'd rather fight to the death with a god than live an ordinary life." Moreover, he thought Mr. Boloy also needed him. Suddenly, a force pulled Boris backward, startling him. Boris was pulled into the door, constantly struggling and shouting, unable to react to anything. Chiu propped his hands and gently smiled. "What kind of corny, weird things is Boris saying? If you want to go, let's go together." Boloy saw he was still there and shouted loudly, "Chiu, what are you doing? Go, quickly." Suddenly, the smile on Chiu's lips vanished. He turned his face and spoke, "Mr. Boloy, let's go together." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Boloy truly didn't think he was valued that much. Hades, on this side, suddenly squinted and laughed loudly. He had broken free from the restraint of that electric sword. Hades laughed loudly, mocking, "Truly a bunch of fools." Chiu was no longer afraid but struggled resolutely. "Listen, Lord God, you can't steal my body. So if you don't retreat and let me kill Hades, then you and I will be trapped in this hellish place. So, give me your power. Do you understand?" His reply was an eternal quiet void. Chiu stood there frozen, waiting for the Lord God's answer. Finally, his sincerity was answered. Chiu was quickly bestowed with immense power. Light emanated continuously from his body. Hades covered his eyes from the dazzling light, muttering, "That guy actually gave power to this insect." He was stunned by the sight before his eyes. Chiu's entire body seemed to have completely transformed, with markings gradually becoming clear. He looked up, confronting Hades. "Now it's time to settle our score." He couldn't help but be astonished by his speed. As soon as Chiu finished speaking, he quickly swung his fist. He didn't let himself take the full blow and immediately raised his dragon shield. Not only was he hindered, but he also used those hands to sever Hades' wings. He seemed unable to believe what was happening. Not stopping there, Chiu agilely moved behind Hades. He and Hades locked eyes. Chiu's deadly gaze made Hades freeze. One blow he unleashed caused rocks and dirt to explode, raising a cloud of dust. Chiu summoned 3 giant swords, and he beckoned them to attack. The 3 swords simultaneously plunged into the rubble below. Hades, pierced, screamed in pain, his entire body submerged beneath the rocks and earth. From that spot, a large flame erupted, exploding skyward. Boloy, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. A strong whirlwind rose up, extinguishing the entire flame. A voice announced, "A ghouls has been killed." He received 200 million experience points, followed by continuous level-ups. Chiu walked over and helped Boloy up. He looked at him and gently announced, Mr. Boloy, everything is over now." Hearing this, he looked at Trilu with pride. The two of them and Zeluka advanced together toward the teleportation gate. He suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Mr. Boloy, we can finally leave this place. I wonder if we'll meet again when we go out this time. Anyway, thank you for everything." Boloy shifted his gaze and replied, "Why wouldn't we meet again? When we return, we'll meet at the bakery, so you must come there." Hearing this, Trilu happily promised that he would definitely come. Suddenly, he walked over and hugged Boloy tightly. Trilu enjoyed the warm hug and was immensely grateful to him. Boloy also, filled with emotion, hugged him back. Zeluka also flew over to hug him, showing gratitude. As he turned to leave, Boloy suddenly spoke, "You go first, Trilu. I'll be right behind you." Trilu didn't think much and turned to go first. By then, he was standing before the teleportation gate out of Ratonia. Trilu looked up, surveying his surroundings one last time. Everything felt very real yet unreal. Goodbye, Ratonia, and never to meet again. Thinking that, he slowly stepped through the gate. But before he could take half a step, Trilu stopped. He suddenly realized something was wrong here. Trilu's eyes widened. He quickly turned around, calling out his name loudly in endless panic. Uncle Boloy looked at Trilu and smiled faintly. Trilu, I've remembered your name." He truly wanted to step back through that gate, wanting to pull the old man along to leave together. Behind him, a white light suddenly flashed with an unimaginable pull, and the gate quickly sucked him in. Boloy smiled mysteriously, his eyes narrowed, gleaming with threads of power. "We'll meet again soon." Trilu was unwilling. He couldn't accept that Hades had taken over Uncle Boloy's body. On the continent of Xeris, a prosperous and flourishing land. The incessant heavy rain made the atmosphere somewhat suffocating. Inside Nolan Hospital, excited chatter echoed everywhere. Members of the Moonslayers Guild found these people in the wasteland outside the residential area. 2 nurses in the hospital took the chance to gossip. It said they're all people who went missing previously, numbering a few thousand. To her colleague's surprise, the female nurse continued, "Our hospital alone has admitted over 300 people, all the others have been dispersed to different hospitals across the city." Suddenly, the commotion in the hallway caught their attention. It turned out that Backban woke up and immediately ran out of the patient room, shouting loudly, "Leave me alone!" Behind him, 2 nurses frantically chased after him. "Don't run anymore, you're not allowed to move around recklessly." Backban refused to stop, yelling even louder. "So annoying. I'm fine. Now I have to go find a girl with red hair. And an old man and a stinky kid. I won't stop until I find them." He rudely tried to enter each patient room to see who was inside. He was immediately stopped by 2 nurses at the counter. "You can't look, these are female patient rooms." Backban ignored their warnings and just directly opened the door and burst in. "Female patients? The person I'm looking for is female, let me check." As soon as he entered, he saw 2 patients changing clothes. Both sides were stunned. The atmosphere suddenly grew strangely quiet. For a moment, no one spoke. Backban saw the scene and broke out in a cold sweat. His voice trembled slightly, "Hello, may I ask?" Before he could finish his sentence, a slipper was hurled straight at his face. Next, a series of items in the room pelted Backban. Helplessly, he could only dodge. Sally then entered from the side door. She was extremely surprised to see Backban. He quickly caught the thermos that was thrown at him, and at the same time, was surprised to see Sally. After meeting, both immediately went to the hospital's reception desk to inquire and received an answer. "Don't worry, both of you. All the found patients have been arranged in other hospitals, and furthermore, after waking up, their names and patient data will be uploaded." The nurse patiently checked the records. "Boris and Lucius, whom you are looking for, are currently at Phoenix Hospital and have already woken up. Philoga, Trilu, and Boloy have not had any data uploaded yet." Hearing the news from the nurse, Backban and Sally looked at each other in silence for a long time. Outside, the rain was still pouring, but because of it, the responsible bird feeding its young stopped looking for food. Both went outside to get some fresh air. Backban began to reassure her. "Don't worry, Sally, Mr. Boloy and Tran Trilu will be fine. See, Philoga isn't awake yet either, right?" Sally understood, of course, but she still felt worried deep down. Backban continued to reassure her. "I've already told the nurse, every hour she'll help us check the system, and if there's any news, she'll let us know." He tried to prolong the conversation with Sally. "I often heard you mention this place before, and it's true, seeing this world with my own eyes, it's much better than Latonia. And the delicious food you mentioned, hot pot, sushi, steak, once we find them, let's go eat together." Sally maintained a poker face and nodded in agreement. While the two sat under the eaves in the hospital yard, two luxury cars entered through the main gate. Unexpectedly, the two cars stopped right in front of Sally and Backban. Seeing this, he was also astonished, his eyes wide open. She, however, paid no attention. The chauffeur respectfully held an umbrella and opened the car door, and Qin Xiaomei stepped out with an imposing aura. She walked straight to where Backban and Sally were sitting. Seeing this, Backban asked Sally curiously, "Is this your friend?" She shook her head, denying it. Seeing Xiaomei, the two nurses nearby couldn't hide their surprise. "Is that the guild leader of the /Moon Guild, the only S-rank hero in Pakisa City?" Qin Xiaomei, Backban, and Sally faced each other seriously. Xiaomei introduced herself as the guild leader of the /Moon Guild. She took off her sunglasses and looked seriously at Backban and Sally. "I regret to inform you both that Tran Trilu and Boloy, whom you are looking for, have not yet returned from Latonia. In a scorching desert, Tran Trilu lay unconscious on a sand dune. Zeluka continuously tried to wake him up. It cried heartbrokenly, trying to rouse Trilu. Seeing him slowly open his eyes and call its name, Zeluka gradually quieted down and stopped crying. Its tears stopped, and it looked at him with a wronged expression. Zeluka couldn't bear it and wailed to the sky. The system once again warned Trilu, punishment mission about to begin 543. Seeing the system had started the countdown, he immediately comforted Zeluka, "Hey, ancestor, hold on, don't cry, I'm fine." Finally, it stopped crying. Happily, it pounced into his chest. The system also announced the mission's end. Trilu sighed in relief, "You really scare me." Only then did he realize with horror their surroundings. In the vast desert, only Trilu and Zeluka were there. Holding it, he wondered, "We should have left Latonia by now, shouldn't we? Why are we still in the desert? Could this be a different desert in the game world?" Trilu stopped thinking. "Never mind, I need to log out of the game first and then find my mom. She might be waiting for me at home." The system window also appeared before his eyes. "Do you want to log out of the game?" He seriously and quickly pressed confirm without hesitation. Trilu turned to instruct Zeluka, "I have to leave here for a while. You must wait for me obediently to return. I'll prepare plenty of food and drink for you." It held his hand tightly, as if unwilling to part. Trilu thought with a serious expression, "And there's Backban and Sally too. I'll find them after I find Mom, and Mr. Boloy too." Suddenly, a red notification appeared. "Sorry, unable to log out. Please try again later." Trilu was a bit panicked seeing the notification. "What's going on? Why can't I log out?" His finger kept pressing the exit button, but he only received error messages from the system. Red notifications appeared one after another, dense and overlapping. Trilu found something amiss. "Why can't I log out of the game? Didn't releasing the Divine Guardian mean I could leave?" He considered it carefully. Could it be that we're still in Latonia? No, this map is completely unexpanded. This isn't Latonia. Trilu tried to connect to GM but received the message "unable to connect." "Please try again later" made him unable to help but curse. Looking at his personal stats panel, he was shocked. What's happening now? Lu couldn't understand what was happening. Am I seeing things? He was level 132 before, but now he's back to level 1. Moreover, his basic attributes have also reset. Looking at the system again, he was even more surprised. The attribute points he gained from previous level ups were still there, but his level up experience was back to 300 points, like when he was level 1. He discovered something even more surprising. He still retained the attribute points from level 132, but his experience and level were both reset to level 1. What about skills? And the power of chaotic elements? Uncle and God Grandpa, are you two still there? The system notification indicated that Lu currently had a level 1 healing spell. But he was even more disappointed because, apart from his equipment and potions, his elemental power and all his skills were gone. Seeing the survival mission with infinite time, Lu's expression changed. Why is this mission still here? Shouldn't it have ended after the Latonia mission? Suddenly, his inbox showed a new message notification. He thought the sender might be Xiao Mei and tapped to open it. But the scene that appeared was Lu's mother. She was being held captive, with a chain around her neck. He watched, his heart aching endlessly at the sight of his mother's safety being threatened. In the video, the brutal electric shocks his mother endured rendered him speechless. Each surge of electricity caused Lu's mother to scream in pain. Seeing his mother suffer, he clenched his teeth, his hands tightening more from anguish than rage. Lu was enraged that his mother was being tortured. He cried out in desperate pain. The person torturing his mother then spoke, "I know you're watching. If you want to save her, come quickly to Country A and find me. My name is Lai Man Vu." At this, the video ended. Lu couldn't accept the suffering and fell to his knees. He punched the ground repeatedly, venting all his repressed emotions. Lu quickly regained his composure. "Mom, wait for me. I'll definitely come back to save you." At the headquarters of the Cut Moon Guild, the luxurious skyscrapers reflected its stature. Hisashi asked Xiao Mei, "Still haven't found the person named Lu?" What did his companions say? She softly replied, "They said Lu is just a friend. They wouldn't say another word about anything else." Hisashi gently rotated the energy cube in his hand. "Do you need my help to make them talk?" Xiao Mei stood up from her chair and flatly refused. "Thank you for your kindness." She adopted the serious demeanor of a leader. Hades Legion's teleportation arrays have appeared in succession in Northeast Xeris. For now, sending a few level 100 heroes can temporarily handle it. Xiao Mei's expression was a little tense, but with the increasingly powerful demon legions teleporting in, we need more high-level heroes. She considered the worst-case scenario. Ultimately, it's very likely that even the superheroes who've consumed countless Void Lotus fruits and truly broken through to level 300, like us, won't be able to contend with them. Xiao Mei bit her finger in helplessness. For us to contend with gods of infinite levels, this is truly an impossible mission. Just like in our other world, humanity can never escape the speed of light. Seeing her lost in thought, Hisashi didn't disturb her and calmly left the room. Before leaving, he uttered a sentence, "Guild leader Chain, it may not be so. Black holes are entities from which light cannot escape." This statement was like a prophecy for Lu's situation. Alone amidst the vast sea of sand, his will became more resolute than ever. At night in the desert, the temperature dropped, and faint snowflakes could be seen falling. Lu couldn't help but cough a few times from the cold. He hugged Zeluka close and lit a fire to warm up. The temperature difference between day and night here is too great. It's a good thing I replenished essential supplies when I was in Latonia, otherwise, I really don't know if I could survive tonight. Chiu comforted Zeluka, as there was only a small amount of leftover food from Latonia in his bag. "You eat first. When it's light, we'll set off to find a nearby town." Recalling the name Tao mentioned by Lai Man Vu, the one who kidnapped his mother, he fell into deep thought. Chiu ate quickly, his mind constantly speculating, "I've never heard of that name. But this Lai Man Vu used my mother to threaten Tao into showing up. They definitely have an unusual relationship." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could Tao be my father? He hugged the sleeping Zeluka, adding a few dry branches to the fire to make it warmer. His heart was still heavy with thought. From childhood until now, Mother has never mentioned anything about father. I don't know anything about him either. If Mother was hurt because of him, I'll definitely never forgive him. He hated the kidnapper even more, and Li Man Vu, Tran Chi Lu, will absolutely not let you get away with this. The system suddenly announced a new mission, startling him. Even so, Chi Lu didn't hesitate to open it. Both Chi Lu and Zeluka were serious. What will the new mission be? With just one glance, his expression changed, his eyes widening in anger. The system displayed 3 missions. Mission 1, find the Dinghai divine needle buried in this land. It will take you out of here. Mission 2, find the immortal Wukong. Give him the Dinghai divine needle, and he will take you back to the real world. Mission 3, rescue your mother. Please note, your skills, level, and equipment will be inherited in the real world. Seeing Mission 3, Tran Chi Lu felt helpless and disgusted by the system. I can't believe the system would turn rescuing my mother into a mission. He slumped his head down in despair. What do you take me for? What is my mother in your eyes? Tran Chi Lu couldn't hold back anymore and furiously yelled, Who are you, really? What do you want me to do? Why are you tormenting me like this? No matter how furious he was, there was nothing he could do. Tran Chi Lu sighed in helplessness. Am I just a pawn? Why am I being toyed with by you? The mechanical system didn't care about his emotions. A cold notification sounded. Do you agree to undertake the mission? Count down 5 seconds immediately. With 2 seconds left on the countdown, Tran Chi Lu slowly raised his head. He accepted the mission in the final second, his eyes now sharp as knives. The system continued to announce, congratulations on accepting the mission. Upon death, the mission will be considered a failure. Chi Lu stood tall and straight. He thought to himself, I don't care who you are, listen closely, no matter what, I will complete this mission and rescue my mother. On the continent of Zeres, Qin Xiaomei's residence was a magnificent villa. The TV was broadcasting news. 3,726 people recently found in the city are all individuals who were previously reported missing. Xiaomei listened to the news while doing yoga. According to the victims, they were unexpectedly teleported to the legendary forbidden land called Latonia. Currently, the Blade Moon Guild in the city has announced they will begin investigating this matter. Is it a large-scale kidnapping, or were they truly teleported to a forbidden land? Dynamic news will continue to follow. When the news stopped, the smart system reminded Xiaomei, it has been 209,145 days since you entered Cosmos. That's 573 years. 286 days have passed in the real world, and there are 10 days left until your beloved mother's birthday. She smiled while exercising. 10 days, that means mother's birthday is still 20 years away. A 600-year-old celebrating her 56-year-old mother's birthday, how amusing. After finishing her yoga, she relaxed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Xiaomei fell into deep thought. Having been in the cosmos world for so long, I can no longer clearly distinguish between here and the real world. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the space of the house. The person who arrived was Solo, the leader of the Blackbird Guild, an SSS rank hero, a storm berserker. He looked around her house. Your place isn't bad, is it? He made himself at home and sat down. Xiaomei wasn't happy to see Solo's appearance. What are you doing here? Solo leaned back casually on the sofa. I heard those people all returned from Latonia, and I didn't expect your Slicing Moon Guild to announce that you'd handle it without notifying us beforehand. He stared at her provocatively. That's not very proper, is it, Guild Leader Qin? Xiaomei wouldn't back down. They all appeared in an area controlled by the Slicing Moon Guild, so why should I notify your Blackbird Guild? At this, Solo's fake smile vanished, and he silently watched her. Seeing that Xiaomei wasn't scared, he immediately changed his expression to a cheerful one. I was just kidding, don't be so serious. It's unclear what Solo's intentions were now. He slowly peeled the candy from the bowl. Solo changed his tone to negotiate. Have you found Latonia's location? If you know, please tell me. Rest assured my Blackbird Guild will protect you. Xiaomei remained unmoved. I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. This successfully angered Solo, who erupted with blue energy and growled, What did you say? Suddenly, Xiaomei vanished without a trace. In just a moment, Qin Xiaomei lunged forward, pressing a knife to his throat. She arrogantly and clearly warned, I won't repeat myself, you know that. Chen Jilu was still pondering what to do. He gently stroked his chin. Although the previous method of increasing strength and agility points could quickly enhance my combat power, it also had a major drawback. Every mission, if there were many monsters, would deplete and wear down a weapon, and it also relied on close-range attacks. Once I encountered enemies like summoners, I would be dragged into an endless battle. He recalled the past. The people of Latonia summoned countless magical beasts. If it weren't for Mr. Obili and Uncle Ban's help, I might have died from exhaustion and worn-out weapons. Chen Jilu carefully considered, if I could acquire summoning-type skills or hire mercenaries, it would greatly improve my efficiency in solo combat. He worried, now Kepri and Uncle have both disappeared since I left Latonia. Jilu planned meticulously. Now I can only think of ways to obtain different skills by allocating points. He drew on his experience to propose a method. If I put all attribute points into intelligence, I might acquire mage-type skills, but there's also a chance I'd get health-boosting skills like advanced healing. Recalling the past when he was chased relentlessly, he was speechless. If that's the case, then I'm screwed. But with his decision made, Chen Jilu no longer hesitated. All right, I'll take a gamble. I'll put all 300 attribute points into intelligence, hoping to get some magic skills. He secretly thought, if I can't get magic skills, I can also switch back to strength and agility, and continue with the single attack method. The system enhanced his attributes. A circle of energy light appeared, and Ji Liu's intelligence power surged. He happily discovered, as expected, after intelligence increased, my perception energy also greatly increased, and my mental power was boosted. Chen Jilu tested his power. He could even sense the flow of sand hundreds of meters away. The system announced, Congratulations, your intelligence has reached the required threshold for a profession. Please choose to change profession according to the suggestions. He was surprised to see the words change profession. Ji Liu's eyes showed firm determination. The system offered two choices. One is Holy Temple Night King, and the other is Hell Shadow Monarch.